genuinely a situation where every single group, I think the team coming in from Challengers has an actual really strong amount of potential to pull off some upsets. I know traditionally when we've run this format in Call of Duty, you know, back in the CWL days, it'd be one team, maybe every 3 tournaments would make an impact and get like a top 8, and we'd go, oh my God, this is crazy. But for the most part, they get smacked around. I think the 4 teams we're having coming in from Challengers could actually do a hefty amount of damage and shaking things up. So very excited for Atlanta. It's going to be an incredibly fun weekend.
Yeah, really fun. We should be nearly ready to get into the game, folks. But, oh no, actually there is a technical issue still rolling. It's probably someone on Paris. We'd love to blame them for everything. But we will get back into the game, SCP. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your patience here on this Mother's Day Sunday for the United States and for Australia. We're going to a break. When we come back, first match of the day.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATL. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
Who's the band that sings "Wake Me Up, Wake Me Up"? I can't wake up.
Big GG.
The guild took the hard hit.
Oh, those roll for bears. Aw.
Got the hard point. Hard point contested.
Oh my.
Oh my God!
Goodness. Oh no.
Hello? Are we good? Hello? Show me the play again.
Watch it again.
You play that. It's in red. It's in red. It's red everywhere. It's red everywhere. Oh my God.
Running. We're just running at him.
Oh. Oh. Grab the fucking thing. Let's go and get a score. I'll get the kills. Just run it through that hole. Grab the fucking thing. Make it sure you score. I'll get the kills. Make sure you score. Oh. Oh. Going for it. They're going for it. They're going to be in as well. It is not the Ravens. It is a Phoenix that has risen from the ashes here at the Major. They take flight. They break the curse. London can finally weep tears of joy and not despair. They sound with a very quick listen in. Last one. Gotcha. He told me. He did get to go. My bad. If I need you. You're good. Go. Top me. There's 3 on 2. Short steps.
I can't travel this? Well, that's tragic. At least let him know.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that side.
Nate hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's at
If I leave, do you guys leave as well? Do you remember me from DMZ?
No, I don't think so. Oh, if you're the leader though, I don't know.
Oh, I just got cold by the jumper. No!
Jump, jump, jump! Get in.
I'll be honest, that didn't cross my mind. I was trying to send it in, boys.
I mean, helicopter blaze Clint, they'll get the job done every day of the week. All right, ladies and germs, we're nearly ready to party. We're nearly ready to go. We're nearly ready to dance. We're nearly ready to light the fires and kick the tires. Not 100% on what that means, but I know it sounds kind of cool. Colossus, Plaza, Exposure, Sake, and Frange. Chance, how we feeling?
Mispronounced is how we're feeling for this one, but gonna be a good time nonetheless. We start out with some bang outs. We absolutely slow the pace down on some Exposure and Sake, and I think it's a nice little sort of stretch of maps.
Yeah.
You absolutely are testing multiple things. Sake, like rotations, are incredibly important. Colossus, not so much. That's where the gunning has to be brought to the table, but fun things the whole way around. And I'm very much hoping for a Game 5 to make up for it. Unfortunately, Dan Ghosty still taking routes.
Route man gets paid. I'm not sure what's going on. Must have got lost in the mail. Well, to go back to our earlier conversation very quickly about the nature of the Pro-Am, I'm really excited to see the Pro-Am right now take place mid-season, because normally it takes place at the start of the season, going back to the MW2 year, where everyone's trying to figure the game out. Upsets are a little bit more likely because you never know. But I feel like at this point in the season, teams have really started to figure things out. A lot of our Challengers teams are also figuring things out. So we're looking at squads that are way more practiced, way more well-versed, in better form, going up against each other. I think this is such a better thing in general for the Challenger squads. So instead of just rolling the dice, hoping for the best, you've got much better teams playing good pro-level teams when they're in a better form. I think it's a much nicer showing of their skill and their teamwork, chemistry, all that sort of good stuff.
No, absolutely. And I think the number of storylines that are coming in from the Challengers team is honestly kind of impressive as well. I mean, you got guys like Renegade, just another one of those Halo guys coming to COD, and he has been taken over in Challengers, looking fantastic, developing his gameplay. Swooty's going to be a ton of fun to watch. Very happy to see him on the main stage for the first time. And even just like the coaching staffs of these four teams, Major Maniac giving a shot at coaching, just in my mind, that is one of the perfect former pro players to take that objective winning style mindset and try to like work that into some teammates. That's going to be super fun to watch and see how well he can work. Bance is another guy that's starting to work with teams, and that is the encapsulation of like the British Call of Duty genius that we have. Another objective-minded, fantastic communicator. And a ton of fun to work with as well. Josh has been doing incredibly good things for his team, and then Vortex, the guy rounding out. So this is like all the old European fantastic OBJ guys now working with like new teams coming together. And if you're thinking about like, the advantages that the pro teams have over the Challengers teams at the midpoint, coaching staff is a big impact. The ability to do things day over day and develop the game plan. The Challengers teams now have this. So it's going to be incredibly exciting. And again, I think they're going to be extremely dangerous. Because it's not like some random Challengers kid watching like Paris Gentleman's VOD and I'm thinking he's going to be able to understand that and see it. But the coaching staff that all four of these Challengers teams have it, they've been around the block and are some of the perfect people to make an impact. So fun stuff, Miles, the whole way around.
Well, speaking of coming all the way around, Ghosty's back, and that means it's time to get into Colossus. Here we go! Map number 1 here on Sunday. On board with Dan Ghosty, the man of the moment. And into P1 we will soon fly. What kind of heretics are they going to play today? Well, we'll find out. As the bullets and the nades and the knives start flying, it's Envoy the first man on the board.
Yeah, and I saw at least, one M15, while Ghosty and Rancor rocking it for the either side, at least off the opening break. Something I'm going to be keeping track of. Obviously, looking at the records, pairs have been good at this map the entire year, and, well, Neptune a big factor as to why already pinching in Heretics. Well, they are absolutely surrounded, and they just get 4 men wiped off the board.
Neptune goes from blue spawn through outside P3, all the way around through yellow, back over to statue, and now has found himself here once again. All of that took him 20 seconds, including 3 kills. Well done, Neptune. Lovely stuff. Super and Drakes get theirs, and the lower right-hand side of the minimap for P2 is so good right now for the Heretics. Still, though, Neptune on this worldwide tour, getting his steps in. He's got a few more kills to get before his team can get that P2, but this is looking good. Promise now to allow the teammates to get the kills, and he can pounce. Here he goes. There's one. The second, not good enough, but his teammates get the break.
Good enough for the flip, and good news for Neptune. The rest of the game, he is in fact unlocked Marathon Pro, so he's going to be sprinting non-stop start to finish. Of course, though, talk about how rotations, not necessarily the most important thing, because even though you got the spawns, it's only for a brief moment. 5 seconds later, Heretics are back in time.
Very breakable hard point in this P2. Not as incredibly, solid as a few of the others here on this very map. But Nate Drake's managing to dodge the splash of that Semtex. Towards the front we go yet again. Drake's on the old hit and run. A couple of jabs here. Ghosty's going to find at least one before being taken care of. And as we talked about those breaks, Heretics are fighting hard to hold on to it. And it's a metals map so far, ladies and gents. 10 and 2, only 9 seconds on the board for the Gentlemates going in at P3.
Not just, 11 and 2 now for Metals, and on a 5 spree. Might have a Hellstorm, because he also has 43 seconds in the hill. So Metals right now is absolutely on his BS, and with shots like that, it is understandable why.
He is on his BS. What is the Spanish for being on his BS? Someone, oh, nice one. Speaking of BS, nice shot step. Someone better tweet me that one. We'll use it on broadcast. You never know. Drake's back to time. Ghosty starting to get things going. Nice attack towards the hard point. That's going to be the break. Towards the right-hand side we go now. Heretics. It's going to be a funnel system, and Ghosty, guns at the ready. Here we go.
Yeah, adjusting to the pace as well. He started off 0-5, and, Neptune doing what he does best. Annoying pinch, shoot 2 players in the back, and now Miami Heretics, no success here on P3. Maybe not a massive amount of time for Gentlemates, but certainly a good enough chunk that they're feeling a little bit more comfortable in the game. And on the minimap, you see Sib winning a key gunfight there on the back line. Paris will have a small advantage on P4.
That's not a meat field flank there from Net. A couple of big ones there from the Heretics off spawn. Straight in a fight we go. Envoy is trying to keep the pace up. He's pushed that pace though, and Neptune's still fighting towards the back. He's having quite the run here, but his teammates are being dropped all around him, and the Heretics are holding on to time, and look at that. Cut down the play on the back. No one's going to get close. Everyone through the front now. For the Paris Gentlemates, I'm not 100% what they're all looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations of like the rotational gunfights matter less than the actual gunfight on top of the hard point. So Drake's wins one from inside the hill. Fantastic stuff, and I must have something in my throat.
That's
so
okay.
I take care of that. Because Heretics doing great stuff.
Get it out of here, boy. Get it out of here. We're getting these guys at the hard point as well. Paris Gentlemates have banged this one out, and they have broken the back of it. Heretics back to the drawing board here, but not a terrible amount of time gained there for the Heretics. 82 for that 48 with the Paris Gentlemates. This has been a solid hold from them. But again, the Heretics, they're hot today, ladies and gentlemen. They are battling together very, very well. The first set comes to a close. Paris, a step or 2 behind, keeping an eye on Metals, who's 14 and 9. Nep trying to keep it up as well. Very difficult to maintain their production.
If anything, 14 and 9 or 14 and 10 now for Metals is slowing down because of how quick he was open. But I'm seeing more M15s on the map than previously expecting. So I think this is the type of situation in the CDL. All these pro teams really trying to dial in their strats.
We've seen the multi-M15 strat really hurt the Heretics a few times, break the pace. Speaking of the pace, let's go for a listen with the Gentlemates to see how intense they are.
Wow, outer statue dead. Another one there. I'm gonna go, okay. Top mid. Keep it up, guys. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. Waiting for you. Go. Outer statue. One shot. Air tunnel. Outer statue. Nice. We've statue super. Statue dead. Nice. We're gonna be top right. All right. I grew up. Top mid. I'm one. Yeah, our side roll. Pick up right. I can hold. He's already right. Already blue crate. Already in the back. I'm already in the back. I'm going back to new. Rancor is absolute as well. Two there. Yeah. Irish header. Jump in front. Side door, back. One on the back. One on the back. Back door, inside, outer. Nice, let's get back. Ape it. I'm blocking him. He's going balcony. I'm seeing top mid. They're gonna queue front. Yeah, go in front. I'll front. Yo, all front. I have the cross. Deep left. Crossing, we queue another one then. Push over. Already went top mid. One shot super dead. Nice, give me front again. I'm blocking down. One shot then. Nice, guys. I'm one shot. Give me top mid. They're gonna be top mid. I'll send top mid. Statue. Marty new. Arson top mid. Marty new. Top mid, weak Metals. I'm gonna go. Top mid to lobby. He's gonna repitch new. You're repitching old? My repitching. Old or new? I don't know. Old metal shot. Too old. I'm coming new.
Hey, I like the energy, like the fire, like the passion, and it's led to a much better scoreline there for the Gentlemates.
Yeah, you can hear like the ferociousness there in the comms. Getting ready for Atlanta. Need to be a better team, and they're clearly trying to make these improvements and get a nice stamp with the Miami win for the tournament. But Heretics, that is a 3 in the feed. Last time they got beat down on this hill, well, now they have it under complete control.
How long we will test the hold now of the Heretics as the Gentlemen have taken whatever route they wanted. Is it going to pay off? Oh, Rancor, a 2-piece with 2 HP to spare. He now looks for his next kill in line. Trakes will find that first wave for the Gentlemates destroyed.
Yeah, and the 2-piece on the correct side of the map as well, so that is a massive 2 kills for Rancor. For the final 20 seconds of this hill for Heretics, easy job here. Another pinch from Rancor, so that man just went on the world tour. It ends up maybe costing himself just a little bit. The spawns, interesting. 3 players on Heretics spawning anew, make it all 4.
Yeah, all 4. This is good for them. They're going to hold on to that time. They're going to hold the members of the Gentlemates back. Give up the scrap happily. 10-point game going into our final hard point of the set. Drakes with the big damage. Rancor with a tight corner. Might be good for the second hit. Here he goes. There was a nice play from Ghosty. Read and dealt with. Now towards the hard point. Now the guns are up and Rancor finds himself on a 4.
Yeah, 25 and 16, by the way. So again, more M15 usage out of him, it feels like, on this map, and he is certainly experiencing success. Nail-biter game, though, even with all 4 players spawning at the due time. Once again, the most important gunfights are the ones that take place on time, and that is exactly where Envoy has been laying a path of destruction. A 3-piece while collecting the time, a difficult man to stop.
4 in a row. Finally breaks over to the positive KD side of things as well. Can he get another? No need. His boys are on it. This is a hold and a half from the Gentlemates. Closing out strong net there with Ghosty as well, who manages to walk away with 1. The trades are still on point, but it might not matter. Final few seconds of scrap towards the Heretics into our 3rd set. And it is a bang out of statue. What is this? The start of the game all over again? What an opening break.
On statue control, make it harder to stay alive in time. That is 3 in the feed in favor of Pairs. They get statue control, and Drakes had to run for the hills, trying to slow him down inside of blue, and Drakes at least gets 1 before he falls, so the mixiness of Colossus is going to continue. I mean, you got players almost on all 4 corners. It looks like Pairs, well, they've stabilized the right side of the map, and they still have statue control. It's a good situation.
Have statue control, but Neptune lets a man through. Oh dear, falls asleep on watch. Lets a man on the time, and now he gets a little bit mixy with the Heretics, just able to take advantage of that little moment of chaos. Snep back from spawn, back towards P2. There's 20 seconds left of P1. Tons and tons of time as the Heretics start to heat up. A final 15. Oh boy. Vamos, the Heretics, listen in. Por favor.
Mira derecha, para atrás, creo. Está ahí muerto. Vale, hay que limpiar el espacio. Podemos ir a derecha. Caído derechamente. Vale, os anclo de cara si queréis. O sea, espérate, estoy tirando piña, un momento. ¿Tiro piña? No, espérate. Bien punto. Otro más, son 2. Uno, me puse el aire. Entonces. Bueno, está bien. Doble, una bala buscando. No veo, juega de cara, Uno P1. Mírame el P1. Oye, de cara, mírame el P1. Dos de cara. Una bala de cara. La derecha. Aguanta. Están en línea. Muerto 1. Está más cine muerto. Dos puntos. Muy tocado. Está muy tocado. Un tiro también. Cara ya en boy. 20 segundos. Muerto. Bueno, me puse a P1, ¿vale? Vale, hay uno de cara, guacho. De cara, en línea. Una ciudad P1. Azul, pinchasa ahí. Pégalo. Tiene uno de cara P4. P4, sí. Va para el siguiente de cara, chavales. Sí, está el túnel uno. ¿Te escucha con el bien, mi guacho? Sí, muerto. Falta uno de cara. Me tiran piña en túnel. Tiro piña en túnel. Pégalo al túnel, nada. Ah, con la derecha. Falta uno de cara. Vale. No, sale fondo.
It is a certified banger here on Colossus. And that's what the battle looks like from the eye in the sky. Nep on the approach. He's the last player close enough to time. Ghosty has got to keep the conveyor belt moving forward, but we have been shut down by another Heretics push.
Dude, this map map is war, and we're breaking out the Dutch angles on broadcast. You love to see it, and it's a measly 30-point lead for Heretics, but that's also the largest lead of the game. Miami now on point. Ghosty trying to rotate with shots like that. You think you'd make it happen, but the trade instantaneous. Heretics, they'll be at P4 first.
Starting to get fiery, starting to get hot. P4 ready to go for the Heretics, looking to close this bad boy out right here, right now. Sib, you got to get in there fast. These are great tags along the way. Redcore, though, still holds his nerve, holds his iron, finds another. Nep now breaks the back, but Redcore, he and Metals, they close the door on Gentlemates.
Redcore might have just called game. Well, now he's trying to open the door for Pears with anything, so the teammate, the final opportunity to get inside the hill. Pears, it is the full send. First guideline dies. Another team kill that does not matter. Heretics kill everything in sight. They win that one.
There's a little bit of a moment there from Trakes, but it don't matter. There's no need to fret, no need to worry. We close the door. Heretics again. Blistering pace. Confidence is there. They're feeling good. Gentlemates not so much. That's a tough one. That's a tough loss. Gameflow is going to show you just how close this was at times, but I do think the biggest lead we had were Heretics at the start. Banged the Gentlemates out for the first, 2 hills chance. Not a lot going on there, but they pulled it back. That listening by P3. Superb work. Gentlemates. Passion was there. Energy was there. Comms was solid. Kills and all that, not so much. 2 plays there for the Heretics, over 4K.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, the assists on the entire lobby absolutely going crazy, the damage going crazy. Sid gets to be the top dog in the damage category, but he only turned that into 28 kills. Meanwhile, Rancor in the kills column absolutely dominant, just like Metals was at the start. I mean, shocked that guy was unable to get a Hellstorm. And he had 12 kills in the first 2 hills, and he was doing this while getting the hill time. I think Heretics sort of brought all the goods that they had, all the little Colossus goodies, all the individual factors that they needed, absolutely present.
Absolutely. And again, looking back at the replay here, I forgot. I mean, Rancor might have got 3 team kills with nades alone in this map, which is very impressive, especially when going up against the Gentlemates who didn't kill a single soul. Wow, that's unbelievable chance. Maybe that's what it is, you know, they've lost their mojo. They've lost that killer instinct, that edge is gone. And it did come with a little bit of sacrifice. You had to give up a teammate or 2, you know, there's a price to pay for everything. So, mate, you never know, folks. Gentlemates go down here in the first, but any other sort of parting words, my brother, before we get the plaza and really get ready to rock?
Well, I mean, it's very difficult to track because I don't know if we have the stats for like M15 kills versus MPC, but I think Heretics, back towards the minor, were one of the first teams that we saw pull out 4 MPCs for what felt like the entire map. They win a couple games against some like top-notch teams, and then they end up faltering to one of the sort of middle pack teams on Colossus. They were rocking double ARs the entire time, so I think Heretics had to have a conversation and go, okay, we might have overcommitted just a little bit. You can't have success with this. And I think Rancor was at M15 for maybe 80% of that game. 38 kills, tremendous success. And how many multi-kills did he get, especially on those P4 rotations as well? Many. I think Heretics really trying to sort of fine-tune their gameplay. Considering Pears, you saw the record, like 11-3, 11-4 overall. An extremely good team on this map. If Heretics can beat them, they can take down anybody.
Take down anybody. And you want this confidence going into the major. It starts in a matter of days. All right, everyone, let's get the air into the lungs. Let's sit up straight. Let's get ready to rock and roll because we are going to a plaza. And you know what that means, friends. That means we're going to have a bang out. That is the term we're going to run with for now. Plaza has been a treat to watch.
Look at the round 1. Here we go.
Look at the round 1.
Oh, it's a bang out. Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
It's all That's what I'm talking about.
And it's won by the boys.
Sick. Run it back again.
It's another bang out.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Oh! Yeah! Hit it again.
Run it back. Do it again. Do it again. Yes.
Right back to it. Come on.
It's a modern-day Coliseum. It's where the gladiators go for our entertainment. Some call it the A-bomb site. Some call it a mosh pit. Some call it bar. Whatever you call it. We're definitely going to go there in this game.
I call it a map that if you're so committed to the Bengals, I don't think you're really trying. I think both FaZe and Optic yesterday were like, I don't want to give anything away. I just want to get out there and have a good time. What Optic did to Paris on this map, you see that 6-1 loss on Plaza. You had Optic basically writing a master's thesis of what you can actually accomplish if you set your mind to it, toying with the ideas, playing off of, okay, if it's a bang out, here's going to be the setup, here's the timing, here's the rewraps. You can play with your food on it. So if you're trying to have fun, play for the bang out. If you're trying to take it seriously and win, you do stuff like this. A 2-2 opening break, and Heretics here to meet them. So Heretics bringing the good ideas. The first triple hit down the B lane we have seen, and it gives them a 3v2.
That whole setup, that whole bang out bit, that wonderfully edited piece of content involving our lovely watch parties by our team, and they go B. Are you kidding me? Here in the mid-round adjustment, and the Miami Heretics have got this one under lock and key. Sib left alone in a very difficult 1v3. Good shots onto the next. And the Heretics have had to close ranks. Can Sib do this? God no. Absolutely schmacked Heretics round one.
I mean, elite shots from Sib, and then I guess he thought they weren't going to check the bomb, so he's reloading while collecting. Not the smartest thing I've ever seen, because, yeah, Rancor just throwing shoulders the entire time, and easy to win the gunfight when they don't shoot back. But either way, again, for the bang out setup that we have, it is not a map that requires that. It is not a necessity. If anything, if you're banging out A on the attacking rounds, you're really just rolling the dice, flipping a coin, whatever you want to call it. If you're approaching this map with a degree of seriousness, and again, preparation for Atlanta. I mean, Heretics right now, 1-3 overall.
Here we go.
You got to bring out something better.
Here we go. It's happening, and we're in. The wall jumps to the right. We fly. Sib with 2 medals joins the board. 2v2 medals. Finds another. 1v1 for the bread. And Rancor gets it.
Okay, well, all right. I'll ignore my point. Screw it. We'll go back to the bang out. Roll the clip. Roll the tape.
Put it in the vault. Here comes the replay. Heretics take 3 off the right-hand side, 2 on the hop there, and Sib, oh, he feasts. Metals, a little bit of a back and forth there, takes care of that right flank, pulls back to mid, and Rancor, that stun connection really helpful. Again, he does wait for the regen. He waits for the regen. So again, a different look here. That's 3 right, pull back to mid, go left for the Heretics. We'll see if they do that again. Because again, as much as we say, oh, it's a bang out, they've got a strat. Genomate's like, go back, you won't. Heretics, they in fact will not. They're going to be.
Well, now we're going to see the retake situation. Rancor, the lone person there for the defense, but he knows can't do it by himself. And this is looking like maybe all 4 players on the pinch, or maybe Rancor just sort of toying with the idea through mid, but no. I mean, they're taking this from the offensive side. And this is all about the time.
Oh, you didn't get in. You got caught, you got tagged. Here come the nades. Trades are good. Nep, trades are good. 2v2. Less than 30 to play an envoy on the re-wrap. He's pinching the pitch. He's coming for them cheeks. And he's picked up both of them. Genomates on the board.
And, you know, thematically on the defensive end, I really liked what I saw from Optic yesterday. You know, bang out jokes aside, of at least on defense, we're stacking it and then you play for the retakes after. But this is definitely a site that you want to get control of on the defensive end. I think it's really up to the offensive team if they want to force the bang out. But Heretics is a bold attempt to give up the site and try to retake it in that situation. I think Envoy is showing a classic example of the difficulty in doing so. Easy repinch on the call, no hesitation out of that world champion, and I mean, just dismantles them in that round.
We've had that conversation a few times about certain bomb sites in COD maps. You really don't want to be in a retake situation. You always want to have a player there. Early intel, or for the, you know, just dig in and don't let them get there. Nice start here, though. The Heretics, their Rancor pick is certainly going to help. And again, defensively here for the Paris Gentlemen is spread incredibly thin. Like not enough butter across a lovely, long, delicious baguette. It's fresh from the bakery, and it is not going well. We're having pie here tonight.
Neptune just trying to distract for as long as he can to give Ghost the time to pinch. Well, now Heretics know the play call. One in front, one in the back, and they do the smart thing. Group up together and try to isolate one of these players. Of course, Neptune backs down and grouped up together, so both teams making good plays.
You know, worry, though, being that close together. Fingers and toes, retake attempt. Now Ghosty and Neptune. Look at the patience from the Heretics. You've got all doors covered. You have every single avenue under your control. If Ghosty, oh no, he's got an NPC. If he could find a pick, maybe an M15 would certainly help. You have to do this without taking a lot of damage, and he has slid through past the threshold, but the second man barely made it. Superb stalwart defense there from the Heretics.
Yeah, just a tough first blood to the middle of the map. I think both tack and nade coordination was there on top of Envoy, plus the double chow that was rolling through. We were watching number 4 on the minimap with an NPC, but it was team shots because Rancor is the guy that ends up getting the kill. So once you get the first blood on this map, then you can go back and take the site control. So basically just going for that 1-for-1 trade with the nade kill, but man advantage site control, devastating to have to retake that bomb site.
I mean, what do? You always send 2 players to make sure you have some presence there? He's sending 2 on the attack here by the Gentleman, so there it is. It's the Heretics' 3 wall-bound strat. Envoy certainly makes them pay. That is an unbelievably costly attack from the Heretics. Now you're down 2 men, and the B bomb site is wide open. Gentlemates, how effective could that have been? I don't think any more.
Well, I think if you're in a 2v3 retake, you'd rather do it at this site. See what the AR duo can cook up with NPCs in their hands.
Yeah, right. You've got to cross quite the open space here. Yeah, Rancor, great work. Just to check those corners. Next problem to solve. Sib's giving you a tiny bit of back shown. Oh my, timing. Oh my, tries to skill his way forward, and Super unable to get there in time to capitalize on the gunfight. The Gentlemates start strong, finish even better.
Yeah, so close yet, so far. I mean, that's a free first blood, and Rancor gets the next guy 1 shot in line, but Envoy making sure he is there to play cover for his teammates. So a lot of damage being done to these final 2 players, but teamwork ultimately on point, and Envoy got 3 kills, I believe, in that round, if not all 4. But had a solid one, certainly at the start, the nade connecting and just devastating that defensive push for Heretics.
I mean, it's a miracle, to be honest. I mean, the way the Heretics flew that together through bar, and the way the nade connected, that he didn't kill all 3 of them, yeah, on the bomb site. So he did pick up another man on the way out, but we've overwhelmed the A-bomb for now. Defensively sound, and here's the quick adjustment. Ghosty trying to watch mid, trying to get over towards B, but again, too many Heretics, too much to deal with there. He's not going to be able to win a fight against 2. But 1, very doable.
I don't think that player shot at metals, so I don't think Bears actually know the metals is this close to you. And well, whether or not you knew, Envoy, reaction time on point, the nades even better. Envoy does get traded, but man advantage Bears.
Keep committing players to this to get those kills. Uh-oh, that's right. There's a new part of the map we've not really worried about in quite some time. Sib dancing over the counter, makes it a 1v1. And Super's committed to the ground floor. He's going for the kill here. Sib, are you ready for this? Absolutely not, Super. Super flies, super fast, and super tough to track down. Hee-hee.
A tough one as well. Yeah, nice little giggle too. I think Sib is certainly the player as well for pairs. If you're looking at their S&D woes, he's the player this stage that has struggled the most, and he's having a good game so far, at least in the kills column at 7 and 5, but Sib, I think, had a big responsibility in that round, having to reload different guns, having to swap to the pistol, players all around him, so just in a difficult spot. Super there to just take care of business in S&D. Super certainly one of those players that feels like a guarantee.
Bang out, here we go. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen, start your timers. Back and forth, 1v1. Super comes out on top.
One of those players that feels like a guarantee. I don't know if he was the last one in line, but last hermano standing. Walks away with a cold-blooded clutch. There for a couple damage in the players before and seal the deal. And again, I mean, it's just, you're playing the coin flip on the attacking rounds to go for this. Get some nades in, go for anything. You see the trophies there, actually a lot more beneficial for Heretics this time to send 4 players in, but Plaza giveth and Plaza taketh away. Airborne, Super gets the finish.
And the Heretics, it is 3 left, it's 3 wall jump. every single time. That is what we've seen. So now when you start to think about those bang outs, start thinking about nades. And yeah, they've pumped the brakes on this one. They haven't thrown anything yet, so we could be seeing Metals die with his pockets full. The stun at least comes out, and that is brilliant. That's the adaptation you wanted. Heretics have trained you now. You have been fully primed. And what have they done? They've pulled the rug right out from under your feet.
You'd imagine on a map like this with that type of style, the Neptune would be king, but instead 2-8 and getting first blooded. Heretics got to go up 2-0 in the series.
And they showed you the open hand on the left, but it was the right hook you had to worry about. Nice work, Heretics. Oh dear. Might not be as easy as we wanted. Now it's a very clean 2v2. Heretics on the back pedal. The re-wrap here. Sib's gonna get caught unaware. Can Ghosty close this out? He sends it. It's a 1v1. Ringcore. Oh! Ghosty finds 3 from the smoke.
That's that lifeline, baby. OBJ kids putting in the work. One of the UAV players we have in the league, and honestly, maybe 2 of them. Ooh, a massive moment there in the bailout. You see the way it breaks down. Clean gunfight there to get that first kill on the engagement. I think a free pick as a player trying to run away from the site just gets caught. And I think realistically, that's just a single mistake there from Heretics. A small happy little accident, but enough for Paris. At least those 2 players to fully capitalize on. So Heretics still a round away from going up 2-0 in the series, but if there's any round that could shift that momentum, it'd be that one.
Not over yet. Here's the adaptation. That's the nade to catch the wall runners. Nobody home, all over B. We love a bang out, and you have to play around it. And this time it's going to be more mid. A lot of noise. Oh, what an awkward turn. Sib, they line up. Drakes, disgusting work to find his second kill. Over to Renkor now on the bomb site. Passes the information. Drakes is good for the mid hit or the flank. The guessing game begins.
Not a guess for Envoy. Oh, that timing not going his way.
He's still dancing.
It is a battle of COD timing.
Oh, but Drakes holds it for a second, and we're still going here on Plaza.
And I still, like, again, bang out aside, I think it's on the, like, the onus is on the offensive team of whether or not they want to go for this full commitment. I think on defense, it's almost worth it every single time. If you just get that control at the start of the round, get the control and then just hold it. Paris have done it on defense where they get control of the site and they just continue to chow and continue to fly forward. Maybe the elves on their shoulders speaking into them, whispering in their ear, keep moving forward. But site control is really the name of the game. But Heretics not necessarily playing for it. 2 different rounds where they just don't play for it on defense. Maybe Paris doing a little bit of the same.
This is it. It's the same nades. It's the same nades. Look at this! Envoy! Exactly that! What an adaptation! This is unbelievable. We're going to an 11. We're going the distance. It is perfect work. You have figured out the Heretics. You have done it. Was that Envoy for the ace as well? I didn't catch it. I was too busy glazing. That nade, disgusted.
And again, well, yeah, Neptune robbed it for us. There's the 3rd kill. Nonetheless, though, again, for the style of like the bang out theme, you have to be delicate when you have trophies. When do you not have trophies? How many players are going to come here? 2 different rounds where Heretics full send into the site and just get blown away by the grenades. You have to turn your brain on when you play this map. You don't have to turn it all the way up. You don't have to use 100% of it, but you got to use at least like 85.
All right, here we go. Bang out. Heretics right back at it. Envoy's here yet again. Here comes the nade. Or not this time. You've baited out just enough. You've heard a few there from the Heretics. You know they are on site. The Gentlemates are playing this safely. They have got an eye on B, an eye on mid. But still presence towards the A-bomb.
And now that it's round 11, we're turning our brain on and committing in a much more cautious way.
I mean, the A-bomb site is a 3-lane map of its own. You don't go to the right lane anymore because that's where the nades are hitting. Now with the bomb plant, I don't think it's a trophy to be seen, but there's barely anything left to throw. So now it comes down to a true headbutt. Drakes and Super, here we go! Fighting forwards, and it is done! Ring the bell! Round 11 is over. I don't even know how, it was like a second and a half. The Heretics just wiped the Gentlemates out.
That's tough with 2. That would have been a fun 5-2 comeback, but instead Heretics go up 2-0 and Rancor and Super molding into a singular player there. both hands behind the head. And I'm staying on theme. You have to get the sight control on the defensive end at the start. And again, maybe trophies being a factor of why you're choosing not to, but if you're having to retake it, there are no fun avenues of approach.
No.
Even if you're a man down, if you got the sight control, you're feeling good.
That is exactly. You lose sight control. You gave it up. You played the nades. You played around the lethals so well. With a Heretics last-minute adjustment, go mid, don't go right-hand side of the bomb site. Man, you ran them there. Great work. What a round 11 that was on Plaza. Yes, it's a bang out, but there is a bang out within the bang out. And if you don't bang them out, they'll bang you out. You know what I'm saying? Type shit.
Okay, type smooth. There you go. This is going to be the map that is perhaps the most interesting to watch online versus on LAN as well. Again, I'm still going to give credit. When Optic played against Paris on it, they basically wrote a thesis statement of all the different types of tricks you can bring to the table. Unfortunately for Paris, well, Trakes got brought to that one, so a little bit different situation there. Nonetheless, a map that Paris have yet to crack that code, and Heretics 1-3 overall, 2-0 up in the series.
And they're looking good, and you could not ask for a better time, folks, with the major just around the corner. But right round the corner for us is a break, and on the other side of it is a game of overload. Woohoo! I need to catch my breath after that bang out. You could maybe go bang out the bathroom, or maybe bang out a refreshment as we get ready to bang out this break. And on the other side, we're going to be banging out our game of control. We'll see you on the other side of this bang out.
Great start.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
At COD Champs, it's more than Call of Duty. It's you whipping an F1 go-kart at the Grand Prix Plaza, testing your aim and movement at Summerlin Paintball. It's you driving supercars at Speed Vegas, surviving the best escape rooms at Escapology, experiencing the immersive art in the Arte Museum. It's you taking a picture in front of the Bellagio Water Show and seeing Vegas from the largest observation wheel in the U.S. It's you and the squad making memories for life. A weekend in Vegas that you'll never forget.
4v1, I think it was, the clutch, something like that. And we were just, playing the round out, and I hear, cat, he's pushing up. I'm thinking, he's dead, okay, so let's play it nice. And then I just hear a roar behind me, an absolute roar. And then he's like, watch it. And then the kill cam wasn't running, so I was doing the roll the tape. I want to see this. And luckily, it came up, and he's blown him away and left a bit of a little doo-doo in his pants, I think.
There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight, you look like an idiot. And I was
it's just a little too small, but it works.
Slow this down.
No. Oh my gosh.
Comes out this map.
Get out of there. Come on, Ant. Where you at, Ant?
Too late.
Yeah, now Ant activates.
I love it. Just over 20 seconds to go.
Where you at?
Good damage
Behind
in.
him.
They isolate him. The
Yeah,
Times
get him.
Take it on shot.
My barber insisted that I try out the look, and ever since, I've been feeling pretty good. We've been playing pretty good, so I feel like I kind of got to keep it. It might be a full goatee. You never really know.
Keep your barber, my guy. LA looks good on you.
I don't know if I like this at all. Actually, this guy's alone right now, no? No, they gotta get a quick rip. Hot. All right, come back.
Backdoor cover, let's go.
Oh my God! Yeah, barely recovered from that one. Barely. Seriously, not a lot of time to make a call there. It was over basically before it started. GG's into the next map. We nearly go, but folks, before we get into that one, a little spotlight to shine over some of the teams, some of the players that we're going to be seeing coming up at the Major. That's right, DK and Ethan here for Omir. This is how their stats have looked, Chance, and again, they're going to be going up against some of the finest in the league. What an exciting prospect for them.
Yeah, young players too, so very exciting to watch. Potentially CDL candidates. I know the streets have been talking these guys up quite a bit, so excited to see them play. And of course, not just these two. I mean, Aspect's been pretty good. Denza is another guy in this team that's been around for a hot minute. He started his Call of Duty competitive career back in Ghost. His first champs was back in Black Ops 3. Getting coached by Bance and Hixie. So this is like a full EU top squad. Very fun to see what they can do, but of course, that's for the future. For now, exposure overload.
Yeah, for the future as well. I mean, both those players are 18, so they are, you know, the whole tweet like, oh, let's just turn 18. He's a top prospect. A couple of them right there. Shout out Bounce, shout out Hixie. Love you, boys. Here we go into our game 3 exposure. Overload us, Maximus. What the hell? Plaza's so fun. I don't care about the bang out jokes. It's a good time. It's a good time.
Dude, we're engaged in mass psychosis at this point on the map. I'm telling you, Meg, you can play it with structure. I swear, I'll die on this hill, and I might just die alone.
You can. You might be there, a solo X. Big pickup there for the Genomates. They've got this bad boy, and they are running at home. Neptune has overshot, and he is not accounted for Super, who is so sneaky and might just cut the play out here. What a play. Second man dead. Go on, Super. Nearly. Stops it. No. We get it in, thanks to Ghosty. His Genomates recover.
Couldn't tell if Super made a sneaky heads-up play or if he just accidentally let a player go through or timing didn't go his way. But however it panned out, HERETICS just not in the right spots on the defensive end. Very quick capture there for Paris, and the kills continue to flow their way.
Yep.
Set themselves up for the second capture. Ghosty leading the charge, 5-0.
Yep, 5-0. Got himself streaks as well. Nice shots into the next few. Allowing the boys now to make their way in, but no manpower here. You've lost the 2 leads. On exposure, it certainly helps to have at least 2 of them. Guns are up. HERETICS finding these kills. Envoy, he's slowing them down as best he can. Nice lead there from Ghosty at the distance, but still got the EMP in possession for the HERETICS now. An opportunity to make a run. Super, how decisive can you be on this attack?
We are at least showing that we're going to be going low dirt with the device, but this is just opportunity for Super. Maybe to late pinch when there's some noise. See, Ghosty is currently ironed up, waiting for them to make the move. In the meantime, the device guy is the one that wins the first gunfight just to kick off this sequence.
Oh, yeah. Super still dancing. EMP not making a move. They know there's a player around here somewhere. Net. He's playing it slow and steady. Trakes can't get anything through the front. Goes for the punch. Gets parried. And again, playing so safe and steady. Nep gets into the fight. Now the pickup, and Genomates with the wind in their sails.
Yeah, it was only a small window for HERETICS to sort of crawl through, but unable to thread that needle. Now, of course, just try to get this device out and get as much space as you possibly can. Yeah, Ghosty getting killed from the heavens above, but battles with the device in hand, doesn't quite have the teammate support just yet. So, again, very small windows of opportunity right now for scores. Both teams defensively doing well.
Yeah, we're slightly disconnected on the attack, HERETICS. So they're going to shuffle that line up a little bit more and get back together. Envoy with possession. Not going to make it past metals easily. We'll back up. Nice kill there from Ghosty, opening the bottom lane now for business. An ambitious challenge with the EMP in hand, and that should be a clean set of kills for the HERETICS.
And we'll see what direction these guys want to go. Well, if Neptune, where did Neptune fall off?
Where did Neptune fall off the map? I'm looking for a body on the left-hand side, and we're looking for a goal on the left-hand side as well. Over to B. Trakes fighting forward. Neptune, a paid actor, 1-1.
I mean, what? I have no idea. I tried to see, and Sip is 1-8, so this is an interesting start for a 1-1 game. What a wild series we're going to have today, Miles. I think that the Game 5 weirdness is going to continue today.
I'm with it. I am all about it here. Keep an eye on the stats. Metals on a 2. Mutefield still ticking away in the back, and Sib is still in a downward trend, 1-10. Super finally ends it in the spawn of the Gentlemates. Another man to deal with here as the flow of reinforcements defensively making their way in. A couple of trades. Metals waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for the stuns to run out. Man, you've still got a lot of players to deal with here. Hellstorm, if you sorely need it with the final minute and 15 seconds of the first half. And Heretics just playing possession.
Well, Pairs have a fantastic trophy over on the A side, so because of that trophy, gotta go to B.
Yep, we're close enough. Oh no, Ghosty, nice save. 2 in the feed. Gonna end that one right there. Final minute to play. Thank God someone there for the Gentlemates realizes the possession is key and they want to grab that EMP. Can they battle their way through the top side of the map? Certainly gonna help out here with Hellstorm. At least force them to the inside. It's Neptune's NPC, but Metals takes care of the carrier, the most important player on the moment. Ghosty still trying to get it all done himself.
And he indeed will, picking up the device, and this is the guy leading the charge, picking up the device and trying to skip on over towards his teammate. Envoy has cleared out this A bomb site. If you make it on the cross, and as long as you survive to get here, Envoy can help you get this cap.
Perfect timing. Envoy, what a play. 2-0, 20 seconds to spare. That is outrageous defensive work, making sure that carrier truly safe and sound. Final 10 seconds. Neptune looking for the pickup here. Looking for the kills as well. Can he get it? Force a little bit of extra time. Envoy once again on the lead play. Now to spawn. Are we able to get this done? Neptune, what are you doing, brother? Get that bad boy up to B.
Rare movement mishap there from Neptune. Well, finally he's made it up top, and well, bought enough time for Envoy to get back in the mix. It's a 4v4.
It's 4v4, and we're playing it real close. Nep trying to make up. Won't get it done there. We go to half-time with a nice lead for the Gentlemates. Possibility for another one. I mean, I thought Envoy was going wild towards the end there. Right place, right time, everything going his way.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of my favorite things I've seen this year from like a social media perspective is I'm not tapped into the French community just because English is my only language. But underneath like whatever tweet about Gentlemates in the midst of them having the struggles, all of the comments underneath, at least according to Google Translate, were players being like, if you don't think Envoy, oh well, by the way, here's the route. So there's that answer. That turned into a capture. We're getting fancy for maybe no reason. But either way, all the French fans were defending Envoy and basically saying, you don't know ball if you think this guy isn't a main contributor. His facilitation of that score, absolute spectacle. I set it up well in advance. Envoy always in... Damn!
Okay. You were saying. Anyway, second half.
What a good start out of Rancor, though.
Yep. That was a great stun. Second half already. Heretics early possession. Going low. Anybody home? Of course. The man of the moment, Envoy. Trying to do it all here. The dead nade. Here comes the run. And it's Rancor to just fly it through. Nev's going to pick up a couple. And Ghosty still trying to keep this one going. But an early score sees it at 2-2.
I'm just casting curse to his praise. That is, I mean, listen, my bad. Yeah. I apologize. You're a good kid, big fan. That's on me.
Yeah, that's insane. That's a world champ.
By the way, Sib is 3-16.
I wasn't going to say it. Insane. Insane. Well, Sib, there you go. 4-17, but still, what a weird stat line. Heretics still making a run for it. Metals, 2 with the device. Still keeping the top play going. It's on Sib. You've got to go big, mate. You've got to find something here. Neptune, thank goodness his NPC starts to work. The knife. Ooh, what a dodge. Super. Nice work again out of Envoy. Your side of the map is now clear. Time to go, boys.
You need to see him get this 5th kill before, listen, there's one particular watch party chat. There we go. Don't have to worry about it. 5-17. He's back.
He's back, baby. Don't worry about it. Envoy on the flank, finds 2. Open lane to work with it. Can somebody pick it up? See if that's your job. Grab that bad boy and get it over to the goal. No, Trakes is going to make it that bit harder. It's a 1v1 on time. It's a 1v1 for the goal. It's Trakes. He's got it. Lead will stay 2-2.
Yeah, huge win because Sib is a dangerous man with that pistol. Looks like the attacks were on point, but now Heretics, 2 kills in the feed, all 4 players grouped up together. Huge opportunity.
They move with pace, they move with purpose. Oh my goodness, they've just run over the top. What a save. Big kills there, but team kill, unfortunately, still the shuffle here on the defense. Neptune, Rancor, the one pump to the pistol. Ghosty is getting a bit mad. He's throwing everything he's possibly got. Watch out for your own nade as his teammates now making their way forward. Envoy still going big, and that should be another goal. Wait, the pickup, an awkward moment. Wow, Neptune, what a 2. What a save.
Oh, the device reset of hell being up top. Nobody had the movement skills to collect that in fluid form. And what a wild mixing moment, too, of Rancor. I mean, hey, he's up to 18 kills this series. Some fun moments the whole way through. But now Heretics defensively, they have spread the map thin. And you do have pairs mostly grouped up to attack me.
Mostly. Worrying about the numbers here. Double back. Big win on the flank, starting to pull the defenders forward a bit, but the Heretics, they're not biting. They are not taking the bait. Back and forth we go, but Envoy, the tail of the snake cut off. And that's the device now stationary. Here come the Heretics. Ghosty can't watch it all, can't take care of it. Heretics with a quick steal. Heretics now at the run. The A goal looking good, but the spawns are down here as well. Super, you've got to win a fight.
One got to beat.
Oh, Trakes, splash damage, no problem. It's a big splash as the goal goes through.
What a psychotic map, too. This might be a map where, like, the VOD that you have to do beforehand for prep work will, like, set the theme. Because Paris are in a situation where if they're just trying to play bully ball, they'd have way more success. Because Heretics are very much playing defensively, spreading the map as it were. But we, of course, have that information, and Paris don't. So I think Heretics right now just playing a very solid game.
It's a very solid game, very solid series. A minute 15, and it all comes to a close. Here we go, Paris. A big run, an opportunity to be. Sib is in position. 7 and 23 Wonder might just be able to get a goal over the line and get it back to all square. There we go. It's in. Neptune sees it through. The kills are still good. Back to the middle of the map we now go with less than a minute to play.
Yeah, and Trake's in that situation just late to the party. Again, Heretics spread out on defense, so if Paris just group up together, they'll have way more success on their attacks. We know with the minimap, they don't. It's tough to actually figure out, but hey, you get 2 kills in the feed. Now for Paris, well, eyes on number 3. They're finding all these extra area kills. I think a hiding situation for Rancor, though, who kills the device guy and stops the entire push in its tracks.
Oh no, the B goal is open. Rancor, he's going for it. Pumps the brakes, wait for the lads. He doesn't know. Here comes the spawners.
Swing it.
Genoates, which way are we going? Through the middle. Neptune lets him slide by. Oh my goodness. Metals. Can't keep it alive. On the cross. Rancor. He's down. He's dead. And with 7 seconds to go, it is one last chance for Paris.
Extra time to work with. Neptune leading the charge through Zig. He's going to have Ghosty going lower window. And he got number 6 pushed out to the top side. You find these kills, that's your open lane. That's where you want to hit it. Or someone got killed. Is that a nade, maybe?
I think it might have been a nade. Ay, Dios mío. Here we go, folks. Who doesn't love a bit of Heretics and overtime? 3-3. What a game of exposure it's been. This attempt from Rancor. Envoy, what a save. Neptune was there.
The Unjinx is back.
The Unjinx is back. Neptune was there as well, just in case. But that was the moment of the match so far. Into overtime we go. First team to score sets the time. You must beat in the second half. Once more, into overload. Here on exposure we go.
Get the nades off the rip as well. See if you can set the pace. Explosions ringing out, but Heretics, they're the aggressors. Trakes has made it down low, and he gets the first blood.
First blood on the Sib, who's the least kills and the most deaths in the game. He's certainly involved. Nice work, Net. Outstanding shots onto the second man, but not enough for the kill. Envoy here in position to stop the Heretics play. Have they read him? Watching out for the spawners now. The jostle there for mid-map. Still underway. No one with a clear-cut advantage.
Bears have all the corners. Except for that one, Super ends up winning the corner fight. Well, Envoy wins his. Still a bit of a scattered push for both of these teams. Heretics have the extra man, instant trades, and Sib, good to give you 2. So Paris now we're going to have just a little bit more pressure on the map. Ghosty picking it up straight away.
Big pickup. Trying to reset. Here come the numbers. Reinforcements forward. That's the coverage you're looking for. Sib opens up the right lane. You've got a man in position. Neptune catches a man with his knife out. The race is on now for B. Trying to get this done as fast as possible. Metal's trying to stop it. He's gone wide. He's gone wrong. And it's 1 minute and 12 seconds. The Heretics have to beat.
Quick and clean stuff there as well. Ghosty, the moment he grabbed the device, Neptune snaps into position and hits low dirt. His teammates wins the gunfight over towards the rock, and then Neptune ends up taking the perfect route. Catches the one Heretics player sprinting who would have been able to slow this thing down, and as soon as Neptune gets that kill, all but seals that capture. So I know Sib very much struggling in this game, but his two-piece in the mid-cut really set off that sequence to help his team out. That is solid stuff. For Heretics, what, 1 minute 12, I believe, in that ballpark to work with? It's a respectable amount of time.
It is, and in this game mode, it's a long time. Here we go. The whistle has blown. Last half. Heretics, if you score now, the series is over. A nice opener. Is this enough to force them forward? Looking for another here. The gunfights are finished, and it's another two-piece from Sib.
That's a dagger two-piece as well. I mean,
oh, that's great.
Plus, you can do whatever you want.
Run it. Grab that bad boy, get it forward, looking towards the B goal. Envoy lead blocker yet again. Drake's hot on the heels of the EMP. Neptune watching the pinch, doesn't get anything done. The run is on, the run is good, and it might be another. It is not. What a save by Drake's.
And Metals is already pushed up on the flip side. If Metals gets 1, maybe 2 kills here, that would be golden. Well, great damage, no kills. 25 seconds left. Heretics have to force this.
Be in position as well, trying to save this. And Trakes, he's holding it down with a pistol. Coverage not there. You've still got men downstairs. Rencor, can you get forward? Someone's got to pick that bad boy up. The clock is ticking. It might be on Metals to find the grab, find the kills as well. He's gone high. He's gone down. Trakes getting desperate. And that's it, folks. Throw the towel in. We go to Sake. We go to a map 4. The Paris Channel makes survive.
Yeah, and if you look at that scoreboard, you would have no idea that it was on Zuma Watch for a moment there. From 5 and 17 to not like 20 and 29 is great, but that is just the indication that in the overtime, maybe towards the latter half of that second half, Sid did start to figure it out, started to take over, and his M15 truly bringing out on the map. So very solid turnaround from him. Paris really starting to calibrate some of their routes on this map as well. Exposure, again, just to backtrap, I think a map where VOD review, honestly, really important just to see the types of routes teams are taking defensively from either side. But tip it to Dante, somehow top damage in the lobby with the start that he had. So that means the damage was always good. And in the overtime, started finding every single kill.
Yeah, Ghosty's hat trick as well. Congratulations. Oh boy, what a sweat fest that was. I mean, we were given a lot of flack Sib's way, but 1827 under 3k damage. I mean, technically Rencor was the weak link in that match. Highlights, folks. I don't know where the hell we start with this one. What a brilliant game. Overtime comes to a close with 1 minute and 12 being the record the Genomates had to get, and they nailed it. Brilliant stuff. Well, that is that. A lifeline in the series and the possibility for a comeback here. Well, the Heretics still have the magic in the tank. Can they close out a Sake? Just keep an eye on that Sib stat. 6-22 is going to change quite a lot over the next few moments.
Yeah, finished again 20 and 29, so ends up going triple positive to finish things off. Anytime I wasn't gassing up Envoy, by the way, he was making plays like this. Wins the clutch gunfight, and the guy that makes it to your back plat stops the device carrier. If I remember correctly, I think Envoy had 5 carrier kills in this game. So as long as I wasn't mentioning it, the MVP.
MVP, indeed. What a save here. That was unbelievable work from Trakes. That would have been it, game yet again. But they had another chance, a final attempt. And Envoy undercuts 2 of them. Closes it there for the Heretics. A lifeline here, purchased through blood, sweat, and tears. What toil it took to get here. The Heretics now, a slight sigh, a crack of the neck. That's right, boys. We're going to another hard point. To Sake we go. Fringe for the Game 5. How interesting that will be between these 2 squads. And again, what a series so far to start Sunday off.
And for for me just to be stuck in the past as well. 2 of those routes for Heretics, having the device get dropped top solar. I mean, 2 different scoring opportunities that end up getting stopped because there's no easy way to get back up there once you're pushed up that far. So maybe different routes in the future, or maybe just luck not being on their side. But for Sake, it is not a map about luck. It is a map about skill. It is a map about rotations and spawn manipulation. On any given hill, you could do some devastating things, and teams have been developing these strats as well. I think both Pairs and Heretics have been a fun team to watch.
Absolutely fun teams to watch in their ups and their downs, and seeing them get hit, take those knocks. I'm more interested in the Gentle Mates comeback this season. If they're going to do it, I mean, what a story that will be. This is how map 1 looked like that Colossus. It was like 2 hours ago. It might feel that way for our players. In COD hours or in COD series, it really does feel like a long, long time for them. Ghosty, an air of frustration on his player cam. Rencor as resolute and focused as ever. Going into the Sake now, ladies and gents. Still match point for the Heretics. And again, for the Gentle Mates, good luck, lads.
I really wish he didn't point out the asymmetry of his headset.
I'm telling you, man, Renkor's got one of the most cranked, twisted headsets in COD history. We've seen some bad ones. Maven's during COVID was insane. Renkor's, I mean, that's borderline uncomfortable, right? Surely.
I would have, no. I just, I got nothing. Envoy also wears his headset backwards, so
don't forget.
Psychopaths in the Call of Duty world.
Yeah, that's apparently a real thing. You can honestly just listen to it that way. Your brain will eventually adapt and train it that. You know, his left ear is on his right headset, and vice versa. It's insane. He's wearing it backwards. Preposterous. The man's still shooting, still getting it done. A world champ. Neptune good for his first kill here. We're going to see him dance around Sake just a little bit, trying to stop the onslaught here of the Miami Heretics players towards P1. And oh, Sake, it's a tricky map. So many avenues, easy to get lost.
And Neptune absolutely has. He was so busy trying to watch the bench, but low routes, high routes, whatever happens, it took a long time for Heretics to touch the time, but as Pairs get a 4-man wipe, look at how quickly both Envoy and Neptune snap into position. They're not able to block all the spawns in time, but they get 2, and this is just Neptune's opportunity to break them down on the back line. And while all of this is taking place and Neptune winning these gunfights, yes, he gets dropped, but his teammates just collected a good chunk of the P1 time, and they should be able to win this rotation. That is just reaction time and responding to a 4-man white. Pairs showing us how it's done.
Yeah, you say should. You say should. But Drakes finds 2 in the back. Now Neptune's alone on time. Can he keep this dance going? Looking for the second. Great shots on the fadeaway to make his way outside. And again, the damage is sublime. So now the Parish Mates, you should be able to clean these boys up. Oh, no, you can't. Ghosty trying to get involved. That's going to be the regen complete. Oh, the first wave of Paris crashes like rocks on the Heretics.
Yep, they were making great plays, but Drakes just one-up them to kickstart this one. But a 1v1 right now for time. Envoy and loses the gunfight. The trades are quick, and it is a square-up battle through these front doors. Trade Fest getting kicked off, and it'll be medals. And a 1v1 for the time. Neptune delivers. They've kept the pressure up.
Great shots. Nice work. Nep still dancing. I mean, this is endless contest time. There's not a lot being taken away from this P2. Serious battle. The game clock being eaten away more than anything there. Over to P3, the dreaded P3, the other side of the map, far left-hand side. If you've played Ranked, you know what this one's all about. And a sneaky Metals has made his way in towards the parking lot, to the driveway. Can he make entry now alongside Super? Here we go.
Well, you get the first blood, and he just wants to block those spawns, but they're getting all the kills, so now he collapses. Adam, 3 defeat, make it all 4, and how good is that? Perfect 4-man wipe, and once again, you get a 4-man wipe, you need to take some space. The Heretics players snap into position.
Take some space. I mean, Super is on a 4 spree in the middle of the map. Lovely work. Metals. Saw a barrel. Saw a ghosty. Looking for the next. What a hold so far from the Heretics. Haven't counted for Envoy, who's made his way through the back. And he's broken it. 20 to go here. This is massive time.
Yeah, this is a battle right now on Sake as well. Even with that map pressure and presence from Heretics, Pairs able to sort of stabilize and take their time. So we're testing different skills on these hills for both of these teams. And right now we're playing some A+ Call of Duty.
A+, you hear that, guys? You made Teach proud. Metals and Drakes cutting them down, cutting through. their Parisian opponents. Another 1v1 win as the Paris Genomates completely disconnected on their attack to P4.
And if you play this map in ranked, look at the route that Neptune is currently taking. There's 47 seconds left on this P4 hill, and he's making sure to take the deep route because banging through the front is a nightmare. So 3 players on Paris trying to isolate this, and Neptune on the pinch for the moment has not been read.
Not read at all. Not read at all. This is all good time. There's the first kill. Nep cutting in. Heretics now easily set up for this, and Rencor is going to be good for it as he throws himself to death. Good hold out of the Heretics. A war on 2 fronts won.
Yeah, and I think maybe you want to get that timing just a little bit better there, but that is a deep route from Neptune, who in turn team kills. You will still want the right side of the map, though, for this P5, so ultimately the flip is a good thing in the long term, but the best tale for either team so far, Heretics have built a very sizable lead.
Sizable lead, but again, that can evaporate quite quickly here on Sake. These powerful vapors, those metals, yeah, vaporizes, absolutely. Good luck, lads. Rencor now on the pinch. Nice work, 3 dead, right off the rip. Big 2 out of Sib. Straight to time. Brilliant work on the next. Sib cooking here on a 4.
Yeah, I think I'm on team. I want to see Sib with the M15 over the MPC at least the majority of the time. Certainly not every hill, but his production with that gun this series so far has been a spectacle, and Neptune still on demon time.
Damn, demon time, or as we call them in Japan, Oni. And this is looking demonic. Jedel makes a 5 out of Neptune. You finally end the Sib run. Metals, nice nades. Ghosty getting it done from time. Oof. Metals on it. Neptune 6, 7, closed out. Brilliant stuff. But again, you need the hard point. And Envoy there for good too. Nice work. Give me the scrap. Rotate to new. Come on, boys. You still got this.
Neptune treats the NPC like a sniper. Mine does not shoot like that. Those are not easy shots to hit at range, but build different right now. So Nep's got the hot hand as Ghosty is the hill time. Well, he got number 4 Metals on the pitch. He's good for 2, and Sid, last man standing, loses it. That is a 4-man wipe. And now you get to watch Heretics jump and attack these spawns.
They're flying, sending it. Keeping them pinned in, causing damage. And again, the Paris Genomates, they are still fighting. They are still swinging. There is but life in these warriors' veins. Let's hear the battle cries of the Paris Genomates.
I mean, nice one left trip. It's good. One Zig. Zig on me, Tricks. Kind of weak. And it's Zig Tricks. We're going to shout on our cat. Small killer cat. We got to just super P5. Gotta get cat. We have P5 control. P5 super dead. Nice. Once we get ticket, Rancor's one. Ticket, son. I'm going cat. We gotta go cat. Ticket, dead. I'm on new. Heard you. No, one's P5. Yeah, let's get P5. It's super spawn rocks. I don't see him on oath, not peeking. Oh no, metal's dead. Nice, I'm good. I'm playing rocks. I'm out rocks. Only 2 by new, guys. I'm with you, truck. I'll be out of Easy. He's weak on the truck. On the truck, that pinch our Trakes. He's going ticket. Heard you. I'm making sure. Yo, destroy trophy. Front time, super. I'm looking ticket. I'm with you, short. Every ticket. Still top ticket. Top ticket. Top ticket. Short one shot. Nice, top time, the back time. Absolute super. Last guy's shot, yeah. There's 20 in the back then. Got her, I think. Yeah, just ball time. Dead. One shot. I stopped shooting. Dead. Nice. I'm in here. Top and back. One shot back door. One top window still. He's forklift now. Go, ticket. One shot. Nice. 2 on top ticket. I'm trying short. Boxes. One shot. Stop shooting. And front door challenge. I grew up on ticket. Boxes. Front. Dead. One more front door. Front door. Rancor. What that? You guys play that. Metals, last guy. Here, I'm putting Zig. I have mid. 2 on old then. 2 on old. I can get mid. Yep. All right. Nice. I'm on the right. I hear. Ticket weak. I'm gonna spawn on. I have time. I have the bad time.
And the only real battle cry we heard there, I mean, Envoy still providing tons of information in those comms.
And last week in an interview, Ghosty talked about how they want to have, he told us directly, if you do a listen at the start of the series compared to the end, they're trying to bring the same energy in. The listening we had on Colossus was absolutely menacing for Paris. I think Envoy's the only guy that sounds the same, so doing what he can on that side is Paris doing what they can here on P3, trying to call themselves out of a 60-point hole.
Keep crawling, boys. You are going through hell. Keep going. Keep going. Sip, good cleanup on the back. Lying asleep on the stairs. It's not comfortable, but it's certainly worked out. Big 3 now from Ghosty. Keeping that left lane locked down. Over to the bridge now, the push out for the final 15 seconds on that rotation, and perfect timing to keep those members of the Miami Heretics out of the fight as long as possible. 2 left, 2 on the right most likely. Oh no, full 3 left. So again, can you identify the spawns and get in the fight?
The first kill matters so much, and Ghosty's going to give it to you, so that's going to kick off the spawn sequence. Number 4 is making the move. Super's going to spawn to the back, and Heretics have 2 players there, but they don't win any of these gunfights. Ghosty kicks it off. His teammates are in the time.
His teammates are in time. And now towards the right-hand side. Everyone on the back, guns should be at the ready here, and Envoy still trying to provide that suppression, still trying to provide it, and staying alive as well. Keeping this play good. 2-2 split here for the Heretics on the break, trying to get involved, and Envoy still is eating lead. Trakes finally gets out there in the kill. He's got an M15 on the contest. Trakes finds another. Sib down, and here we go. Rencor brought to the fight, and the Heretics have battled their way in. Still trying to hold it together. Super and Metals down, and the Paris Gentlemakes hold.
And they're about to take the lead for the first time in a long time. Again, this is maybe a 70 or 80 point deficit that they had. And look at them now. They have the lead, and they might just have that rotation to Envoy, the first guy around, and Sib is here for the follow-up.
Still here. Envoy set up. Find the milk class. Oh, good shots. Sib. Good work again with the M15, keeping those players at bay. The 200-point mark has been crossed. Heretics have been stunned since the sands of the Zen Garden. And now to Barrels. Wicked work from Super on the attack forward. Ghosty's trying to catch whatever he can in mid, but not a soul here. Metals on the flank gets one. To the time we now go. Go on, Trakes. On the break. No! Neptune shuts it down. Neptune down. Super now on the break. It is back and forth here on Sake.
Racing forward to get the kills, but can't quite connect. Ghosty wins a big one, but Rancor there for the trade. And, well, it looks like Heretics trying to give you a little bit extra. Still a mixing minimap, and the trade's on point, and the sneaky Trakes down low gets to be the cutoff man. Heretics, well, final 20 seconds to go. If they get it all, it'll be a tied-up game going into noon.
P1 has treated the Heretics very well here. They know the bartender. He's given them all the good recommendations. And they're tipping nicely. Oh, the knife not going to work out. Here we go, folks. Final few seconds. Can the Gentlemates pull the victory away from the Heretics and force the game 5? This is it.
Oh, man, Neptune is devastating on the back line, and Sib just had the perfect spot to get that intel. So Paris doing everything right at the start of this P1.
Still looking for the next kills. Ghosty shuts down the side door. Rencor now through the window. Fantastic work from Envoy. The nades over the top now good, and Ghosty finds his 3rd in a row, and we're looking at a game 5, boys and girls. We can smell it. It's that high quality premium sake. We're enjoying ourselves at time, but wait, a sign of life yet. Ghosty holding it. Sib with the covering fire. It's not over yet.
It's going to be an absolute desperation effort. Ghosty trying to be the stamp on the game as well. Goes on a 5 spree. Sequence of trades. And, well, Neptune, why not cap it off? 36 kills, dominant in the lobby. Nobody was close.
Here we go. Game 5. And that is a very frustrating turn of events for the Miami Heretics. Boys, it was looking sick. It was looking nice. Neptune takes the weights off, and now we are flying. Again, there is still an air of, I don't know, sort of trepidation there from the Paris Gentlemates. Even with a victory like this, they don't look as happy as you feel like they should be. The listening there was telling. They managed to close it out in the end, 250-208. And again, unbelievable production in the kills department there from Neptune. 36 and 23, 28 of those being non-traded. The rest of the squad all pulling their weight. Strong work on Sake. Woo, baby! Game 5. Je 5, I think it is. Game 5, we'll find out. I'll check Google. Don't worry, guys. Game flow, here we go.
Well, this is going to be the name of it as well. Paris just making that meteoric comeback. It all started on that secondary P2 as well. Well, the P3 after it, that's where they're down by the 60 points. String together a nice full 60 and get right back in the game and flatline Heretics in the last 4 or 5 hills. Devastating stuff, and maybe Rock Lee is going to be the guy to pay attention to for the map 5.
He knows, guys. He knows. Look at the double flatline there. That is very, very shocking. That's 2 hard points where the Heretics got 0 and 1 second out of it. Well, well, well. Fringe, search, and destroy. 2 maps in a row for both of our squads. We will see how this goes. I have no idea what to expect here, ladies and gentlemen. Excited to see 2 superb squads go at it here and search and destroy after the break, boys and girls. The Paris Gentlemates, the Miami Heretics, Game 5. Don't miss it.
3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month.
In our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone Nubu Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone. Oh my God. Both players are at a standstill, right next to each other, and they spot each other. Sketch trying to get the nose. Yeah! He wins it!
You're a child! You're a child! You're a child!
God! You gotta be kidding me!
Yes!
W's in a tap for Sketch. W's.
Obviously having a big performance there over at that Train Hill. This guy is looking to finally really pick it up. He's had a few slower maps, but I guess he's finally caught his bearings. Now 16-9 and forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of their face, and that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6? It's 6 for Capsidal. He is woken up and erupting right now on the Subliners. Make it 8 in a row.
Welcome to the Esports Report. On this week's show, we cover the current COD League standings.
Yeah, got me. Don't even worry about it. Got these guys on.
So go next.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Did you go next?
Just go next. Just go next.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, we gotta laugh that one off, boys. Oh,
Yeah, we got that one off.
I'm bad.
We gotta laugh that one off.
And for the first time this season, the Miami Heretics take on the Paris Gentlemates in a game 5. They've always gone to 4. Always been that way, Chance. Uncharted terrain now. Are we lost? What do we do?
I mean, you know, you try to look for the light and you just keep walking towards it, Miles. Don't let it be fooled. Always seek that out. And in this one, though, neither team in the Map 5s this year has been particularly dominant. Keep in mind, some of these Map 5s are against some of the best teams in the game. So 4-5 and a 3-3. It might not look like anything crazy, but both of these teams can bring the goods in S&D. And for Paris especially, sort of their main focal point, at least throughout this stage, it's where they've seemed to have tumbled. We already know Heretics always like to deliver, especially online, so I'm expecting this to be a heavy-hitting matchup.
If you're following the light or if you're following your nose, word to Gandalf, keep going. Look for that win. Look for the opportunity now. And if you are the Heretics or if you're the Paris Gentlemates on a map like Fringe, force the initiative, force the play. Take control and do what you want to do on the map. Those rebounds in the mid-round adjustments are important. For those opening hits here on Fringe, so important. Here we go, folks. We're doing a lot more than touching grass in this series. We're kicking ass, starting things off. Heretics on attack.
Say, Kentucky Bluegrass, we're in the mountains. We're also banging out. And that, I mean, instant. Guess who had more players for the fight? It's Paris already in a 4v2.
And you're trying super to pull it back. Ghosty's not going to check. He's not going to dive that way, is he? Watch out for the feet. Watch out for the twinkle toes. Super. I loved the pre-aim there. You're hoping for an aggressive hit here. Heretics trying to pull something back. It's not going to be an easy thing to do here. This is a patient Paris.
It's also bombed down in the worst place for a guy with an M15 and a sniper.
Yeah, he's going for it, though. Ghosty was dancing, dodging snipes. Neptune can't dodge it. 2v2. MPC. Super. What a pull this has been. An unfortunate move, and I'm not sure what the 100% game plan was there, but it doesn't matter. It's a 1v1. An Envoy. A flank and a shoulder spotted Rencor. Spidey senses. Nothing has tingled as of yet. Envoy. One more bullet is all that's needed. Rencor lives. The Gentlemates have time on their side as well.
Dude, Envoy's too smart for this. What a play. I think Rencor played that perfectly, and Envoy is literally just built different. Dylan Hannon, so smart.
A world champion. A cerebral assassin. Kudos to the Heretics. They willed their way back from that early two-man deficit.
Miles, if you remember LAT yesterday, when Craze clutched that 1v3, Scrap with a little bit of time on the clock, ran the bomb out over towards A, but for Craze, that's just an easy thing to go check it. I feel like Rencor downloaded the patch notes and said, I'm one shot. He's going to expect me to go towards A now. Let me play the corner and read it. But Envoy, again, quite literally one of the smartest Call of Duty players of all time. Just the double rewrap coming through. The first one might be a little bit predictable, but for Rencor it wasn't, and the second one is just so annoying.
So annoying. Well, you show your hand here on stream in front of the world. Surely you don't get to pull that trick off twice. Well, we're close. Neptune just caught. And that's a sore first blood. And watch Envoy work here again. We're hoping for someone to show a little too much, and neither team willing to give it all up. Heretics with a very slow crawl, one step at a time, through the middle of the map, and Sib threads the needle onto Trakes. What a snap! Bomb down. Sib, swing and a miss. Last man, 1v3. What a collapse. Heretics take over.
Oh, man, unlucky. And, you know, if you want to circle back to mentioning how good Neptune's shots were at long range with the MPC on Sake, Envoy also hit some nice shots, but that is not an easy gun to control at range. So a good attempt there for the 3v4. Civ certainly hits a wicked one, but when all is said and done, if Super is alive in S&D, you have high expectations for them to win the round.
A couple of very different looks thus far. I think both teams are more interested in the A-bomb site plant, but how the round wills it, you never know. Super once again, sniper in hand. Will Nep get first blooded again here? If that shoulder is thrown, you are dead, bruv. Oh! Close, no super. Great stun. Gonna get Sib out of here. We're gonna worry about that mid-map pressure. Nice, we're gonna smokes. No one's hitting those wall hops to just check this courtyard. Drake's definitely heard the trophy. And after that smoke clears Envoy, yeah, eyes on one. A free and easy kill, and the second just as simple. Envoy, great round. Woo! Great. No sweat whatsoever, 2v1.
1v3 attempt here for Rencor. Has to go collect the bomb, and again, he is an M15, and these will be close quarters fights. Ghosty and Sib getting together.
Now, arguably, they both have M15s as well. Ghosty spots it. I love this nade. Oh! Was it M15 I was talking about? I think I meant VS Recon. Damn, good shot.
And Envoy basically single-handedly wins you that round. His teammates follow up with the appropriate execution, and Rencor, no time there to survive. Bad situation, but for Envoy, just good trigger discipline, and Trake's, well, probably going to check that close corner just for the intel, but that smoke of a distraction ends up hurting them more than it helped them.
2-1 in game 5. It's going to be a 3-1 split, looking towards the A-bomb site this time. Again, 2-2 here for the Heretics. Split the difference and spread the map as evenly as they possibly can.
I don't think Neptune's going to jump in this window until somebody moves up towards Zig, or if his teammates in 10 make some noise, he'll hit the go button.
Yeah, he has no help there. If he starts the fight and doesn't win it instantly, he's definitely dead. Shot from Sib, Metals, double dip, and here we go, makes entry. Stun check, nobody home. Here's the bomb plant. Lovely bounce there by the Paris Gentlemates. I love this out of Rancor. First man on contact, Sib calls out the pair of them, but Super Snipe now being brought through the alleyway onto Net. The damage is sensational, but unable to capitalize on the kills, and it's still Super finding them. Ghosty has the mid doors, has the flank covered, but this 2v2 is getting uncomfortable.
Look at this route from Trakes, too. Yeah, towards the middle of the map, and your back is turned. Trakes might have some freebies. How good are the shots? Good enough for 2. A heads-up play call in an atypical situation. Trakes doing things a little bit different.
Granny's boy from Top Grandmas. Don't know what day Mother's Day is in Argentina. But he's probably sent text, probably sent a message, you never know. Thinking good to hear. That is brilliant work. Trakes, what a splash he has made for the Heretics this season.
I took a play out of Envoy's book. Envoy was playing in 10, by the way, so when the trades were going on in that back alley, Envoy collects one from that back spot and just traps out towards mid. So once you clear out junk, I mean, Trakes knows he has to clear it anyway, so might as well go the entire way through. Heads up gameplay in the post plant.
Another 2-2 defensively. Trakes taking as much space over by Train as he can, but yeah, totally alone here. I mean, this is just a pressure check. No one from the Gentleman's moving. Except for Envoy, playing from inside the courtyard. Sib with the sniper coverage. A tight angle, not working out there for Metals once again. And Super, oh boy, nice nade, and somehow dodges the snipe.
Well, only to even up the odds, though, 3v3. And if we're trying to work this over towards B, Ghosty's still up top red, but they don't have any information. Well, they got it now, up close and personal with the F-15.
Yeah, they're getting in there. He's still getting tagged up from the back, so not a perfect spot to be in now for the Heretics. The Super, there we go. Making mid-map all the safer. Rancor finds 2 in the middle of Main Street. Another cleanup crew arrives.
Overwhelming force, too, man. This is back-to-back rounds where Paris just give up a little bit of space on the map, and Heretics capitalize immediately. Bricks gets left open there from Trakes. He hunts it down, and I think Rancor probably hits some wicked shots. And of course, the nade as well, just to make sure you get these trades. Envoy, I mean, he was dealing with 3 players. Still able to win his one, but I think Rancor ends up popping off in that round.
Yeah, that's a nice pop-off. Kentucky Blue, you said. It smells nice. Advantage Heretics. 3-2 for the Sprees, and Trakes, Rancor, and Envoy eats more of that fragger than he wanted, and Trakes is pushing it. Trakes pushing it. And that's right, lads. You did indeed forget the bomb. Trakes checks Envoy there. He checks him for the bomb for damn good reason. Nobody home. 4 Spree still continues.
You don't want to get sniped, though, so got to be a little bit careful playing back trains. Meanwhile, well, Trakes' teammates do have this A site. We're a long way away from the Hellstorm, but on a 4 spree. Small consideration, and Trakes doing the smart thing, backing down, getting help from his teammates.
Trakes once again. This small room. In this square. Ghosty can't go away with his life. Trakes, the movement, so beautiful. Players are close. Trakes continues. Trakes hungry for it. He sends it forward. Efficient, confident, decisive round from Miami.
And now contemplative here for Paris. Trying to solve this puzzle. They're just being handed problem after problem. Freebie first blood as well is going to be painful. It's a slow mantle, but a quick kill there from Trakes, and obviously it seems like this man played some Black Ops 3 as well, nearly replicating the wall run strats above that door, so showing off the goods.
Well, 4-2. A little bit of separation gained here. It's a 6 spree for Trakes, and it's 0-5 for Ghosty, so a tale of two very different players right now. Trains mid-map, and the pinch watched. Not a lot of movement here from Miami. Hello. Hello, boys. Oh, Renkor's backing up. Here comes the shuffle. Heretics close ranks. They give up everything in order to try to take the fight, but no one's here.
That's a fantastic disappearing act. They were going to get met with nades in a triple chow, so Bears right now playing extremely well in their tack usage on point.
Again, they got to play this courtyard so well. It's going to be a 3v4 if they commit. And no, Heretics have backed up once again. They're giving it up. Ghosty on the jump check by Fence. Got to watch out for Super. He spied him out. Transition towards the A-bomb site now. Trakes has made entry. It's going to be a 1v1 against Sib. One. Trakes finds it. Looking for another. On the spree. Envoy's going to get away with his life, but you still got to consider the bomb plant. Trakes yet again. The bulldozer. Here for the Heretics. 8 spree, streaked out, and his teammates are getting involved as well. A disgusting round from Miami. Match point.
And listen. I mean, do I want to be the one to say it? I guess this is what I get paid for. I mean, S&D has been a really big problem for pairs throughout this stage, and Sid for quite some time. I think he's improved on it a bit, but he's had one of the worst S&D KDs, and he just wraps all the way back in full send it into dubs with no information rolling through. When you know Heretics were already wrapping back, like you're worried about super sniping the middle of the map, let alone the fact that you could have all the pressure in the world. I mean, Sib just not valuing his life in the slightest costed his team there in that round.
Not at all. Not at all. 8 spree, Trakes. 8. Hellstorm definitely makes the B-bomb site a pain in the arse, and we're about to find out. We're trying to close it out here. Close him in. Here comes the move from Miami, and Super, he barely had to move an inch. Instant kill on the Sib top grannies.
Yeah, tough first blood. Now Neptune and Junk isolated, caught out, wall bang, Rancor for 2. And Heretics with the emphatic stamp on the round. Gonna finish 2-3 in this split. Continue their S&D destruction. A little bit of that Vamos love before Atlanta.
Nah. Can we please see the final kill cam, please? Super. What was that, my boy? Ay, Dios mío! It's okay, it was disgusting. We have it. It's disgusting. It was disgusting. Damn, son. Well, Miami, GG's. Gentlemates, that search and destroy was not it. Ghosty on a donut. Definitely hit the 007 there. Here we go. Ghosty picks up the snipe. Oh, baby. And like that, the Gentlemates are gone. Super 9-3. Trakes 9-3 on the 8 spree as well. Under the coverage of the Hellstorm, slammed them. 6-2, final score there in the 5th.
Yep, Ghosty a protege of Octane, so not ideal there. Not sure how often James Bond was rocking the sniper rifle, but certainly ended his life there in that final round. And for Paris Gentlemates, in my mind, maybe the worst, or one of the worst things we just saw from this series was the player cams after the loss. Not a single word being spoken. That did not look like a good vibe from the camp. And keep in mind for this Paris Gentlemates team, it's not just about Atlanta. We got an event going over to Paris as well for a fan base that is extraordinarily crazy. This is a team that I think is going to be feeling a ton of pressure come Friday.
Pressure, Desk. What do you think?
I think we have a new Pick'ems champion.
Oh yeah, come on, crown me there. Yep.
The year's not even over.
No, I'm not giving this lead away.
He's wearing the new crown. Congratulations on the Heretics pick. Trakes, you said though, is that guy.
100%.
He is a superstar. As we take a look at some of the highlights here, what makes this Argentinian so special?
Bro, Trakes is ridiculous, and I know a lot of you guys watch this map. You see Trakes running around finding these kills. You're like, oh, he's this cracked SMG. But it's the way that he's doing it. He is getting so much information from
for his team, and his intuition is next level. Like, there's so many rounds, like, okay, we're wrapping over towards A. I'm going to clear this back alley and back this guy all the way up, and then I'm going to go into the bottom. They're probably going to be trying to pinch or get a different angle, so I'm going to check that as well. He clears all the ground. Like, he has such a good instinct for where players are going to be and when they are going to challenge. You know, his anticipation was a skill that we used to praise people for back in the day. You know, Scump being one of the guys with one of the greatest anticipation that we've ever seen. Yeah. Trakes has traits like that, right? Where he just knows where people are going to be at. And this round in particular, probably the most impressive, peaks all of them trains, gives it up slightly to make it think like, okay, I'm rotating. Then they start to get aggressive. Well, he repositions mid, and he finds a slippery guy mid for the free kill. And at that point, they just won the round. It's wrapped up all through Trakes. What he does for this team is unbelievable.
It went 1-2 to then 5-2 and eventually 6-2 with the snipe from Super. Ali, a very impressive finish from the Heretics. Are you worried about your gentlemates being mental boomed after that L?
Being mental boomed, yes, but I think they're not really in a different spot than they have been in the past couple of weeks. I mean, that was a banger of a series through. And even like going and watching the maps that they lost the first two, it was like, it was in their hands. You go back to round 11, you're like, why are we all funneling to one? Don't get me started on that one.
Worst play call I've seen in a while.
You go back to the hard point, you know, there's very glaring obviouses of like, oh, Miami's really good at P3s. You guys didn't send enough people here. So like, it's all problems that are very easily identifiable.
I'm losing my vision due to this migraine. So we're going to go to the scuff play of the game, and I'm going to close my eyes while Ant tells me exactly what went down during this Trakes moment.
Yeah, it's a visual aid to what I was talking about. So, you know, this is one of those rounds where he's just, you know, taking over, or I think this is the start of the streak. Yeah, he's taking over trains, finds a huge kill, and then he's baiting them in. Okay, all right, you guys are trains. I'm going to use this time while you push train to get the other guy that's pinching, finds a kill mid, and then he repositions and finds another world star over the fence. Like, he just knows where people are going to be at, and he uses the timings on the map perfectly to go on this 9 streak to close out the game.
I did feel like watching this Fringe, Miami has a really good grasp of just the angles and making sure that they're always close enough to play off of each other, always close enough to help each other the second something's in comms, and that's going to be something really difficult to play up against as we head into Major next week with this in the map pool.
So big picture, Miami is now going to finish as like one of those third teams in a pool. Second place probably finish for Gentlemates with a 3-2 record. Yeah. They're no longer going to have the top seed. So are we giving the top seeds to LA Thieves and Koi? Koi's still in business later tonight.
Yeah, they got C9. Koi probably wrapped that one up pretty easy, put themselves in a good spot. And yeah, LA Thieves, I think they're 3-1. They have the loss to Carolina.
Yeah,
so yeah, they'll round out our top seeds.
All right, so the standings are still to come. We'll also have a Monster Winner Spotlight with a Miami Heretic member. If you were to crown an MVP on the day, I know Trakes had a big game 5. Who is Mr. Consistent across all 5?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the first couple of maps, Rencor had a great performance, especially that map number 1. So, yeah, I mean, I'd probably give it to Trakes because Game 5 is all that matters, realistically, and he took over in Game 5.
My MVP goes by the name of Metals, and he joins us in the Monster Winner Spotlight. Metals, I used to call you the X Factor, the guy who could light fire and just absolutely burn down opponents. Your whole team seems to be catching fire, but also sizzling out in matches like G2s. What happened in the win today against the Gentlemates? How did you walk away with this finish?
I mean, we just came out hot today. Like the last matches, we weren't like ourselves, but we have been like practicing really good, and it showed up today. So, yeah.
Yeah, Metals, your guys' game is trending. It looks really good. And you guys figured out your overload to start this stage. It's been, you know, pretty solid, but it's gotten away from you the last couple series. What needs to be cleaned up there to make this long run at DreamHack Atlanta?
I think we have to pick up like the correct lane sometimes, because sometimes we like sprint forward, but besides that, I think we're like good on the overload.
How do you balance that? Because I remember talking to you guys after the minor, and you said, or it was Super, and he was like, we don't have set rules defensively. We kind of just take space. But in games like this, where you're playing another very quality opponent, those rounds and those situations can get away from you a bit. So how do you balance like playing aggressive, but also like getting together and helping each other?
Well, we realized that what Super said didn't work at the beginning, so we have put some rules now. Yeah. And now we are applying it. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Metals, I think the most impressive thing for me this entire split has been y'all's search and destroy. I mean, it is impeccable, and we got to see it in this series. I want to ask you about Plaza a little bit here. Is there a little bit of a lightness to playing that map just because of the way it has to play out, the bang outs, you know, the strats? Is there maybe a little bit of load of pressure playing a map like that?
I mean, I think the map suits us really well. I will say that we're a team that loves to challenge the other team. So
right.
having a map that it's like banging all the time the same bomb, it's like good for us. So we love Plaza, yeah.
Excited to see you next week in Atlanta, man. Congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you. See you in Atlanta, guys.
That's your Monster Winner Spotlight. We will see him at Major 3 as Miami is now done. We still have 2 matches left on the day, though. When we come back, we say hello to the Thieves, our Minor 1 champs, taking on a squad that just upset the Heretics. It's G2.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now. Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Look what we have here. I'm the only one in this call with 0 rings. We're not going to talk about it.
Two of them. They're all there. I'm pushing you. Behind you. Oh, no. Yeah, I knew you were so screwed.
I thought I had that, guys.
One's got front door, you guys. Front door. Hold front. Back door. One shot. Back. And inside calls game. Come on, baby! That's what.
Oh my God, what a play.
Coming in from old time, and I love this. Well, now shots
Carry this. Yeah, what a play. He should let one walk past.
Right?
Yep.
Here comes the first.
Free 2-piece. Great play.
That is
free. Gorgeous.
And we get
is that gonna flip spawns? Yo, that was beautiful by
the Falcons, and Optic are starting to figure it out.
And you know what? That ain't gonna show up on the scoreboard. But what a play.
You stay L-triggered, Merc's there for
just
2.
broke the hill basically
there for the
by himself.
Kill.
This is perfect. Just funnel them green. We have this grandma rotation. 10 seconds left.
I think it's certainly
right now.
Oh my God, here we go. They got the stack. Second tick is done. FaZe trying to go. It's moving so quickly. Can they get in and contest? They're soaring through. It's just about done. The contest is in. Shotzzy kills everybody in front of him, but FaZe are able to get in. Getting a point, man. Here we go. Gotta hold with no respawns. They're holding for now. They win 1. Nobody left. FaZe hold with no respawns remaining.
I'm a big stepper when I walk, money maker when I talk. Another boys on a mission, never put them in a box. Clawing to the top, jaws open while they watch. Yeah, I'm getting to the chicken, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the life of the party, know it's going down. If they wanna talk about me, I'ma tell them how. I'ma tell them. Everybody wanna be like me, fast lane, steady whipping 2 doors off speed. Everybody wanna be like me, but that's something that they never gonna be.
G2 Minnesota, always a threat, but not on the podium in the last few years. They're looking to climb there at some point in Black Ops 7, and today You're taking on a squad that is quickly arising. You have an LA Thieves team that has beaten you 3 times already. It's a 9-1 map count. In your KD, a .82 versus a 1.18 from Thieves. So let's start with G2. What's been looking good lately? Because the numbers do not look good coming into this
What's been looking good lately is a tough question.
Wait, I got one.
Because they just lost to Boston.
All right,
and they lost 2 S&Ds. So what do you think? Go ahead. What's been looking good?
I was going to say their Overload's looking a little bit better right now. They're coming off of 2 Overload wins when they were on like a 4-loss spree. So like their respawn isn't that bad. I mean, you do look at that Boston series and you're like, they did lose the map 1, but it was by like 3 points. Then they go to the map 4 and they almost 100-point close.
Moral victories out of a Boston loss is crazy.
No, I'm not moral victorying. I'm just saying, you know, you actually have said this before. Sometimes when you start trending better in a specific direction, you're going to lose some ground in other areas. G2 in that Boston series clearly felt like they lost some ground in Search and Destroy. But it also could have just been a bad day.
But where I'm looking for improvement of this G2 team is on the new maps. I mean, you're talking about a team that in the 3 new S&Ds, Fringe, Grid, and Plaza, 0-1. So they only played 1 Fringe. And you talk about the new hardpoints, Sock and Gridlock combined 0-3. So how are we going to make a deep run into a tournament if we're not even playing the new maps, let alone winning them at all? So, yeah, problems on the side of G2. It just seems like they're desperate for points and haven't played many of the new ones.
All right, G2 still looking for points. Meanwhile, you have Thieves looking for a trophy at Major 3. Are they in position to do so after adding Neum after Major 1?
We thought so until they ran into the Carolina Royal Ravens. And honestly, a testament to Carolina, they looked fantastic in that series.
They did.
So, like, it's really not a knock too much on LA.
Okay.
But it is still like, okay, you're not in dominance mode just yet. Like, we have other teams, Optic Texas, that are going perfect, and you're falling to a team like Carolina online. So that causes some worry, but generally, before that, their Search and Destroy looked incredible. You could tell the work that they had put into that specific game mode, and their respawn has been strong regardless. And you obviously are getting a lot more participation out of Abizi with this new meta, and so they look like a team that will contend for a Sunday next week.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Ali just said. I mean, really in the series we just saw, they lost 2 S&Ds, fell back into old bad habits a little bit, and they're playing Raid a lot now because they want to expand their map pool for the Major. They're 1-4 on the map. Has been a map that they've liked. They're going to have it again here, so clearly testing that. I think the one thing that they probably liked back from yesterday's series was the Colossus. You know, that's a map that they have liked, and, you know, as of late, Carolina have become one of the better Colossus teams that we have in the league. So for LA, I don't think that series loss was that bad.
Let's take a look at our standings here as we head into Major 3. Just 2 matches remain. And you can see the teams lit up will be involved. This is G2 currently in 11th with an opportunity to go up to 10th place. And of course, you have Cloud9 still in the mix. We're looking to make a 3-way tie at 1-4 if things go wrong.
Yeah, I don't think Cloud9 are beating Toronto, but there is a world.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't even think if G2 win this, they move up because they lose the head-to-head to Boston, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, the big thing for
they can't really move right now.
They'd have another win, though, so yes, they would. The biggest thing for G2 is they need points, though. I mean, they're still on that bubble with all those teams, right? It could come down to it when we get to the end of stage 4. All these matches are important, and you want to have some, you know, some hype going into the majors. So this is a huge matchup against a team that is definitely contending for championship.
Vibes are so high on this side of LA, though. Jesus, you see those player games?
Yeah,
they are giggling and kicking their feet. That's crazy.
Meanwhile, we've got our maps and modes. Gridlock, Raid, Exposure, your first 3. We'll close it out with Colossus, Hardpoint, and Gridlock Search for a game number 5. With Scar and Sake banned out, who has the advantage on Gridlock and Colossus Hardpoint?
I mean, Thieves are going to like this layout. I mean, aside from the Raid, which they're obviously testing. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to lean towards Thieves when you talk about the 9-1 map count they have against them. But the biggest thing on the side of G2 is in this particular series, Estriel has been nothing. I mean, a .75 across the 3 series that they've had. His game has been trending. If you're looking for positives, he has to play well today, and they might have a better shot.
We have a new pick'em leader on the season as the returning champion from 2025, though I would like to go first and say LA.
Yeah, me too. LA.
Yeah, la. I'm guessing.
Does this work? Is this, yeah.
All righty, it's all locked in. Last time we all went LA, Carolina Royal Ravens handed them a loss. On the mic, we've got Miles and Chance. And Miles, I gotta go, but I just gotta say, Godspeed, best of luck. We'll miss you in Atlanta, buddy.
Thanks, man. See you soon. See you on the other side, Chris. He's going to the bathroom for a week. That's what's going on there. Okay, folks, time to get into Gridlock. Not to be confused with Grimlock, who is the leader of the Dinobots. Very important distinction we're going to make early on in this matchup, friends. Surely chance LA Thieves don't throw 2 series back to back, right?
Thank God you clarified that, Miles. And I don't know about throw. I think, you know, Des brought up some good points about, you know, trying some new maps, Raid, at 14 years old. So getting new maps and mix and getting repetitions on them, right? I think LAT have been spamming a little bit of Gridlock. They've been spamming a little bit of Raid. So really trying to develop their game as much as they can. I think Gridlock has been, what's the phrasing? Maybe not necessarily the most interesting map we've had since we saw it in Black Ops 4, but it definitely has an extremely unique dynamic amongst all the hardpoint maps where every rotation is incredibly important. I think P2 especially has really been a big signal of, like, you need to get there first. The spawns can be tricky. And also going to be watching these pinches. Skies, right now, on point.
Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Hydra's about to fly around that corner. And get schmacked. Didn't see that coming. Well played, G2. This is a wicked start for a team that's 2-0. Okay, Abizi's back, and that's your hard point.
Yeah, immediate bounce back. Didn't even have to use nades too much to get that back through. Just a nice execution, but we are already starting this P2 fight. G2, they're chalking up all this time just to win this rotation, and I mean, that is your sort of key to success. It's going to be an absolute standoff battle to make it happen. Neum kicks it off with some wicked shots, and you got Abizi hunting players down in the back line. He got first blooded on the map and then converted it back into a 5 spree. So Abizi might get streaked out if he can collect this time, and LAT looking to run it up on B2.
Yeah, it's a nice 5. It's a nice hold. We'll check in with Abizi in a second and see how those streak accumulation is going. Meanwhile, Scrap finding those kills. It's going to be the right-hand side of the minimap with the pinches on. Abe so close, yet so far. Take it all back. He's just taken care of Krem, and that is the Hellstorm in a 20-point lead.
And Scrap is on point there as well, winning 2 different gunfights to watch the pitch. So now for LAT, all guns forward. Overwhelmed, though, is Neum and Hydra, 1 HP, but they allow him to live. And, well, the one pump not good enough. The team shot's even better. So G2 Minnesota lose the rotation battle, but then do the more difficult thing, and it is Bully, LA2 through the front. Looks like Estriel's going to lose the time, but for the final 12, you trade that away to win the rotation towards P3. They are currently surrounded.
You make your way to the onsen first. You're able to set yourself up for success. Oh, you only lose one side of the fight. You still have another player to contend with. So 3 to the left, 1 to the right, stuck in the middle with you. Skies keeps his spree alive. Krem's tight corner works out. Whoa, good damage in the next. Skies now still trying to go. Contest done for a second. You know exactly where the thieves are coming from, but Abizi has played his flank so slowly and so patiently, he might be able to get involved too. Here we go. Abe down, 2 on a time. The battle continues.
Yeah, heads-up gameplay, though, from Abizi, just to force those spawns to be a little bit further out. So allowing his team to fight. Still going to be an absolute dogfight on the time, though. Skies is good for 2, and Skies rocking the NPC on it as well. So an interesting attempt there for the setup for LAT, but ultimately G2 able to battle back, full man wipe. 15 seconds left on this time. The rotation, it looks like G2 gonna stay ahead of the game. Less Scrap can fend the ball off.
Teaser Skies, Bueno kicking ass. That spree's still good. Holding them down. You've got the lead now, G2. Skies on a 5 spree. Good stuff, mate. Oh, boy, another from Mamba there. His NPC starting to get going. Skies to mid. It's a 6. It's... No need. Krem picks it up. Good shot. Skies gets a Hellstorm of his own.
Yeah, great trades as well. So the teamwork on form, and Sky just looking around like, this gun is easy. I like the NPC. Let me do more of this. And the nade's on point as well. Sky's right now has the vision. How good are those glasses?
He's disgusted. It's 8. And he's seen the next lot. What are you going to do? Got him. Do it. Do it, Bueno. Do it. Hydra. Finally gets the side. Takes care of business. But what a great lead. What a hold. What a lead, G2. Oh, lordy. Estriel and Krem find 2 each, and the hard point's yours yet again.
Yeah, not too shabby. And LAT, when all is said and done, really only had success on P2. Otherwise, G2 Minnesota right now in final form. And if you win this rotation to P1, and this is a map where you do have to rotate towards P1, that means Skies gets to hold on to this Hellstorm. And actually, it's going to be easy to call his in, so maybe a call and response Hellstorm battle here. We'll see how G2 respond. Well, Estrel and Kremp each win their individual gunfights, so this is going to be a problem for LAT from the jump.
There's so many players.
Here comes Skies.
Yeah, here comes right on the volley, off the bounce, and there's a lot more Thieves players, you know, grouped together in the middle of the map. Kremp and Mamba find their respective kills. There's one, so this Hellstorm far more effective. Curves it onto the inside of Showers there, no good. But Hardpoint once again in the hands of G2.
Yeah, this guy's out here playing chess, and he's playing COD. He's doing a lot of things. Multi-talented man. Kremp has a Hellstorm as well in the back pocket because he's been collecting this top 5. Now 6 spree. You expect him to get the trades because when he's in flow state, not too many like him. But Ian shuts him down. Couldn't quite hit the pop-off, but the attempt was there.
Kremp was pissing in mid-map. Lovely work, 13 and 9. Thieves, what happened, guys? We've gone real quiet here on Gridlock. Not to be confused with Grimlock, the leader of the Dinobots. Estriel still holding down the back as G2 have walked their way over to P2 yet again.
See the flowiness from Hydra, by the way. M15 off spawn, because he knows if he's breaking through the front, you want that type of weapon. So, heads up gameplay in that capacity. A 50-point game, so as good as G2 and Ben. LAT still here for the fight, but so is Estriel. It looks like they're going to clean house. So, yeah, instant call in response. Minnesota playing extraordinary Call of Duty.
Estriel gets a Hellstorm as well. You get a Hellstorm. Kremp's got a Hellstorm. Sky's had a Hellstorm. And you know what, Kremp? You might be able to get another one. Why not? 3 dead. Thieves, where are you at? Donde está? Wakoni desu ka? Thieves. Nowhere to be found. On towards the rotation, and you've got 1 man in position. 2 now from G2 on the attack. Hydra should be good for this flank. Uh-oh. He ain't good for nothing. He gets picked up. Oh, boy. We are going back over Showers yet again. And the Onsen... Oh, no. Dios mío, Kremp. Another perfect nade. Slow that player down. On time, Estriel makes it. The kills are good. That's your hard point, G2, yet again.
I mean, GG, go to map 2. You just have so many Hellstorms right now for Minnesota. I don't think there's anything LAT can do to win this game.
This is unbelievable. G2 still rocking. You know what? Let's go over listening with the Thieves and see how it sounds.
I'm about to tell them. I spawned out behind us. We got... Yo, stay alive, stay alive.
They're running at me.
I'm behind Estriel, Ben.
Watch out, me.
One more tower. What's that behind us?
One more here.
These are on old.
I spawned stone here. I'm gonna go through right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and come to you. Yo, start tightening up to each other, bro. Play together. Yeah.
You knew that? Nice, good shit.
I'm staying on left.
Here. Could be ice cream.
I'll see in front. I'm banging into. I'm challenging into. I'm getting top.
Oh, you ain't new. One's going back first. One is going back first.
Yeah, one's going back first. Which one of them?
I'm not going front.
Top ladder.
Yo, bank MVP one.
Top ladder.
I need your back door. Your back door, Mamba. Bank
MVP one. How am I back door? How am I back door?
Wait, ice cream there. Go square.
I'll get top broken. One's gonna be front. Okay?
Let me shoulder your front.
There's only one.
I'm shouldering front.
That's the only guy that's spawned here. Only one. Only one. Back shop. It chops right now. I'm looking back shop.
Heard you. Two front.
I'll see him back shop.
You're nading front door. Nading front door. Got me, Thunder.
I'm more front.
Caesar, one shot at a time. Lure your bullet. Close right corner.
No, he ran out the front door. Went back in.
Yeah, I spawned deep. We need to pay for this. Nice, this one. We have to pay for this.
Now I'm coming back door.
Such your time.
Up top.
Yo, back to the time, Charles.
I've seen enough. Skies is amazing. He's amazing. 24 and 11, just under a minute of hardpoint time. Disgusting.
Yeah, just devastating, man. Once like LAT, maybe he can get momentum for this comeback. He just rips a 3-piece down low with the NPC, and he has been the purveyor of this new SMG. It's still a situation where you got all the Hellstorms in the back pocket, if you even need it, with G2 Minnesota. Certainly do not. Hydra goes on a 5, but he gets shot in the back, and maybe Mama pumped the brakes. Someone's calling it the Hellstorm. It's Estriel's turn.
It's Estriel. Yeah, whose turn is it now? Who got another shot at it? Good Lord. Seems like, what do you mean he has a Hellstorm? What do you mean? Another. What do you mean? It's right, Estriel gives Scrap his 21st to death. Gives Hydra his 22nd. And we may as well close it out here, boys. We are shoulder to shoulder on time. Skies, what a performance he has had on this map. That is all dead. That is game. G2 Minnesota have locked it down on Gridlock.
Bueno and G2 Minnesota might be the most difficult team to predict And that is also an extremely rare double negative performance there out of Scrap. You only have to call it out because it happens once in a blue moon. Maybe not even that, maybe once a year. So yeah, Skies absolutely brings the goods. So does Krem. That shield gets, I mean, everything just went right. Everything went right, start to finish, except that first P2 rotation. Other than that, Minnesota bringing the goods today.
I mean, as good as it could possibly have gotten there. We'll have a quick look at the stats. But again, Skies putting in the work. Krem as well, wicked damage. Everyone really pulling their weight. Very, very strong performance out of Estriel as well. 21 and 14, 2 minutes of hill time as well. Wow, brilliant stuff there on Grimlock. Oh, I'm so sorry. Grimlock, that's the leader of the Dinobots. I'm so sorry. I meant Gridlock, Chance.
You mean Kremplock, I believe, right?
Oh, Kremblock!
Are we updating? Is it the new map? Are we dubbing it? I'm kidding. I take it back. It's a lie. I'm not doing it yet. My bad. My bad.
Okay, right, sorry. Highlights. Map 1. Yeah, Bueno absolutely cooking here in what some people call sushi. Great stuff though, and again the Hellstorms, all of them pretty solid. No bad looks whatsoever there. Everyone dealing damage. It was the counter Hellstorm play, of course. Abizi's early success absolutely negated by that. So again, super strong work out of G2, a very well-rounded effort, and a big GG's. I would be hesitant to challenge them on this map after seeing that, honestly. But then I'm not a pro player on a team in the CDL.
Very fair, very fair. I think people will be squaring up with him again, just a singular map there, but nonetheless an interesting one. Got to keep it in mind as things move forward. Miles, I don't know if you saw the breaking point graphic that got dropped just a few days ago, but Kremp is winless against LAT. I don't know if he saw that and took it as extra motivation, but clearly coming to play today.
Hey, that is a big one, man. I think at some point, I know our competitors know a lot of these things. You have a kind of tacit, like a deep understanding of like, damn, I actually haven't beat those guys yet. I have a strong feeling that definitely sparked that little extra 10%, made it that bit more personal. We'll find out. If we can keep it rolling, folks, this could be the day. What a day as we look across our game flow. GG to G2, first map in the bag, and very happily so. Yep, they're both red lines. We get it, folks, we get it. But damn, one of those red lines all the way to 250. The other one, right back to the mechanics.
Yeah, and the 51 points for red line number 1 was LAT, the only success they had. They get flatlined for the next 2 hills, and after that, a closely contested battle. But those 2 hills set you far back enough that, again, you're dealing with Hellstorm after Hellstorm after Hellstorm. If that wasn't a factor, honest to God, LAT probably able to fight in that game. The early 5 spree of Abizi in the long term could have helped them with the P1 break. Instead, any call you have, immediate response, and the game just feels horrid. So settles it up there for map number 1, and a raid for map number 2. G2 Minnesota's former bread and butter, and something that LAT looking to flex.
Well, raid, yeah, the flex is good. An old map in some new hands. Thieves what you got. And another exposure to play with you guys. Again, I'm not sure if you were here for the first, but a banger indeed. Will be very different, I would say. Very different experience between both of these squads right now. But G2 coming to play up, coming out swinging. Lovely to see that. Tickets available for UWC as well. All of our teams will be there. It's going to be a banger. Get some challenger teams there too. Chance, how do you feel about the raid game? I mean, of course, bread and butter. Delicious. Not the most nutritious, but an easy snack. Solid to digest depending on the kind of bread you use. What do you think about raid for G2?
Well, I think I'm thinking of it more from LAT's perspective because they're trying to flex it out a little bit more recently. And the way they played it yesterday, the rounds they had success on, they were just doing insane stuff. I mean, legitimately taking the bomb from spawn, wrapping it all the way to the depths of the enemy spawn, just to wrap it all the way back. And they were running circles around the map, but they were doing so successfully. When they played a little bit more normal, they started getting picked apart. So I don't know what LAT are going to bring to the table. It's going to be the psycho stuff, or they're just going to try to, develop their own strats for it. But I think difficult to prepare for. An interesting one for sure. Scrap against this squad, a 1.56. What? I mean, that is extraordinarily high. He is absolutely a titan in S&D against Minnesota. Maybe that'll be G2's operation on the flip side. Try to read the pressure on the map. Try to identify this man and make sure you double chow him.
Nani? Out of the garage. Following our bomb carrier over towards Ring right now. Right into the battle we're about to fly in Abizi. First blood on board Skies, and Abe is not slowed down a single second. He's absolutely banging it forward. He could be on for this one, folks. Yeah, he's definitely on for the ace. Oh! Oh my God, he throws himself off the Mamba. Oh, whoa, Abe, chill, bruh. Chill. You gotta chill. He was not chill at all. Even his player cam offers, he was not chill. Hydra picking up the final kill, but Abe, what a round.
And that is also virtually the exact same opening break that LAT had yesterday on this very map. Try to smoke off like that cut to let Abizi get in the mix for this exact situation. Maybe the only adjustments are what the players in the backline were doing for him, but I mean, players just running for the hills, trying to run for your life, but as many circles you run around that van, Abizi, you see how good his reaction time is on point. Round one.
We puckered. There was a collective puckerage. Puckeridge Farm remembers that first round. Abe has in fact chilled. Scrap. Nice tags. Couple of headshots in there as well. You had the ding. Good work with the nade. Your boy lives. He's definitely missing an appendage or two.
Yeah, so tough though. He'll hit back up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good shots there for Hydra. On the hop as well. It's so good. So clean. Yo, Hydra, chill. He's fast. He's furious. Oh, the smoke as well. Hitting kitchen. Team fire. You name it. Abizi gets the pair of them. And now it is over. Yo, Thieves, chill. Nice round.
That like hop tech, by the way, I tried to do it. I can't get it down. Apparently, it's when you hit the ledge, you're like clicking in the left stick, like at the exact time you're bouncing off of it to then hit the jump. I don't know how to do it. I'm 31. It's all good, but Hydra is a pro player, so he's working on the details, and by God, that movement was on point there.
That was nice, yeah. Nice. Whew, okay. Nice bit of a round two. Flurry here from the LA Thieves. Going into our third. What will befall us here? Whose turn is it to pop off? G2, we're really yet to see anything special. They are on the receiving end of every opening hit from the Thieves, and they got nothing so far.
And I mean, if this is Mad Dog Abizi, he's going to be back leading the charge again, smoke off sort of those front laundry steps, and he's just going to get in the mix. And I mean, it is empty space. Yeah, literally nobody showed up, so we're mid-map instead. We're snapping, shooting everybody. We are tagged up one shot. And that's enough to bait Hydra into death because 3 players for G2 were low pool steps, but as the response, LAT, quick bomb plant, got one guy laundry, and you got Abizi sniffing the entire thing out.
Yeah, he sniffed it out. Go get him, Abe. Go get him. Get him, boy. Get number 7. Good boy, gets that 7. Does look like he managed to get the streak as well, and now it's 2v2. Good news, you got intel. Bad news, you're stunned. Clock goes red. Neon backs up, trying to pull the attention forward. Scrap there with a coverage. Nice work, Skies. Got so close to get another kill here. Wait. It's the wall bangs from Scrap. Chill, Thieves. 3-0.
I mean, if these giant exploding... I mean, I'm getting propane tank flashbacks now. Yeah. But like these LAT players just standing next to exploding vans and just walking it off. So you'll take that, how different these rounds could be. But while Neem is going into sections of the map that is impossible to actually get in there, so he's built different. What we're witnessing right now is just Abizi at his absolute best, hounding players for these first bloods. Pure, unadulterated aggression.
They are tough, with 2 Fs. All right, Krem, bomb in hand. This guy's trying to mix this up quick. What's Abizi doing? That's what I want to know. He's just chilling in mid. Not giving up anything just yet. Scrap takes care of your sniper problem. What a nade, what a nade. Back to back, absolute peaches. Oh, that's such an issue to deal with. I mean, what are you going to do, boys? The cars can't kill you when they blow up. The nades certainly do. Look out for Scrap. He makes his way to the backside. He pins you in. The bomber's been dropped. Mamba, good luck with this one, mate. They are everywhere. Okay, good luck. You've still got 2 to get.
If he clutches this, his pop-off in the player cam is going to be nutty.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. He's got 38 seconds down to do it. And the Thieves have grouped up together. Oh! Still has his stun and his nade to work with. If he gets a good granata into the garage, you never know, boys and girls. He has to account for two of them. Throw a tight shoulder and get cut up by a pair. Thieves, unorthodox, but yet again, perfect search.
Yeah, just brutal. I mean, Scrap gets the bomb down as well. Easy to call out garage. If Mamba had the M15 out there instead of the MPC, probably able to get that kill on Neum, but a little too twisted and too tough of a spot. But the mirror energy coming through for these grenades. Abizi says, anything you can do, Krem, I can do better.
Boom. They scare Hydra, and then again, like almost exactly the same angle. Bang, bang. Abe takes a good hit there, so that could have been a two-piece. Krem, which certainly would have stung, but as of yet, 4-0. No donuts. Aside from the G2 scoreline.
And you see Scrap in the background, by the way, on a 5 spree, so he's been making moves and getting first bloods. So maybe a kill or two away for the Hellstorm, and he's also getting hunted down. He does have Hydra here for support, so the more time he buys, the better. And here's the reinforcements.
First, once again, Bomb is making its way forward from Abe, and he's feeling it. He's feeling it. Nice shots from Estriel. The second man not good enough there, as the trades are as easy and as clean as you like right now. Mamba, yet again, a 1v3. Oh, so much to do. So much time. The chances you will have to catch these kills, they will be stripped away from you. There's the turn. There's the pickup. Here come the thieves.
Yeah, I mean, give Scrap the kill if you're really trying to sort of maximize this. But yeah, if you get the freebie, it doesn't matter. You're up 5-0 and you're doing everything right. There's also at least 2 different rounds where Mamba is effectively left isolated and out of the play. So LAT doing a really good job of getting grouped up together. Again, Scrap getting close to that Hellstorm as the lone man over towards Ring. G2 attempted to isolate him. Hydra so quick to get back to his duo. Get that first blood, and the round collapses quickly after that. And shout out to Neum as well. Swiss Army Neum doing great work. If Abizi's flying out to mid-map challenge, he says one shot, you better make damn sure you're there for the trades. You do not want to disappoint a world champion.
How about nades just slowed down this hit towards A. So far, it's just been perfect work out of the LA Thieves. And look at this positioning they've got right now. You have absolutely encircled G2. Still, just a watchful eye towards B for a second longer, but the smoke play is more than enough to tell you that it's on. Trades start. Can we interrupt the flow? Not yet. Back and forth, it's going to be a 3v3 after everyone heals up, but oh, it's a parallel race now through Kitchen. What a read, but Abizi saves the day. Now a 3v2. Hydra closes it out, and Skies is done. Absolute perfection there on raid by the LA Thieves.
Oh, brother. Dude, they rotated on defense before G2 made the call. Talk about reading them like a book. They were in their heads before you could figure out what to do. And yeah, Mamba. I mean, listen, it was a beautiful map 1 for G2, but left stun-locked after map number 2. LAT, that is a perfect game. 2 different offensive strats at the early rounds there for Abizi, where he is hounding you down for the first bloods, and he just sets the tone, and the follow-up is perfection. And shout out to being 2-3, but did his job. That he somehow managed to get 5 assists, 2 kills, and only 286 damage. I think maybe his stuns and nades putting in some extra work there in that map. I mean, flawless stuff through and through.
Only died first once. The rest of the boys, everyone pulling their weight. Great stuff. LA Thieves. The map used to be based in Los Angeles. Now it's Tokyo. And now we go to the sands of Australia to Exposure Overload. We're definitely going to Colossus. And if Gridlock was anything to go off of, I mean, this hardpoint could be an absolute banger. Gridlock to close out the series as well. If we have to go to 5, yes again. Exposure Overload on the other side of this break. LA Thieves, squeaky clean in the search and destroy. The hardpoint, not as much. The CL Overload treats our 2 teams after this break.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month.
We're good.
Take it on the chin. Get ready for the next round.
Wow. Okay. Well, something to note. Never f***ing dive off that ever again. Wow. Okay.
That's true. Well, why are you, bro? Why are you going? Why are you going?
Dude, you're gonna get in trouble, bro.
Why you
You're gonna
like
get
it?
fined. All right.
What the is that?
Hello, and then actually about looking in the thing. You're an idiot, bro.
He's not in here. Join the game.
Wait, middle, run. I'll get bomb checks. I'll go top and get bomb checks. Alright, hold pinch, Make sure somebody gets bomb checks. I'll get bomb checks. He can go third. I'll go third. He's telling you. Back him up. Not weak. I'm upset. He said he should be sent. He said something. What was that?
Let's go! Baby! We're sweeping them. I promise you we're God.
Oh my God.
Holy
Oh, we got FiveM here. FiveM, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic interview as always from FiveM. Wonderful lad.
Vickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out. He threw a trophy out. I think this might be too slow.
He's still there.
He got it. Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops it right away. Nobody checks the bomb.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Map number 3's on its way. We saw a lovely search and destroy there by the thieves. And of course, we went to the first map challenge, which was Gridlock Hardpoint. And Charles, did you know that Gridlock, another map set in Japan here in the Call of Duty League? That's right, Black Ops 7, tons of it over in the land of the rising sun. Now, though, to a very different sun, a very thin ozone layer in a game of Overload on Exposure. Let's get this party started. Yeah! Map number 3.
Yeah, get the sun black out and sunblock. Now disguises, cleaned off the glasses as well. He joins his SMG duo. Yesterday was only the SMG players rocking the
glasses.
Well, yeah, we'll go with glasses. That's fine by me. Maybe Mamba needs to join him. Maybe that's the cam was the issue there on the map number 2. Gotta add some. They absolutely make glasses that are not prescription, and you can do it just for looks.
Yeah, blue light blockers. None of my glasses are real. Not a single one. I'm joking. I'm actually very blunt. But these boys, 2020, Vision, 2020, some of their careers started. Right now, I'm looking for at least, I'm like an 8-3 on this one. I want a bang out. I want to see some magic here on this Mother's Day Sunday. Niam, 5 goals in the season so far versus Minnesota. Not bad at all. He has been a very impressive Overload player. What about that Swiss Army knife, the Swiss Army Niam? Certainly does it all. Every mode you put him in, he has been a very welcome addition to this LA Thieves roster. -1 victory. Can they get a major? Next week, we'll find out. Into Overload first, though.
Yeah, these LAT stats versus Minnesota starting to look
They're kind of crazy.
Always, eclectic KDs rolling through, but hey, on first blood, but first one to strike does get traded out, and wow, did G2 really want to kill Hydra? I mean, that was a full-throated commitment to jump down low. I suppose all's, all's well that ends well. I'm going to be down low, and Hydra, well, he's just going to be annoying in your base.
Yeah, still dancing, still jumping around, causing problems, and now, yeah, he's going to cause even more problems. Oh, doesn't get the second man, but that might be good enough. Over to the defensive B we now go, and Hydra finds two. Third man dead. Can we get it through? Yes, we can. Neum on the board first, keeping the kills alive and keeping the rally very much going. It's going to be Scrap trying to find the pickup. The reinforcements from G2 better get there fast, and Neum holding them down yet again. Here comes the next man, Hydra. His fifth in a row. We're looking for a second goal. The rally complete.
Just the perfect chain. Once you get the capture, you flood through, get in the spawn. I think Hydra was the one that eventually blocked it and forced it out low dirt. So LAT, perfect rally cap, fantastic positioning. Although they're going to be a little bit turtled up on the defensive end. Mama underneath you gets traded out, but G2, at least now, in this moment, able to apply a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, they have a foothold at the very least over by the new EMP device, and as I say it, they are peeled from it. Yeah, boys, that's a problem. Mum's going to try to get the damage in. Can't make this an easy run, but boys, I'd cross this one up. Yeah, you've got a BZ in position on the top side of the map. He's called it. We're trying to make something happen, but Scrap, Iron Boots now in the middle of the map, can't get across the way. Estriel with the kills, and BZ playing sneaky, let a man through. Can you get that kill? No, Mamba, what a savior. And now, a run to B. Topside lane flooded with G2. Are we going all the way, boys? It sure looks that way. 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, listen, to BZ's at his best when he is running it down. Not the finest moment for him, but setting up for the long-term capture. The moment Estriel gets the two-piece, well, got to get in the action. That was Kremp trying to heat up just a little bit. That's a three-spree form, but chopped down and no device momentum. Neum slowing down the entire team, and well, his teammates have cleared out the base. The slower Neum can take this, the better. He's getting kills, doing damage, and now hounding this player's Neum, setting his team up for success.
Grab the EMP. Oh, can't even get it. Hydra touches it for a second. All of Neum's work there saved by their G2 defense. One man left to do in the spawn. And Kremp trying to get himself to work in the middle of the map. Now looking to either hit that left or right-hand lane. G2 winding up for the hit. Nice and slow so far. A coordinated effort to identify these players. So far, not going great.
Dude, LAT are playing such a risky game, too. I mean, there are so many opportunities on this mini-map for G2 to find the open lanes. Of course, it's guesswork for them. They can't see through walls, but a delicate moment. Either way, Hydra needs to protect the device, and with shots like that, well, that's a job well done.
Ooh, another hold. Looking at the reset any second now. As again, this device has not been doing much. Plenty of thieves in the middle of the map now. In fact, all of them. If they can get their kills, which they cannot. Again, a slight disconnect here. Neum in position now, trying to make a play happen, and he's been identified, and they are doing their best to keep him down, but it's hard to stop him. Another spree from a BZ comes to a close. Minnesota right back to mid.
Yeah, see if they can get a little bit of motion going. They have long control. And just, again, a wide open sort of left lane. Mamba gets to be the cutoff man. Plana a little bit passive, though, so number 3 is able to get out. It's going to be a dicey one, and you also got players shooting in the back yet. LAT stuff him out on the defensive end. You got a minute to work with for the capture.
What's the defensive lineup now from G2? Where are we going to go? Well, first thing, great job dealing with Hydra now. Top side of the map. EMP making his way forward. Scrap thinks he's got himself in there and free and home and clear with nades there. One more man to deal with on time is going to be Krem. EMP now winding up for the run through the left lane. Abe finds a couple, and that should be 3-1.
And a potential rally capture as well. Well, they're going to be forcing in the depths, but still 2 LAT players here to slow him down as much as you can. So Hydra going to collect the device. But, well, Estriel and Kremp won the gunfights to clear out the base. So 30 seconds left. Hydra trying to restabilize, but that gets taken care of. This is anybody's ball game.
Still mid-map. 20 seconds is all G2 need. They get themselves on the board, and they get it fast enough. Here we go. Pick up, trying to make the run. Are we going to B? Are we going to A? We need to find the kills first. Mamba committing to this one. He doesn't necessarily have the squad mates alongside him. We're going to go to extra time. Krem can't find any more out of that life. Has to wait now for the reinforcements to arrive. The thieves spread the defense perfectly.
Oh, this is not a fake as well. He's actually full sending all the way across, so he's only got one teammate with him. LAT spread a little bit thin, but leading the charge there with the pistol. Not the easiest thing to do, so LAT put him down and finish this one up 2-1. And all that comes off of the rally capture, by the way. LAT, I believe, did this the last time they played Exposure as well. It's the positioning of number 2 on the minimap, Hydra, that blocks those back spawns, forces him over towards dirt, makes that rally capture nice and easy.
Much easier. Much easier. We did see them manage to squirm out after the second capture. But G2 in a difficult spot, indeed, as well. At least they get on the board, making it that bit more manageable. Going into the second half, Overload so far. Strong showing from the LA Thieves. We are not out of the woods just yet. Here we go, another 5 minutes to play. G2, while on the back foot, we'll see how they sound in a quick listen in.
Help me on the right.
Top silver and straight. Top silver.
On the dirt.
Dig late.
Nothing there. Yeah, I'm pitching. Wait. I'm pitching zig. I'll give you a ring. He's low ring. Yo, trip. What's good to me? If you want to go, they're both in one shot. Both sides. I got one. That guy trips. I'm gonna flank deep. I hear that. They could have spawned on him, by the way. I have con right now. I'm right. I'm deep. Give me. I saw 3 there. There's all inner stun. I'm pitching. Yo, top solar. Con, watch out. I'll find me. He could be con on me. I'll go. I have con. I'll hold your con. Yo, I need your plan. I want you out there. Yeah, waiting. It's fine. Flat right now. Blind dancer. Hey, rep gen. I'm in plan. I'm into Gavin. Stays left. Yeah. I'm trying to help you con. I'm putting your server. Just don't stay left. I'm putting your server. I got one. I got bottom server. He's going flat. Only two flat. One with stay flat. I have flat right now. What if you con after? I saw my con. Two right. I have you. Nice, two. Go. Four. Alright, they get server. Nothing cross our dirt, I don't think. I think I have to cross the guy, I think. Yeah, BG should be close. Acer to me. Missing one behind. Dig one bullet. Ligo one, pop, right behind us. Never mind, we killed him. I have the D4. I need to get P1, it goes P1 now. Heard you. They spawn P2 by the way. I have your P4 pinch. Yeah, pinch your gen. I'm saying Zig. I'm in P4 pinch. One shot bottom tree. Open his gen. Bullet down. Bullet Nemo. Okay. Yep, Nemo they go. Driving ball dead. I got one. Top server. I'm nice. Good. One bullet. Missing a BG. BG on point rails. I'm trying to get you. We need to play fast. Gotta go fast. Other loader. Gotta go fast. Goes left. One's in the middle. Quick, two guys in the middle right now. One double R hop. Yeah, it's long one shot. There's two long.
What a brilliant effort by G2 and a saving score for the Thieves. 4-4 with 2:45 on the clock.
Yeah, that's such a flowing moment. That was 3 scores, by the way, in 36 seconds. So G2 just snapped into form. Saw her winning every single gunfight. I think Hydra doing what he can to slow him down, and LAT maybe restabilize, gain some control of the map, but we're about a 50-50 standoff here.
But still trying to break out. Still trying to break out of that top lane. In. Firing positions now set up by the Thieves. The trophy's saving their skin for now, and it's still a 4v4 basically around the EMP. Neum brought down Mum and Krem, they're good for it. Scrap. Damage dealt with everything he's got in his pocket, and that's huge. Now Hydra in the 1v1. Oh, he's been dealt with by Estriel. Estriel still pushing the front line forward. Another big kill to his name, and you're worried now about Neum. The pickup, the run. Estriel, what a moment.
Isudini gonna go all the way around as well. Leave a teammate for Zig. He got Mamba pushed out. The cut's there. Hydra's weak, but the trade isn't. Skies with some unfortunate timing. Estriel still has the device in hand and a lead blocker, but he is left with nowhere to go. A small mishap there and an opportunity for LAT to recover.
Yeah, at the very least, though, you do sort of leave the EMP in a position that's quite neutral. Oh, boy, but that neutrality is going out the window. No Switzerland to be found here. We are on the run, lads, towards B. Scrap trying to find those entry kills, trying to lead the way. Oh, dear. Estriel's NPC, too hot to handle. A minute 20, and the game slows again.
This might be a hellstorm for Mike. No, he's just watching the pinch. So we are taking this real slow for LAT, and we are turtled up in a corner of the map. This is a dangerous game.
I don't think there's any streaks actually at play. Oof. Couple of more kills. Abizi trying to find it. That's the play. That's the run. Neum for 2. Abizi now with the score. Lead change less than a minute.
Oh, unreal. Indian gives you the third. They were all turtled up in their corner of the map. You lose those gunfights, you probably lose the map because G2 might be able to chain it. Instead, starting to run the show, trying to play protection over that device. Neum finally taken down. You can see there in the player cam, he is emphatic with his calls.
Still trying to make that play, that last play happen. G2, we've seen a couple of big captures. There's nothing to say that they can't do it again. A strong line in the sand drawn now by the Thieves. They're looking for a couple more, but they are losing the battles. Hydra claws it back. What a win against Krem. He may have just saved the moment now. Mamba from upstairs. Estriel joining him, and Hydra's down. So now another member of the Thieves finds a big kill with 15 seconds. The keep away game is on. Do not let G2 touch that EMP.
Oh, they're not going to be able to as well. Got the AR looking over top. 5 seconds left. Movement good enough to stay alive, but you don't shoot back. 3 in the feed, and we might have just dropped the ball.
0.1 seconds. The ball's been picked up. EMP on the run now. Final hit. Estriel down. Can we get the trades? The lineup is good. Skies is there. Wait, we're going to run this one home. A single man. Mamba! It's through. Overtime, boys and girls.
And locked in for a reason is Skies. He polished those glasses off at the start of the map, and boy, did that vision come in handy. Massive 3 kills, even with the stuns landing at his feet, able to deliver the goods.
Oh my goodness.
Take another look at it as well, right? That is with 0.2 seconds, 0.1, yeah. Nail biter for the collection. And well, Skies as icy as ever. Front man standing tall. And winning some wicked one. Shout out to Krem for the final kill, because right, if Hydra gets that device guy, that is GG, done and dusted. Instead, OT, stopwatch, here we go.
Here we go, one more set of halves. It's a quick hit from the Thieves, they're going right in. Finding opening kill, but it's a slower play from G2. They've read this opening aggression, they've lost possession as well. Couple of big ones, Hydra traded out, pressure now on. Bees on the back foot.
On good shoulders. Wow, just hard shallow this one. And hey, because it's scrap, he can do that. Skies gets dropped in. Well, now we're backing it up. Abizi maybe wants to take this one on the world tour. G2, though, everybody stacked up the left side of the map.
Yeah, looking for that big left straight. Couple of big ones. That's 2. The Goomba jump on the stomp. Quick pickup. Now Neum trying to find that goal. Could this be a winning moment right now for the Thieves? We have to see G2 hold. The first kill is good. Here goes the nades over the top. No trophies to be found. Neum on the 4. Here we go, flying towards goal. The last man dead. But wait, in a moment of discord, it is going to be a connection. It is 1 minute and 7 seconds. G2 with a lifeline. Last chance here on Overload.
Neum's so good, man. He gets stunned repeatedly, still wins that opening gunfight for the plat control, and that means the life of his teammates so easy down low. They only have one direction to look, and simply overwhelming there with the pressure. So it's not just the pistol gunfight towards the end after the team kill in the capture, but again, he's stunned up top Solar, gets the wall bangs there on Mamba, and that is simply just a kill Mamba needed to get. Now G2, pressure's on.
It was Neum for the hat trick. Could it be a winning goal? 1 minute and 7 seconds all you've got. Already down to a minute. Well, you're nowhere near that EMP. G2. Here's the opening break, hoping for the mid-map kills. And it's on Skies and Estriel. Find him. This is a nice start. Krem's managed to make his way towards the back, trying to check everything out, looking for a red dot, looking for somewhere to send it. Towards B we go. Krem might be good for at least 1 hit. Can he get the defender? Neum, oh, the streaks. This could save it all. But wait, under the coverage of the Hellstorm, a man down. Someone has to grab it. Here comes Neum. Saves it all with a Hellstorm. Final 30 seconds. He may have just won them the map.
Oh my God, and the one time he needed to fly for G2, they're just a little bit too slow. Now they're gonna have to do this the difficult way. It's a main AR leading the charge. He's got the 3 kills, and there's 1 man standing 15 seconds. It's the foot race.
Gotta make the foot race on. Mamba opens the lane. 10 seconds. Run, fly, go. Kremp, he's on it. A few seconds. What a goal. G2. An emphatic reaction and a legendary game of Overload.
Oh my God, the stress out of control, dude. Neum just did everything for his team to try to get him back in it, but then the gunfights just started flowing the way of Minnesota. Back-to-back pushes. They're able to orchestrate to force that action, and we get to take a second look. Look at these trials roll through. Everybody from LAT was here in time, but the distraction and the pressure from the guys down low, just enough. Shout out to Mamba and shout out to Estriel, able to get it done, get the clearance, and it is that gunfight right there from Mamba that opens up the entire thing.
Grem's route as well. I mean, look at that. It goes through 5 seconds to spare. Simply unbelievable work out of G2. Thank you once again to our pals at Treyarch for giving us Overload, because that was really fun. Wow, what a finish. Mamba, you had yourself a time. Neum, I mean, talk about the king of clutch, going for every possible avenue for victory there. I worried about the Hellstorm. They somehow found the kills while the missile was still in the air. As it connects, it killed 2, I believe, in the end. It was still not enough to stop the grit of G2 Minnesota. Wow.
And, you know, even for the opening break, prior to that Hellstorm coming in, they needed so many little things to go right. So G2 digging deep. This is obviously a full team effort. Because keep in mind, after the first half, LAT did have a 3-1 score lead, and then in the second half, G2 just woken up. Absolutely electric stuff coming through. They had 3 captures in 36 seconds. So it was rally after rally. Maybe in long term, just maybe like a singular mistake of a free sort of goal given up in the first half by LAT. Maybe the type of thing that really hurt him in the end.
I mean, don't forget, Mamba's clutch here to get us to that overtime. Just unbelievable. Skies, what a 3-piece. Krem to pick up Hydra on the back. And now, Neum's goal, impressive enough. I mean, truly giving you everything there. You see it. On a 5 spree into a score for that Hellstorm. Mamba here, 35 seconds ago. Look how close he gets. Krem playing for the EMP, not playing for the kills here. And Neum again, he finds 1 with that. That Hellstorm in the dying seconds. This is just unbelievable. This is what the COD League's all about.
I hadn't seen it from that angle. Can't believe Skies actually got away in that final moment from the Rockets. So yeah, electric stuff rolling through. G2 so far this year, they have had some of the most impressive last second wins. I mean, almost how they started their year. Skies ripping through a P4 hill on Den, just icing up towards the end. G2, as you stated, Miles, absolutely have the grit when you need it. Now up 2-1 in the series. We're not done. Gridlock, a beatdown in Minnesota's favor, but we're going to a Colossus where Minnesota have absolutely lost that extra edge. So it's been getting through so many of the series, but they have not been able to find those wins. So I think LAT, not necessarily fearful to see them on this map.
I mean, let's find out, folks. Let's just, I don't know what's going on. I don't want to win the script. Mother's Day. It might be Mother's Day, but there's a lot of daddies in these games right now. A lot of daddies. Let me tell you, folks. I need a breather after that one. Wow. Map 1. Skies. Oh, yeah, Skies are generational. Generational performance out of Skies. Absolutely disgusting work. We're talking about those main ARs. Scrap had himself a bad time on Gridlock. Now, Colossus again, and we touched upon a very, very different map. We're going to see a hell of a lot more NPCs. We're really going to see that mix up. But again, for G2, you're right, they lost that edge. Are we going to see some shifts here? This is a huge swing moment for them in the series. 2 back-to-back clutches there in the Overload rounds. Surely now you fly into this Colossus with all the confidence in the world.
Well, and you say fly, and you talk about the NPCs, but G2 Minnesota were actually a team that, Mamba and Skies, last time we watched them play, they rocked a double AR setup for what felt like virtually the entire game. Of course, LAT, when they're playing against them, you see that W on Colossus. The last 2, both beatdowns in their favor. So I don't know if the weapon meta is going to be a shift in favor of either team, one direction, whatever's going to happen. It's going to be a fun one.
Well, not a huge amount of pressure in towards time early on here. Both teams are vying for control, playing a bit of footsie here, looking for the spacings before they start to lend those jabs out. Minnesota in. Thieves are going to go around that low side, looking for that statue control yet again. Mama's going to be the man on that. Again, oscillation from Kremp back and forth, swinging into that fight as best he can, but it's not enough to stop the Thieves they're on.
Yeah, nice little full send out of P1 as well, sort of throw away your life, and you see Scrap with the NPC in hand, so that means a lot of SMGs coming through, at least on P1. For LAT, and Sky's back and forth as well. So, as stated, a lot of SMG pressure, and now for LAT, it's just the sniff out game. Find Kremp in the back line. Well, with a stun like that answers that question. The team shall as well. LAT will have the initial control of P2.
We've seen these P2s get broken heavily today alone. Let's see if this one's any different. Good old Abe. Gives you two. And Ezreal, he's having himself a nice time as well. Demon Hydra, close that last few. Mamba, here for the cleanups. Oh, and he's dancing. He sees little cheeks of Hydra poking out, and he nearly gets himself a third on that life. And unbelievable now, Skies, enough to get him on towards time. And you have broken the back of that hard point, boys. Well done.
Yeah, good work, good stun, good timing, but no trophies here on this B2, so whether it's the stun or the nades to make this break, it's back in G2 down, but quick little reposition from Ezreal, heals up and is zapping. 4-man wipe. Let's see how fast they can go. Mamba instantly over towards the new time.
Got the numbers, and now you have the kills. Scrap last man, he's got to kill 3 people, and he cannot. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the lead change. Now, G2 Minnesota, woohoo, Mamba, pushing out. Identifying those points of weakness and filling them. Good work, G2. On time, finding kills.
And you know, high key, a good death from Skies in tunnel because he gets to spawn up, pull out an AR, and get to sit on the God Heady. So even deaths right now working in G2's favor.
Nice work. Everything going right for G2. Whew. Kremp still pushing pace as we are climbing our way through this P3. It is not looking that strong whatsoever from the Thieves. They've slowed down massively. Still finding, damage all across the board. Kremp is flowing, and dare I say it, we could be back. Oh, the tunnel's all his. Ezreal's got the outside covered, and we're going to new.
And they're playing for the quick wrap as well. Kremp already trying to contain these players if they take the deep right route. He trusts his teammates to block these spawns, and Mamba up top, P1 gets double kill and backs down. So this is great work on this rotation. Beautiful teamwork, and LAT, well, gonna have to come off respawn once again. As much map pressure as you can really achieve so far on Colossus.
Oh my
Minnesota
God.
have it all.
It really is pressure. Kremp is just cutting from one side of the map to the other. Everyone's getting damaged. Everyone's getting tagged up, turning those arrows around. And on the Mamba now, can't get much more out of that. Kremp from spawn. He is dancing. Skies with the pistol. Come on, son. That is unbelievable. Woo-hoo-hoo. We just made the Thieves go extinct. Just like the leader of the Dino. Okay, enough. Lock in, chat. Over 100, we now go, G2. Good luck.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. They have been unable to touch this hard point. They get inside for a second. Skies gets a 2-piece to break it down, and finally the kills in LAT flow in their direction. That was 4 in a row. A necessity to get this break and try to get back in the mix. For LAT, only a BZ is positive.
That's rough. Grab some of the force spree, though. Eva Stevens. He's working it. Oh, boy. Whoa, see us, guys. He's gone. That's the fight we complete there. 12 and 12. Disgusting work. Now, Niam on the patrol here by the statue. Somebody's going to get upstairs towards time. He's good for a little bit of damage, but again, these are such unfortunate fights to take, these 50-50 doorway battles. Not fun. But for G2, they are laughing their way through these kills.
Trying to trade out everything as well. Lobbies and Hydra. 2 players in tunnel on P1 is a tricky thing to deal with, and that delivers them all 4 kills. A little bit of stabilization. Sky's trying to pinch out, but his teammates spawn out, so we're going to have to turn our heads, and his Kremp gets 2. Well, final LAT player's alive, head on a swivel, and shooting like that. Can't believe he's negative.
Can't believe he's negative. Again, it doesn't seem to matter. It simply doesn't. G2. Still kicking ass, still cooking here on Colossus. And the POVs just look like slow motion compared to everyone on G2, who is just flying, slicing their way through the Thieves. And yet again, Scrap finds himself on a bit of a spree. Doesn't seem to matter. P2 though, Thieves, let's see what they got.
Well, Right now, you're just in a situation where G2 are getting tattered up and battered back down. So many kills flowing the direction. And Abizi, last time I saw him, the only player positive. Well, Hydra's joined him. Scrap is starting to take over as well. So the tides have absolutely turned. And LAT now in full control.
They might be tattered and battered, but they're not scattered. They are all together now in unison. Thieves playing it tight, playing it close together. Oh, a couple of big nades and stuns, man. I would kill for a trophy. I'm sure one of them said. Krem cleans house. That's that, folks. You've once again scattered the Thieves to the winds. But wait, Hydra. Oh, he tries to go Super Saiyan. Can't do it. Neum and Abizi from spawn. We're battling over the last few seconds here. We're thinking about rotation as well, and 2 Thieves on the foot race.
Yeah, no more trophies in time, dude. Everybody's getting stunned up, mated up, and gunned down. Wild sequence on P2 in a closely fought game now. LAT have absolutely brought it back, and they've won the rotation as well, at least for the initial time. G2, well, that's a tough moment. Krem strikes on the pinch, and now gets to be a distraction, but by the time he's taken care of, you surge on forward. Skies with the SMG leading the charge in the freest of 2 pieces terrestrial and the worst spawns for LAT that you can get on this hill.
Oh, the worst, man. It is straight tyranny. Straight Tyrannosaurus Rexing, which Chance, I'm not sure if you know it's a dinosaur. I mean, it's basically what? It's for a Grimlock. He's a T-Rex. This is insane. Not to be confused with the map in Black Ops 7 Gridlock, which could be Game 5 if the Thieves weren't getting rolled.
LAT's arms have shrunk down, and now they're starting to flail around. This is back-to-back P3s where they have just had no open avenues of attack. Even the team kills rolling through in favor of G2 Minnesota. Keep in mind for Mamba, the 5 spree he is on, well, you can convert this. That'd be a beautiful thing. You see a kill away from the Hellstorm and just gets it on the cross. Player, though, for G2 gonna spawn out, but G2 right now prowling around these back spawns.
G2 are the predators right now. The Thieves, conceivably the prey. Let's go for a listen and see if we can't hear how it's going.
In the back, weak.
Nice, I'm counting your yellow side door.
I'm in the back. I'll one shot at a time. One shot first time.
Let me see one. Yo, out of water, out of water. Out of water.
On the back. One shot.
Back elbow and what's intersection right now?
Go yellow, Ernie. Go yellow.
Intersection right now.
In yellow. Weak. Nice. Want to be in the back, maybe?
I'll see him in the back.
Water. Back yellow. Crack is in yellow. Back.
Outer heady.
In yellow. Weak. Go in. Top mid, I think. Push your Krem's going top mid.
You're trying to get her. He shot the outer.
Top mid. One shot pinch. Inner statue. 2 statue.
20 seconds here.
3 statue.
I spawned out. Quick for the soldier. I'm gonna go side.
One more top mid. Kill this guy. No, run at this guy. No.
Yeah. One
We got that. Caesar top mid. One shot. Caesar top mid.
We go time.
Nice. I'm needed. I got nade on time. Where we going?
Top mid.
Nade statue.
I didn't send it to water. I'm here.
I didn't nade a statue. I'm starting out.
Work the game plan.
Enter statue.
Yo, enter in.
Yo, 2 people.
And water.
All good.
Take your timer. 55 here.
Work a game plan. Go right.
I'm gonna take a left right here. One left. Right, that's one. Yo, one pitching left.
I'm down to finger side. He's gonna go tunnel.
He's in tunnel.
Big outside.
Big timer.
These boys are stressing. G2 Minnesota is bringing the heat. They are breaking down the game plan. And right now, LAT desperate to recollect themselves.
He got slammed so bad by Skies, he literally went, what? Like actual disbelief, utter disbelief as Mamba slices 2 in half, gets a Hellstorm on the 3, and now Krem immediately to time. Somehow walking away with nothing but a death there. Unreal, man. Unreal. G2 Minnesota have transformed. They've got 3 on time now. They can't win here on this P1. Thieves know that, and they are muscling up, ready for the hit.
They are just setting ridiculous pace as well. I mean, this is flow state, I feel like, for G2. I don't know what they had for breakfast this morning, but it is absolutely paying off. And, well, if you want to break into P2, Hellstorm, not a bad thing to have.
Had to drop it all here on the hard point. Let it rip. Slow and steady. I'm going to close, play it safe. Play it safe. You took care of everyone. You're going to hit the back. Hope for a little bit of damage on those players with spawn protection. Neum. Protection not needed until Estriel shows up. Final kills, final moments. This is it. Hydra to save the map for now. Can he find the entry? He cannot. Kremp has read it. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 Minnesota have taken the Thieves to task here on Colossus after a historic victory in that game of Overload. They are going into Atlanta with their hearts full.
How about that? What a final memory to have. Live off that energy as you go. And you see Krem his first win he has ever gotten against LAT. So nice to see that ball go through the net.
Oh man, what a brilliant series. Krem's hitting a nice little, oh yeah, GG's Thieves, see you in Atlanta. Thanks to supporters, peace. We'll hear from them in the interview, of course, but 3-1. Quite the surprising result here for a matchup of this caliber. And again, just as far as the stats and all the matchup has gone, wow, just wow. Estriel, Ian Mamba had a good time. Krem, on his namesake map, drops a fat 4K. Alongside Scrap Patch, he was definitely trying to do his best there, but Skies might have had the kill of the map onto Hydra. But I'd love to see that one back. I'm sure we're going to see it on social media, and yeah, all the watch parties probably talking about it as well. GG. I don't think there was a whole lot of hope here. There was one bounce back. There was just tremendous separation for G2. Congratulations, boys. That is quite the victory. And also, just across this entire series, Charles, I mean, brilliant result from G2. Superb resolve after getting utterly gutted on that raid S&D, which was honestly quite embarrassing.
I mean, just, yeah, a wild sequence of events. And how about that for the swing game mode of Overload as well, and how many nail-biter moments needed to come through for G2 to get that win. But good member to have going into the new time, able to outslay LAT like that. Wicked gunpowder those guys have.
Super good, super stuff, super stuff. Well, guys, thank you very much. I will see you after the major. Wheeler, Ali, guys, have fun.
We'll miss
Actually,
you.
and good luck.
Yeah, you too. Absolutely. I don't think anybody predicted that. I think we have to eat crow.
That's crazy.
We both said LA were going to win this one. I even saw some people tweeting this was going to be a DoorDash challenge. G2 showed up today, won all 3 respawns, icy in the overload, and this is a G2 team that lost to Boston. Ali, how the hell are they so hot and cold in this series? I mean, this was awesome what they just put on tape.
I mean, that kind of feels like what the entirety of Split 2 has been for a lot of these teams. I mean, outside of Optic, we've gotten hot and cold performances, I feel like, out of a lot of teams. But G2, it's been a roller coaster watching them. I mean, this series was just so impressive in the way that they did it. At the map 1, I think, was a statement in that gridlock. The 250, I mean, it was just not even close. Like, I don't think I ever felt like LA was going to really come back into that one. You get a baller map 1 out of Skies, the veteran. You know, he's had to spawn on the map a couple of times in the past
And what's wild is, like, even in both the listening, you can hear the desperation on the side of LA Thieves. On this map, you heard Scrap say, like, all right, guys, yo, let's actually have a game plan for this one. Map 1, he's searching for an answer. He's like, hey, we need to group up. And for G2, I mean, overwhelming them on the Colossus. I mean, you're talking about the gridlock. You just had a 100-point victory, dominating rotations, breaking at will. And this is the peak that G2 can play at. So, honestly, we haven't heard any negativity really coming out of their camp, despite what the community may have been saying about them for the last couple of weeks or months, really. But if this is what we're going to get at the next major, they have a chance to make a run into a Sunday.
And that is scary to think about, because you think, you know, when we have seen G2 on LAN, we've also seen them perform better than the online stage typically. So a team that gets better when they do get to go to local area network. So that's scary, especially just we have so many teams right now that look so good, that are like in weird triangles beating each other. It's insane.
Yeah, so let's go to the scuff play of the game. It's got to be the Overload. I mean, they had multiple scuff play of the games in this one. You're talking about 0.2 seconds left in the round. He missed it. I'm like, oh no, Mama Cho. 0.1 gets the ball in hand, and you know they just make a play and push all the way up through and get the score. Ali, talk to me about this game-clinching play here at the end of regulation.
For me, it was just kind of like G2 knew how to play overtime in this situation, right? Like they played off the chaos, they played off of each other, where it felt like LA Thieves on the flip, like yes, they were able to get that first overtime in about a minute, but when you go to the defense side of things, like, you know, you call in the streak, you've got a guy mid, like you're not playing close enough to trades.
This right here out of LA Thieves, they have 2 players spawn low dirt. Hydra decides to make a solo play, go all the way to low spiral. He gets picked and leaves a BZ alone. And Ali, they just get overwhelmed here. Like 25 seconds left. You have the Hellstorm in the sky. It's just Skies pushed up. He just didn't play with teamwork. Tough.
No, they didn't. LA wasn't playing overtime like it was overtime. They were playing it as if it was like normal.
And you can see how hyped they were.
Yeah, they were so turned after that. I mean, that's a disappointing out.
Oh my God.
Oh, we lost. Oh, we lost. Oh, we lost. Oh, we lost.
Oh my God.
Damn. What the hell? Reaction.
Tommy's just chomping away.
On, dude.
All right, well, we got a special interview for you guys. It's a Monster Energy Winter Spotlight with Kremp. Hey, man, congrats on the first win versus the LA Thieves. How does that feel?
I mean, shit, I was due.
That part.
You were due. Let me ask you a question, about the map set. I've been pretty hard on you guys in terms of, not playing the new maps too much coming into this split. But in this one, the gridlock, unbelievable. Why have we not been playing that, Crimp?
To be honest, it's still a work in progress, but I think gridlock for us is still a strong map. We just haven't been forcing it too much. Just trying to be consistent, guarantee the points, like the maps we already like. But I think it'll be added after this.
Absolutely.
Crimp Losses might be back, huh? We saw that map before. Look, great series, great win for you guys. I want to talk about matchups in this split because it kind of feels like this was a big matchup win for you guys, right? Being on the back end versus LA Thieves the majority of the season. Now you get your upset. Does it feel like even in scrims, even just leading up to this event, like they are just teams that are harder to play against for your own team specifically? Like just matchups, not necessarily top teams.
There is matchups probably for sure. For example, FaZe, Optic, and LET, they're all different style teams for sure. But I feel like for us, it's kind of just figuring out our game plan. It's always a us thing, never a them thing, because they're just quicker to punishing those mistakes.
Yeah.
I feel like we were more free flowing the HPs. We trust each other more. I mean, our ARs had a great series. Everybody had a great series. Everybody was frying. It was a phenomenal. I feel like we just had more fun today.
Yeah.
And we kept it good.
Yeah, you guys, it definitely showed, especially in the respawns. Now I want to ask you guys, there's no negativity coming out of your camp. I don't see any crazy tweets coming out, any depressing things like that. You guys just kept your head down and kept on working. How proud of you the boys are now after that win headed into this major?
Oh, I'm super proud of the boys, man. I mean, bro, we all live together, man. It means a lot. You know what I mean? We all want to win for each other. There's nothing but love in this house. You feel me? I want everyone to win here. So we're just doing our best every day. We've been going hard. We're going to keep going. Hopefully show up to the major on point.
Feels like a tight-knit crew. Definitely gives off that vibe. Good luck to you and the fellas headed into DreamHack.
You as well. Thank you.
What a great guy. Crimp's been lining it up too.
Yeah, a lot of smiles across that camp. And I can only imagine, just the roller coaster of being on a team like this when you know that you can put up shows like that.
Well, that'll do it for that match. We got one more after the break. Will C9 win a series? They won a hard point yesterday.
Hey.
They got a chance today, but they'll have to go through Joe Deceives.
Oh, I get 4! Genesis has 15 kills. Come on, dog.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATL. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Champs, it's more than Call of Duty. It's you whipping an F1 go-kart at the Grand Prix Plaza, testing your aim and movement at Summerlin Paintball. It's you driving supercars at Speed Vegas, surviving the best escape rooms at Escapology, experiencing the immersive art in the Arte Museum. It's you taking a picture in front of the Bellagio Water Show and seeing Vegas from the largest observation wheel in the U.S. It's you and the squad making memories for life. A weekend in Vegas that you'll never forget.
Trying to work someone on the flank. He's able to find by criminally the Craigs. They're able to get 2 headshots. They know that Formal is gone. FiveM, ooh, I think that's a bit of an over challenge. Envoy, he goes to the defensive side. Nobody able to check the bomb. Crim ready for it. Nice shots. Are criminally now going to find all 4 kills.
This is Formal for the ace. 3rd, 4. Illy wraps back and it's Formal with the ace.
I'm so dead. That's too weak. One more. Weak. Get killed. Back on. There's two. We can refill your secret in a second. One more back door. I know your secret. Back door. Holy shit, Eric. Last one. Nice, Eric. Good story, man. You can't kill me. What the frick? I was sure.
Insight's not going to see it. Kleenex going to get caught off guard, or is he? He gets one. That's a decent one-for-one trade. Insight right back over, looking for a little bit of help from Scrap. 2v3, selling the cross, dealt with by Scrap. Sip also seen on the cross. 22 seconds. Draza trying to work this with Scrap able to turn this down to a 2v1. Just down to Sip. Not gonna happen. Shut your mouth. Toronto in the grand finals here at home.
I'm buying one.
Top one now.
Rocky dead. I'm in their spawn.
Nice.
There's gonna be another one on me.
I'm pressuring.
Was Rooks or Jay?
One's on me. That's two.
Nice. Nice. Just spawn the shit.
Yo, come B. Come. Or you. Yeah, you go. You go.
Yeah, we have it.
You guys are good.
Nice.
Spawn dead.
My God, Caesar.
Okay, Mike, I'm just trying to slow down everything.
Just get all four.
Oh,
my God.
that was dirty.
But like, good.
Just no. I was working picks, bro. I was working picks.
Welcome back to the studio in Columbus, Ohio. This is the final match before we head to DreamHack Atlanta for Major 3. It's going to be electric. Still a couple tickets on sale, I believe, so make sure you guys go and get those so you can show up and have some fun with us. But we got to get through this match. And a lot of people might be thinking, oh, this is going to be another easy match for Toronto. These guys played in March.
Okay.
And who won?
It was still on the side of Toronto. No,
No,
they lost
C9
two S&Ds. It was Cloud9.
Yes,
It
so
was one of the wins from Cloud9.
the biggest issue with Toronto we've been talking about has been their search and destroy for the better part of 2 years. Talk to me about the C9 team and why they actually might pose a threat to Toronto.
It's just they've shown us some ceilings. You know, like even though this is a younger squad, even though they don't have a coach, they're trying to work through things as a core four. They have these moments where they're able to steal a search and destroy. When Encourage is able to put double digits in S&D. When Okus has a good respawn. When Nedra has a good respawn.
Yeah.
So there are moments when these guys show lights of success. The thing is, they just haven't really closed any series out. I mean, they have maybe 2-3 overall now on the season. And so we go into a series like this, and you're looking at that team on the other side, and you're like, this spells trouble for you if you lose this series because it means you're in a bad place, not that Cloud9's necessarily in a good one.
What you're describing is absolutely real. I've been in that position before in a match where we're supposed to win, and they end up getting the better of us, and it's happened to Toronto. And talking about these guys, their last matchup, they could have won that. I mean, they choked at the very end of the HP. But let's switch gears and let's talk a little bit about Toronto. So their respawn has been incredible.
Yeah.
The hard point, I think they have a positive differential on every map besides Colossus. So in a good spot there. Overload generally throughout the year has been solid. What have been the issues in search and destroy for Toronto from your perspective?
From my perspective on the side of Toronto, it's just kind of like they're either hot or they're cold. Their last 3 S&Ds that they have lost was by 3 rounds. They lost them all 6-3, and they were on a lot of the newer maps, Plaza in that conversation, Gridlock and Fringe.
Yeah.
So not only that, they need to add some of the new maps to their map pool. And I will say, though, because their respawn is so good, I mean, Toronto Koi is really only getting handed real losses and recency bias versus the top 4 teams. Like, they're not losing to any of the teams below them. They have wins versus Riyadh, Carolina, Vancouver, Boston. They are the only team in that top 4, top 6 conversation that is not losing to these teams below them.
I mean, what are they, like 6-4 the last 10 matches, and 3 of those losses are to Optic. So if I was Toronto, I would be spending all day and night watching Optic VOD. But let's take a look at the standings here. Toronto can lock up second place with the win right here after the LA Thieves loss. So, despite them, people talking about them not being able to make a long run in the tournament, they're set up to be a top 2 seed here. And Koi are still in a great spot when we talk about the respawn. So a lot up for grabs here in our final match of the day.
Yeah, Cloud9 just maybe to hurt some morales if they could get a couple of stealaways here. But Koi, I think, especially knowing that they are one of the only teams that have been handed a loss from this side, need to lock this down.
100%. A lot up for grabs, as we said. And let's talk about the maps and modes and see what these search and destroys will be. You just talked about the new maps and what Toronto need to work on. We do get a Fringe for Game 5. How does it shape up for Koi?
I think Koi is looking to close this in 3. I don't think they want to get to the later half of this series. You're starting up the Den Hardpoint. I mean, this has been the narrative about Koi all year. It's not as strong as it was during Stage 2, but it's still in the conversation. And they're also comfortable in Scar. It's a close second map for them. I mean, the Fringe search and destroy, you could maybe signal a little bit and be like, oh, well, they just got a loss in that. But I don't think they plan to even go.
The last time they played, they lost 2 S&Ds. Encourage had a 1.45 in search and destroy against them. He was frying. Okus was hitting snipes. There is a path.
There is a path.
But as of late,
Scar S&D?
Yeah. As of late, though, this Toronto team has been playing really well. We talked about the Rookie of the Year race, and I think we both kind of had Trakes towards the top.
Yeah,
I had him 1, you had him top 2. Where does Kips
ranking that for you?
He's right next to Trakes, I think, with me. Like, my personal opinion leans towards Lurks just because of his situational, but just thinking about the way Kips has slotted into this Toronto Koi team, what he's done for their search and destroy. Joe specifically needed help in that game mode, and adding Kips, clearly, it's not in the best possible spot right now, but it is better than it's been in the past 2 years for Toronto. So the other two, sure, happy as far as the core goes, and he's just been consistent for this squad as well, which has been a great thing and not something you get a lot, especially out of a rookie.
Yeah, and he's got a land under his belt now with that experience. His first match at the last tournament, didn't exactly go his way, but since then, the kid's been lights out. But time for our scuff pick'ems. I think we might be choosing the same team here, but
I don't know if
since
I'm
the host
on this one,
since I'm the host
and the leader
in the scuff pick'ems and the leader, you get to go first.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm gonna go with Toronto. wait, we gotta wait for our lower L. Da, 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 da. Yeah, we all know our pick.
Yeah, producers asked me. Okay, I got Koi as well. We both take Koi, but
trying to elongate
what are the fans going with, huh?
I mean, come on.
Triple Koi. Yep,
Congratulations, Cloud9, on your win.
Yeah, let's get this thing going. I think on the mic we got Shift and Study, my favorite. Let's get it.
Oh,
that's good
favorite.
Gas. That's good.
Wow. That is good gas. That is good gas. And I will say, Jay, the last thing Toronto want to do in this series is run out of gas. This should be a runaway. This should be full throttle, pedal to the metal, should be class, should be easy, should be a setup. But there are things that we need to worry about and look at, in particular for Toronto, looking especially at how we can evaluate them going into Atlanta.
Yeah, I expect the response to be very easy for Toronto because we saw yesterday out of C9, they can fight until it gets to those very scary moments where we need to be making some very crucial decisions. We are not making the right plays, and that's what keeps on biting you towards the very ending of this game. But my main focus for Koi is 100% going to be the search and destroy. You've heard Nameless touch on it for basically the last 2 years. This has been a struggle game mode for this organization, and it really doesn't make sense. But when I take a look at the numbers, it's easy to break down. On the defensive side, they have been the worst team overall throughout the entire season, from stage 1 to this point. They give up a majority of the map, and they just bank so much on retakes, and it's not very easy to do that when you're not having any information. So, Koi, this is something that you have to approach and search and destroy, because if you want to make a deep run at a tournament, you're desperately going to need that game mode.
Yeah, you cannot just come in and not be able to win at least your search map. That's just the way it goes, especially when we start to get into late Saturday, Sunday conversations. You have to have it. On the other front, though, hey, we were able to cast over Cloud9 yesterday, and I think we both walked away, I mean, impressed maybe isn't the right word, but at least happy with the progress that we're seeing.
Yes.
Get their first hardpoint win in over 2 months. You were also putting in a position to almost come back. They were down 1-5 in the search and destroy. I did 6-4. So, hey, at least for Cloud9, like, again, like, you're building and getting some progression going. It's just down to will that actually show up on LAN, and especially not being embarrassed by challengers teams. We get it. This is, in all intents and purposes, when they were picked up, a challengers team. But you're still going in saying we don't want to be one of the CDL teams to get upset by one of the top 4 challengers teams in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's probably going to be tough, though, man, because all of those challenger teams got former pros on it, so they know what it's like to play on the main stage. They have that experience in the back pocket that will give them the edge versus C9, who are technically pro players, but still amateurs at heart with the way that they play sometimes. I just think, like I said, if you are Koi, just make this an easy one. Do not overstress yourself. Simplify the game plan, and just use teamwork to potentially walk away with a 3-0 here.
Yeah, and I think just on top of that, you saw the standings, you know, for Toronto. There is still a lot to play for here. This is not just one of those, like, throwaway series that you don't necessarily, you know, put the full intention and effort into. Like, you want to come out, win this, set yourself up as a top 4 potential seed, and also just build yourself an opportunity to play in a quote-unquote easier group as you get into what is going to be a very long first day in Atlanta for all of our teams. It's just the way the format is. So, you know, you're setting yourself up here for Toronto to try to boost on your performance at Birmingham, which was impressive. It just, you know, when we deal with the conversation surrounding your optics, your phases, your Parises, your thieves, there's always the conversation of, will there be another threat? And, you know, the interesting part about that is, at the end of last year, the answer was yes, because you had a Boston and a Miami who took down some of the top squads.
Yeah.
But will we actually get that in a repetitive form from major to major. Toronto feels like one of the teams that has the opportunity and capability of doing it. Just comes down to actually executing and giving us that.
Yeah, it's crazy when you say like the top competition, you know, Thieves, all these other squads. The only one I'm realistically putting all the way at the top of the totem pole is Optic. Every single other roster has had some upsetting losses throughout this stage, especially in this final week. Teams that you're expecting to dominate versus other teams are getting smoked by the lower echelon rosters. And again, it puts me into a spiral going into Major 3. Like, I don't know who's going to win it, but I feel like Optic are going to stand the best chance.
Yeah,
so
facts.
if you are Koi, the team that has only lost to Optic 3 out of the last 10 series, yeah, okay, let's sharpen our iron because we played those guys so many times. We got to watch their vibes to put ourselves at that level.
All right, well, here we go. Last qualifier matchup of Major 3 before we get to Atlanta. We got the Toronto Koi taking on Cloud9 New York. Let's get it on. And again, just kind of watching this map from yesterday, we really walked away with a lot of great stuff from Cloud9. Hard to build that narrative off the get-go here because the break-off is super formidable for Toronto, but there are some things for us to kind of see if it'll turn up again here for Cloud9.
Yeah, so far, not so good. We're going one by one through the little bat, not hitting out these extra lanes as a team. And that's what's allowing Koi to soak up so much time already into this game. But the final 20 seconds, we find kills in sync. And that's all due to Encourage just hitting that mid-cut. That was something that they didn't do yesterday in that series versus Falcons. But you see, you hit an angle, you have a different approach, and it leads to a very easy break.
That works out nicely. P2 about to open up. Toronto trying to threaten from the front. Okus in the way. And he's found himself a beautiful two-pistol out, trying to force the third, but it's Hyde who shuts down Kips. And here we go, setting up the layers, but have Cloud9 maybe stretched too far.
Man,
they forget to anchor in the back. So now Okus off the spawn. Has to try to correct that, and he's able to get one, but not enough. So now Nedra, he is getting absolutely tangled up in a threshold of Toronto players, and that's just too easy of a counter break for Koi.
Yeah, that can't happen, though, if you are C9, because you slayed your way off the rotation. You had players in the position that they needed to be, but just pushed up a little too far, opens up that back spawn for Koi, and they have yet to look back on it. 30 seconds remaining at this time. All of C9 are forced to hit the front door behind with a different angle through mid-couches, finds the opening.
Yeah, trying to just finesse his life, wait for time. Nedra, Encourage, they will both counteract and re-break the hard point. Nice follow-up from Encourage, 4 in a row for him. And honestly, you look at what Hyde is doing, what Encourage is doing, and some of the moments from Okus, they're putting together the response that you need to battle against Toronto. It just comes down to, will we actually get Nedra to do what he usually does? Good break off here for Toronto. Heading over towards P3, they're going to get a full 4-man wipe, and Cloud9 will have to break from Dojo side.
Okay, so now if you're a C9, how are you going to set up this break? You're already pushing them back from Dojo side, and you find the opening kill. So all we have to do now is just flood with our number. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Kips is completely out of the play, and Cloud9 take the lead right on back.
Kleenex following up, though. Yeah, he gets one. Kips off the reload. Can't quite lock down the shots. At least Joe deceives by himself. And those are not easy gunfights. Help on the way. Kleenex off the mid-pinch. Nice shots and that little bounce up, though, from Nedra inside of 10. That's an easy follow-up from the middle of the map. And Kips will take a long route with 20 seconds remaining. Try to work around the backside of Dojo. Cloud9 will still spawn here, though. So if they deal with Kips, they find this kill, they may be off to the races to P4, but finding the kill into Kips may be a little bit easier said than done. Oh my gosh, he is finessing. And now Toronto all of a sudden have members here to help. It's Kleenex for 2. Nedra's giving away his position. He's low, and this is working out beautifully for Koi, even though they find themselves down on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's such a beautiful play from a rookie who has just started to get that experience underneath his belt. Stalls out so much time to allow his teammates to eventually get into the play and then flip the spawns on its head. So technically, Koi have won a majority of the rotations, but they're still down.
Well, they've got the setup. Cloud9 trying to find a break from the front, but Koi regained the lead. Let's take a listen to see how Toronto are coming.
Close back door. Wait, that's close back door. All right, shot. Close front now. I'm picking up red. Nothing outer. Give me blue. I've red. One front. Close front. Outer 3. Outer 3. Yeah, child. Nice one. I'm going. I'm blocking. Just go. I'm about to go left. I'm holding my own. Okay. I have your small pinch. Yep, you're good.
Look at the break right now.
Lobby, like, shoot, go in, one more lobby. Lobby shot me, one shot. Nice shot, I'm blocking all of them.
Left cement, water broken, like
one blockers, nice shot. Blocking all of them. We're good. I'm blocking.
Blockers, nice job. What lobby show right now? Where you guys at? What's up, enemy? Okay.
Rest of mid. Okay, 7-1 for you.
Really gonna be top right. 2 right.
I have your right push, though.
Yeah, push out here, though.
We're gonna just nade it. Right side, Eddie. Right.
I'm on bench with that.
We're gonna top 80, maybe. Yeah, nade me. After Dodge, nade me, fellas. Right foot mid, Jimmy. Run, see, brother. Right to mid, one shot.
I'll jump it.
I'll get time.
Another one behind.
I see one.
You guys are junking, bench maybe. Alright, right mid, weak.
Look, peek at. Nice. I'm on pitch. I'm blocking.
I'll show you.
Yo, pitch, low mid.
Dead.
Nice, bro. Could be broken now, okay?
Just hold your big cut, Chips. One's on broken focus.
Get all this down.
I'm broken up to that.
Oh, lobby, one shot.
Medic to the left, okay?
One shot lobby. He's behind it.
One's office.
And one's lobby.
He just spawned there as well. Beak up.
One shot, let's send mid. One right side mid.
Have your right side mid.
Really weak.
Not peek at
Right side heady.
I'm going for them. Oh, peek at one shot, okay?
Lobbing in there as well.
Real. One hit.
Yeah.
One hit. How to do me, fellas?
I've got a
Right, heady, one
shot
time.
now.
That's the
I'll
first
back up. Focus, weak.
Outer weak.
Closer now.
Give us
Time,
time,
keep looking at her.
Well, Cloud9 trying to play a little bit of recovery here going over to P2. Toronto, really nice job on that fourth hard point. And honestly, kind of look at the gap, 50 points, but if Nezra could just get involved, you would think that maybe Cloud9 are going to be in a good spot as Kips can't quite find the mantle. So opportunity here with Encourage on 5 for Cloud9 to start to get into this lead.
Yeah, you can already see the adjustments on the menu app. Cloud9 are doing the little things. Hard blocking towards the back, not giving Koi an easier chance at a break attempt, but they have still found all the kills through the front door. And now, Joe, your job is just to be annoying as hell in towards the couches, and when we start to get a read of where this play is developing, fly with the numbers. Koi are in the time with 25 seconds left. Kips finds one. Gonna double chow towards the outer. Give me kill number 2, and that's all 4 dead. This 20 is theirs.
That's a beautiful, 30 seconds right there for Toronto. It's split spawn situations for Cloud9, but they don't just get the read. They handle it pretty much all on top of the hard point beautifully, do Toronto. So great stuff there. And honestly, again, Nezra just cannot get this map going into his favor. 5 and 16. Meanwhile, on the other side, 21 and 15 for Kleenex. And here come Toronto, putting the pressure around the back through Dojo. Encourage trying to hold. He's been on a couple of multi-streaks over and over again. Just, I don't think, has found the opportunity to gain himself a Hellstorm. Trophy system keeping Cloud9 safe in and around the hard point. Focus, Nezra finding kills. Encourage follows up, and numbers through New York should let them get some more time here.
Yeah, and there's still 35 seconds to play with, and Koi are not going to give this up for free. Applying pressure through the mid-cut. Joe's only able to take down one. Inside, your turn, buddy. You get ripped apart as well by Okis. So now the spawns flip with Koi off of the back of Kips, who just lights up the kill feed. The spawns flip instantly right on back to Rookie, making another big-time play on this hill.
Yeah, dude. Kips has been so instrumental towards Toronto's rise. Good little read there from Kleenex on where this hit and how quickly this hit is starting to develop from the front. But the kills are pretty solid here for Cloud9. Yeah, they're going to try to push Joe out, see if they can win the spawns. Joe will give away his position. Here comes the flood, and he will fall very quickly. So good moment in the map here for Cloud9, especially if they can find this kill on the insight. But he will survive. Toronto now trying to block the spawns, and they find an elimination behind the play. So now it's just down to surviving inside the hard point if you're Cloud9, and not able to quite do that. We're Encouraged nor Okis, so Toronto will get back in for more time.
Yeah, it's just everybody from C9 kept on flooding their way through the middle of the map. So Koi consistently had back dragon spawns. They have rooftop spawns to always be in a position to set up those pitches. So now how do you execute this break? Because you desperately need it. That's going to be 2 towards the back lines. Now you have a 4v2 on a time. Win these battles, and this time is going to be yours. C9 are staying in the game, Al.
Yeah, they're hanging, but this is something that we've seen for the better part of the last 2 months. They can hang, and they can make little comebacks happen. But can you really turn that into win condition? When we saw this map yesterday, the gap a little bit too large to overcome. Can they find a way to get things back going here, especially as we go from 1 to 2? Toronto able to hold the opening time. Cloud9, no routes developing, just trying to flood from the front.
Yeah, it's just like every single time they get to this P1, their first initial break is try to flood everyone through the front door. And that's not ideal. The 2 times that they found breaks on this P1 time is when Encourage hits the route through mid-cut and then just have a different angle of approach. But you basically forfeit the first 20 seconds. Now in your second attempt, you find the opening kill, and now you have mid-cut. This is going to lead to good time here for C9.
Yeah, it really should. Just comes down to what happens next. With 30 seconds remaining on the hard point, you want to start influencing these spawns. You cannot allow Toronto to gain the free rotation to P2. Hyde over the middle of the map, shut down. Kips also finding Nezra. Now all of a sudden has C9 feeling a little bit trepidatious about what happens on the hill itself. And with 12 seconds remaining, Toronto are soaking the time, and they've got the rotation to new. So this is do or die time for Cloud9.
Yeah, that was such a big play from Kips again. Just hitting that long route through rooftops. Realize there's no pressure, no one hitting the early rotation. So let me just set up the pinch to consistently push Cloud9 back. It's going to free up the space off the rotation. And now Nezra's the only player to find the kill. That's all four dead. Back spawns are being blocked. And now Cloud9, this is basically your last hurrah through the front side.
Yeah, Joe just trying to play a little bit of cruddy corner. Shut down, though. Nice read from Hyde. Kips only able to get one. So the break attempt from the front really starting to manifest, and a good follow from Nedra. Again, he's 13-24, but any kill right now at a Nedra would feel super important. Pushed back off that position at Couches, back over towards Hold, not going to work out. Kips is there. And now Toronto have the numbers. Encouraged, trying to hang, trying to hold. Hyde the last 1 minute, but not going to happen. A couple of spawners, though, for Cloud9 will have an opportunity to try to hit from the back.
They have to,
but Toronto seem pretty prepared for that. They can, I believe, still win here. So you need to contest. You need to find a way to break. Now you get the contest. Now you can rotate, and you get a full wipe. So you look down towards the mini-map. Kips is the only Toronto member here. And if they can find this kill, it would be huge for Cloud9.
No way. No way he makes a double count with the team kill also in the process. It's going to give your teams the numbers to just fly on in. You know C9 is spawning over towards Cobble. And this should be the ending moment.
Feels that way, and yeah, looks to be the case. Full four-man feed. Nedra can only do so much from the front, and yeah, honestly, it's just another one of those maps that it feels a lot like what we saw yesterday. There's too much of a gap too early. Cloud9 just, I go back to that early P2 to P3 into 4, like those little rotation moments from 2 to 3, 3 to 4. It looked like Cloud9 were trying to set up to do the right things, but Toronto just pick up on all the little things that are going on in the map, and they hit with the right appropriation every single time to flip spawns around at the right moment, and it just puts Cloud9 into a blender early.
Yeah, Toronto take care of business in the map, everyone. Not probably as clean as they want to, but C9 fought. They just had so many mistakes, and losing the game by 60 with the amount of mistakes that you had, I guess you got to tip it, man, because they started off the game by executing a great P1 split down the middle. And then you win the rotation over towards P2, but just the mistake of no one hard blocking towards the back gave Toronto an opportunity to keep that one scrappy. And then not once, but twice going into the P4, Kips breaks you down single-handedly from Plat. He just stalls out time, guarantees one kill, allows his teammates to get into the play, and he made a big-time play. That's 2 different times at the P4, and then in the final moments of that game, Kips is the only one off the rotation. You have three players trying to locate where he is, and a team kill goes down while he also finds one, and that's already job done. Now your teammates are rolling over towards the hard point in a 3v2, win the trades, GG. Like C9, these are the little mistakes that keep on costing you. You fix them, you're gonna stand a chance.
Yeah, and that's the thing too is, you know, we talk a lot about, you know, what C9 has struggled with, and the list at times has been rather long, but I think the thing about like watching Cloud9 in the last, we'll say 2 weeks, they're starting to make the right plays.
Yes.
It's just down to like, I feel it especially when we're looking at like the last 2v2. Are we valuing our lives, or are we pushing out to try to challenge to win the gunfight there? Like, it's just a patience game. Doesn't feel like it's fully been inherited yet by all 4 players. And some of that is actually kind of, you know, echoed in Nedra's performance. You know, he starts, what, 4 and 16 at one point in time. And it's like sometimes you feel like you just have to hit the brakes and, like, not try to force plays to happen if you don't feel like you're catching good timing on the map. It may not necessarily be 100% like on him. He may not just be shooting wild.
Yeah.
You may just be catching bad timings on rotation, and sometimes you just kind of have to pause a little bit and, okay, let's get the map back into our favor, our identity, and then we can, you know, explore a little bit more when we've got good terms. But when we're playing 2v3, 2v4 the entire time, it never feels good.
Yeah, and that's due to them just miscommunication and not layering correctly, because there's no one in your first break attempts for P1 we're deciding to forego through the front. All right, once that gets shut down, now we're actually going to make the good play and hit a route to have a different angle of approach there to lead to a break. Every single time they made that decision, it was on their second chance. It was never on their first immediate thought. And that's where Cloud9 are consistently going to be playing off of the back foot, because these quick decision makings that they need to have in the game, they're 5-10 seconds delayed on making them.
Yeah, dude, I just, like, in my note right now, like, as I'm writing, it legitimately for me just comes down to value lives in Respawn. because it just feels like, and this is, I get, like, I get it, like, I do. It's getting to a point where it just becomes, like, almost unexplainable and inexcusable, but when we talk about a team like Cloud9 that gets formed together, they're put into a really tough spot. I mean, 100%. We've already talked about this 1.5 million times. We don't need to go down this rabbit hole again. But when we start to talk about, like, what comes next, you have to talk about things like, what is our setups going to look like? What are our break attempts going to look like? But then it's like, okay, we've gotten those. Like, we've seen those now over the last 71 days. Now it's down to what is the difference between what works at challengers and what works at the pro level. And it's valuing lives. That's my biggest note for this Cloud9 team when we eventually see them on land next week. And we'll see if they can find a way to try to extend this series to get another attempt. But if they do, it has to be by way of the Scar Search and Destroy first and foremost. What's your thought process here, Jay?
Oh, they definitely have an opportunity to take it to Toronto on this map, because all season long, this hasn't been a go-to for Koi. They realistically don't really have a go-to search and destroy map. They have Den that's 4-4. They have Raid that's 4-5. Everything is about a 50-50 chance. They desperately need to add a map underneath their belt going into the event. And then C9, on the other hand, played this a couple times and have good play calls on it. So, Koi, this is where you need to show me what you got, especially on the defensive side. Because if we're losing defenses on Scar, you are awful.
Oh, a little bit of trouble here for Hyde. Cleaning able to find one, but help from Nezra. No, nice double chow over through the plain side of the map. As Okus down and out. So it's up to Nezra and Encourage in a 2v3. Tracking behind the play is Joe. And in the front, Toronto also making sure there's no rotation. Pretty much solid and perfect from Toronto in their opening defense.
Yeah, there was just nothing that C9 could do there. Everybody breaks off Toto. Hey, all right, Okus, you're going to be the guy watching our late pitch, but Kleenex strikes for the first kill, and then the team shot's good enough to execute that play on the pinch. And then the rest of C9 are just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Did we back up, get bad timing? All right, let's try to go forward. But they had you trapped from the start. Clean around there from Koi.
Very clean. And I like that little setup up top, too, where you just get a little bit of a dynamic high-low by way of the motel.
Yep.
Ooh, Insight's going to kick us off with the first blood across from top blue over to B. So now you've got early numbers. And honestly, yeah, I like this from Toronto. Joe and Kips are going to show some pressure towards B and see if they can maybe move the defense through Insight's line of sight again.
Oh, yeah, because this is going to be too much to handle for C9. You're thinking it's all going to be cleared out at A, but Kleenex slips right by Hyde. Doesn't finish the kill. Now Hyde makes the big time play. He's going to commit on the bomb plan or not. Let's just get the hell out of there.
Yeah, you're still hearing shots from Hyde come through. Kips is trying to find a way to get this isolation. But Hyde has done a really nice job of just finessing his life. Finally, the trade comes out, but it comes at the cost of another elimination for Cloud9. So 2v2 here, and the A side has to be retaken as Toronto have kind of lost the opportunity to front up and plant.
Yeah, now they have no information with time starting to tick. Only 30 seconds left. You want to gather some kind before you commit on this OBJ. You're able to at least spot Nezra in towards Delhi. And now gain the info onto Encourage, but Encourage finds the kill. Nezra commits on the gunfight, and now 20 seconds, rookie, re-rookie.
Oh, Kips has not seen Encourage, but the shots come through. You have to shell this outright. Extra shots going to be tallied up. Did he find him on the exit? You got to run. You got to find a way to
go.
Gets up to the top of the plane. The shots. Oh, one more bullet. How has Kips won that?
Yeah, you're not supposed to win those kind of gunfights. Not with the NPC, but I don't think Encourage had ammo in his AR. I think he might have been using a Jaeger there. And that potentially costs him in that gunfight. Insight starts it off, though, with a phenomenal shot. He sees the glare. Okus, you jumped too high, buddy. And the first blood in 7 seconds is ideal. And he actually had an AR. He just got destroyed, brother.
Oh, no. I mean, all you have to do right there, if you're Encouraged, is just run away for a little bit longer. Oh, mercy. 2-0 now to Toronto. Kips on a 4-0 start. Cloud9 showing force over towards A, but Nezra, the bomb carrier, is belly crawling his way on the top balcony. So this will be a delayed plant situation for Cloud9, who have gotten A control, but Nezra's going to have to hop off this balcony to try to plant, and Kips will likely see that.
Yeah, Kips has all the info on this side. It's not a sniper able to contest him. Now you're going to invest that smoke grenade to kill his line of sight. But shots, already 45 seconds down, and thankfully he got to play it like Hyde, who's not afraid to make a play, but then gives up his life, still a 2v2.
Yeah, Kip's trying to get out of there, trying to keep his life. He will survive. A flip of the map now underway as Joe and Kips will run together behind the backside of Hotel, and Nezra does not expect it. That's your bomb carrier down, encouraged for one. Another 1v1 situation. He's able to find the first tag. 23 seconds. Advantage to Toronto since they're playing the defense.
He's only got
and
19
Joe realizes
bullets, Al.
that. Up and over. Encouraged, trying to follow behind it. He's able to find Joe prone. Oh, okay. Nice rebuttal there for Encouraged to get Cloud9 on the board.
Yeah, you have to make sure that those shots were going to count because only 19 bullets left in the M15. Thankfully, here able to be the sneaky beaver on Joe Deceives. It was the beginning of the round that Nezra was hitting that route, and Joe thought it was good enough to potentially be the closing moment, but Encouraged gets his 1v1 back.
Okay. Let's see what we get now. And I will say, for Toronto offensively, behind the scope, they do find a lot of success, but you can't necessarily rely on it. And yeah, okay, this is a good look. I'm glad our ops team is doing this. It's insight with an aim, but wow. Okis able to absolutely burst away Kleenex, who looked like he was just looking for info. So great shots out of Okis. Early 4v3 for New York.
He ripped them. That wasn't no team shots or anything like that. I think it was just Okis not missing any bullets. So early first blood in favor of C9, and there's no need to be stressing at all. We're playing Scar, we have the numbers, and the only bomb plant that they can get is A, so let's just stay alive.
They'll Hyde finds another. Pinch play from Kips is going to be shut down. And now it's just down to insight for what would have to be a 1v4. Catches the first, that's a freebie. No secondary challenge. You've got a duo in the form of Encourage and Hyde. What, pardon me? Wait, he has got a winnable situation in front of a Nezra taking a lot of damage. Encourage still not in a position to fire back on the crossfire. Nezra over towards mid-market. Inside trying to slip away to reset, but it will not happen. And that will be enough for Cloud9 to put a couple together.
Yeah, Inside just thought he was surrounded there. Eventually, someone's going to challenge from an angle. I just killed one to the right. All right, spot the guy to the left. Just didn't want to waste any time trying to reload that M15. But take a look at this again. Yeah, this is all on Okis. Just phenomenal shots. I think a majority of those had to be headshots.
Had to have been. Wow.
He's able to find the first blood in 7 seconds. Also finds a second kill as well. So Okis has himself a great round there.
Okay, 2-2. Big bounce back here for Cloud9. Back to the offense. Okis sniping. Checking for top green. Insight. Angle, just looking for that window peek. And Okis has swapped off the scope for an AR, and here comes the hit over towards A. Lots of focus here for Cloud9 offensively to try to stop any potential flanks from Toronto, but honestly, none are here. That nade is really well placed, but somehow doesn't find any damage. So you're going to smoke it and try to retreat back, and the timing on this peak is perfect for Cloud9. Another first blood.
Joe just gives up his life, trying to make a play, thinking that the pressure was going to be at that A side, but Kips instantly finds that response. So now if you are C9, you are trapped over on this side of the map, and you already have one player behind enemy lines. Kleenex finds one, and he stays alive.
Yeah, the fact that he gets out from this position is just so annoying for Cloud9. Okis and Nezra trying to find an opportunity to catch info on where Kleenex has gone to, but he is out of here. And with less than 30 seconds to play, you're just going to have to hope and pray if you're Cloud9 that no one's behind you. And wouldn't you know it, here's Kips.
Oh, man.
Wow. The timing of that is just so exquisite from Toronto. Nezra trying to fight back, but Kips will not be turned away. Perfect from Koi on the response.
Yeah, Toronto just playing him like a fiddle. Okay, Joe Deceives, you're actually making a big-time play because when you die over towards playing, it draws the attention of every single player on C9. That's not the way you need to play today for Cloud9. We're playing Scar.
Yeah,
we get the first blood. We know the only bomb we can go to is this A site. But when you give up all that space at Motel, Kleenex is not going to be afraid to take it. Gets one kill, keeps you trapped in your spawn. And C9 again with a mistake. Allows Core to capitalize.
Yep. It's just one of those rounds that just, yes, it's a mistake from Cloud9, but at the same rate, it's also just a really good set of timing from Toronto.
Oh, yeah.
So, great stuff out of Koi. Okis tagged. Trophy system will keep him safe. Kips, he feels the pressure. It is a lot. Nezra taking shots, and it'll be Hyde who follows up. Kleenex has to watch the pinch. That doesn't feel great, but the bomb is being planted. I like this commitment from Koi. Gives him a chance. It's a still desperate measure to be sure, and 2v4 now ensues.
We got to trade this guy off. Thankfully, you know, Kleenex is focused on the opposite side of the map. But what a play call there from Cloud9 to say, all right, these guys have been slow and steady, just splurting the map. This time, we'll take the play into our own hands. You send 3 players on the pinch, and you're able to isolate onto Kiss for the first blood. Even though Koi commit on the bomb plan, you had them trapped over towards Motel. So with the numbers, it was a very easy retake. Cloud9 get that round.
Yeah, I like the timing of that call, too, from a play call standpoint for Cloud9. You're starting to feel like Toronto is getting more of the map away from you. Doesn't really make a difference what side of the bomb we're talking about. Just generally speaking, Toronto's just taking more maps, so why not try to hit back? And yes, it takes a heavy investment of 3 players hitting that long pinch around, but hey, if it works, it works. So 3-3, and what has been a really good game of chess between both these two squads. Bomb for Nezra, looking over towards B. Okus able to find a little bit of payback on the inside off the get-go. And so we'll have, again, early numbers here for Cloud9, who surely with the scope down are probably thinking, hey.
Yeah, and if you are Koi, like, this is where you desperately need to be working on your search and destroy. 100% staying alive 10, 15 seconds into these rounds. Because for a team who only stacks one side of the map, if you give up those early numbers advantage, it's even more difficult on retake opportunities. But C9 now are starting to approach over towards A. The only one that's able to gather the information is going to be Kips, but you can't stop this bomb play from going down.
No, you cannot. But like you mentioned, the pickup gets us to a 3v3 post-plant situation. Okus still holding on to the scope. Sees Kips up top. Nice shots. Kips was trying to find the connection first. Not going to happen. Second shot not landing. And it just down to, does Koi want to try to isolate on the site for the 2v2 or try to isolate Okus? A little bit of both at the same time. Nice pistol shots from Okus, 4 in a row. Now the focus purely down to Joe for a 1v2, also requiring the defuse. And he is likely not going to have the time to re-wrap around the back. And yeah, no, he's lost time on this.
All right, we stand no chance. Okus is looking for the ace. Nezra, are you going to take it from him? Are we potentially going to blow up next to that bomb? Because Okus is on 4 in a row. Can't find it with the Jaeger. Nezra's able to get the trade. But C9 are looking stellar on their attacks. And that's because Toronto Koi keep giving them this first blood. And then you're forcing Koi now in a man down to try to figure out where the play is developing, because you know how difficult it is to stop that A bomb play, and now even more difficult with a man down. So it's just, Koi, we need to play better on defense.
Clean stuff. And this is, you know, we talk about what Okus brings to the table, and we see moments of it. We see flashes of it. I mean, those are some really sick shots. The pistol shots in particular, actually, I would say more impressive than the 1v1 that he was able to find there with the scopes. But he brings an X factor to this Cloud9 search. So now they're up 4-3. Toronto looking to go with some tempo over to A. Nezra throwing shoulders. He will be the one who reads that this play is on the way. It looks like Cloud9 want to contest this. Hold on a second. Intro over the top here. Hyde able to find the shots. Bomb is not planted, but Toronto come away with the numbers. 3v2. Kleenex not done yet, finds one more, and I believe they know that Okus is nearby.
Yeah, it's 1v3. Gather some information, commit on the gunfire. Just rip him to shreds with the MPC. Okay, Toby. I see you. The tissue was an issue in the deli. Untradeable with this weapon in hand. Hits him with the Omni movement to put the finishing touches, and okay, Koi, way to stop the bleeding. 4-4.
Who's going to take the advantage in this search right now, though? It just feels like a big back and forth, and I love it. Like, we're trading power pieces with how we're moving around the map right now and how we're making play calls happen, but it doesn't really feel like there's one thing that either team can use as their muse for success.
Koi could use not dying off the first 10 seconds, especially on defense. Probably losing in a defensive round by allowing that bomb to be planted. And this is going to help, though, as you find the first blood this go around with all the teammates raiding Supreme on the backside of tank. But you're committed on the push. You are committed, and Okus is, at least for now, backing you down.
Yeah, there's not a lot of space to work with here. Joe will slip back over towards the safety of the plane. And it looks like Cloud9 will have to try to create something out of nothing. To be fair, they're able to get a lot of free space here inside of mid. Oh, and I love this idea of trying to re-wrap around the backside of the play. Good info from Hyde. Gets the first one cleanly. Knife out. Can't quite reach. Joe finds the shutdown. Encourage has got nowhere to go. And Toronto find themselves on map point.
Okay, if that's how we got to get a first blood to go. 3 nades over the top at that playing area for a first blood. Okay, that's ideal. I still don't really like what they did in the mid-round, though, by just giving up all that space. You're now allowing C9 an opportunity to catch you off guard, but thankfully you're wrapping back as a collective unit. You were going to get caught in this space isolated. You're able to clutch up on those final couple of gunfights now to put yourself at game point.
Can they close it out, though? 2 rounds in a row has been elusive for both of our teams. A 12 and 4 from Kips. Maybe there's something in the murky waters there. Nade focus for Toronto over towards A, but the problem is this is supposed to be a fake, and look at Cloud9 just running it right down the gut, but it'll get caught. We'll get to a 2v2. Insight will make sure that Encourage is held back. And with a minute on the clock, Toronto will have to try to work their way out of spawn.
Yeah, and I think if you are C9, just kill the noise. You know, the only play that they have on the table is going to be getting this bomb down over towards A. So just have Oka sitting at top green scouting, because he's still spotting them over towards White Wall. Koi have yet to lead the spawn.
Oh, what shots those are from Insight, but Encourage will stay alive. 40 seconds. Focus seems like it's going to be at A. Secondary peek from Encourage. He's got help from Oakes. They're just going to pull and ball it out. Cleanax able to find one. Maybe the lineup. No, almost. Can't quite find the way to collide. And now we've got around 11 here in map 2.
Yeah, and the Young Bucks will continue to show teamwork, especially in Search and Destroy. Once you get to the 2v2, the info that we had was Insight sitting toward top motel. So instead of committing on a one-on-one gunfight, how about both of us slide out and chow? Gives yourself a better chance at both players staying alive, and that's ideal because Kleenex was right there ready for the trade. But not that much damage put down from Insight. Allows one player to be fully healed up and execute that final gunfight to force this round 11.
All right, it's going to be Cloud9 on the attack. Neither team has found a lot of success even getting the bomb down, let alone holding a post plan right now. So it definitely feels that the defense has a small advantage. Toronto setting themselves up pretty passively in this 2-2.
Yeah, not trying to give C9 anything to work with. They're taking the time approaching through motel. Frag is able to connect onto a trophy, so you know they have somewhat of a setup on this side of the map, but look at Hyde again, taking space in towards Deli. He's waiting for his teammates to push up, but that is a phenomenal shoulder.
Yeah, now you need to start getting some help from Joe and Kips. They cannot just stay on the B side of the map. Nice shots from Encourage, can't finish the kill. Knows he's got a threat over towards mid, but he may have given up the angle at the wrong moment. No, Hyde's covering it. First blood for Cloud9. Oakes able to see Insight up top. Good follow-up from Hyde. Able to give himself a second, and Oakes does win that battle versus Insight. No way, no how. Cloud9, in a map that was largely defensive focused, get the perfect reads, and most importantly, I think it's just the fact that they forced the bomb plant, knowing that they've got this little high-low setup between Insight and Kleenex, and they can hold it off. A really good decision.
Yeah, and also knowing who they're going up against. Koi so far on the season are the worst team on defense, and that's because they are giving up the bomb site for free. There is no way you allow C9 to waste 40 seconds, and you're probably thinking, all right, we have a double stack over towards plane. They could potentially go B site. No, Scar's been out for 6 months. They only go towards this A bomb. You are giving it up for free, and then by the time you try to retake it, you don't have players in the position to instantly contest these fights. Koi is just giving up way too much space on the map, and this has been their Achilles heel in this game mode. Can we play more confident on defense, or can we show some teamwork to not give up one side of the map? Cloud9 take advantage of it. They tie the series. Koi, yeah, that's a bad one, man.
Sheesh. Got Jay fired up over here in the broadcast.
Terrible.
But a 1-1 map count has us guaranteed for the Scar Overload and the Scar Hardpoint. Fringe Search will be waiting for us for map number 5, but we're going to head to break here on this special Sunday Mother's Day. Scar Overload going to be coming up at the backside of the break. Do not go far. Cloud9 have the makings of what could be a big upset before Atlanta. We'll find out how Scar goes when we come back.
3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATO. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if he's been seen, he will drop off the map.
Upstairs, Ed. It's on him. Okay. Upstairs, checking me. Ed. Right upstairs.
Enemy control
right
station
now.
overloaded.
Stairs, Ed. Two back right away. Lobby as well. Oh my god, I'm on a mission right now.
New EMP.
Lobby again, Ed. Lobby again, Ed. Holy f***, I'm blacking. In a good way. One shot back right still. Steps one out. Couches, bro. Yeah. How many D back? Oh my god, I'm hooked. They're spawning out though. Dope ball. I'm on a dirty fucking streak right now. Holy
Transported to the enemy zone. Overload device.
Still playing for me for some reason? They're playing record. They have to play. They are both water. One shot. There's two water. They went red. They went red, Clay. They? Yeah, they went red. Both inside red. Both inside red. They went front door. He's hopping. Watch his water. I got your word. Back door. They didn't see you yet. Nice! Let's go, Clay!
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna be really good.
I like your trophies. Which one's your favorite?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. This one seems like insane. Look at this one too. Like this is crazy. Like
the golden nut, baby. The diamond nut. Excuse me.
You know what I'm saying? How could I not be like? How could I not feel like I'm not gonna lose? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna ask you. Is like, Sib, you're coming into a winning culture. These guys won champs.
We are back, Pro-Am, right around the corner, and do not forget
that boy
players that are in challengers that are going to be in the Pro-Am looking to get some revenge, man. How about Snoop? I'll tell you what, Jay. I mean, we talked about it a lot. We've said it a bunch, even in the Boston games. Just maybe the most unfortunate set of timing that's ever happened in a meta shift, dude. You want a cracked out SMG? You don't look at much further than Snoop. He is dominating with P7 Notorious.
Yeah, I'm really curious what his driving stats look like, because if you put those side by side, you can see night and day. It's a totally different player, man. Snoopy, ever since, like you said, the NPC meta change, he's living up to the Snoopy we all know. The guy who is moving around the map, the guy who is not afraid to chow. And he's been dominating alongside P7, man. So Snoopy, keep on working, young buck.
Oh, he's looking for blood. I'll tell you, dude. That P7 Notorious team is going to, I would say out of all four of the Pro-Am teams, that P7 Notorious team is looking like the one that likely has the best chance of getting out of groups. Don't even know what their group is yet, but I don't even care. I just feel like they have the full package ready to go. Speaking of the full package, what is Toronto's status looking like for Atlanta? They lose around 11, and honestly, that search and destroy is just one of those. It's just like, I don't want to say coin flippy inside the rounds, because there are great things that are happening in the breakoffs to get Cloud9 those first bloods, but for Toronto, like you talk about, it's just when the defense needs to step up, it's just not fully there, and it feels very feeble, and we need to see that really kind of come to life. On the other side, though, you talk about their overload. And Jay, they're one of the only teams out there that have been able to find 8-0s across multiple maps. So they feel that they're probably cooking here in map 3s.
Yeah, and they have been phenomenal in map 3s. They've always had the go-to on the Den overload. And now they've been working over the past couple of stages on their exposure. But the map that has been their auto veto throughout the entire season was Scar. Now they find themselves on a 3-win streak with 2 of them being versus Optics. So yeah, no doubt, Koi's super confident here on this map.
Looking to take the edge in the series will be Toronto for Cloud9. It's really just about kind of shaking off the boogeyman in this mode. I mean, a lot of it's come by way of the exposure. You could call it rotten luck, but they've made some critical errors. You talk about the Minnesota comeback. You talk about that overtime situation on exposure in particular. Can they find a way to shake that off and find some success here on Scar? For the moment, it's kind of both teams playing with advanced members on either side of the map. Kips will eventually be taken down though for Toronto. Nezra's going to pick up the EMP and see if he can swing it through plain side.
Yeah, they already have their lead blocker in Ocus, but they do lose 2 fighters through the middle of the map. So now EMP has got to wrap on back and try to stall a lot of time because Nezra is reading the presser. He's trying to finesse, he's trying to dance, and potentially put Toronto in the juking situation, but they wrap back, they take care of him, and now they're battling for mid-map.
Ooh, oh my gosh, Ocus. That would have been big to find Kleenex. Would have left for just a trade at the middle of the map. Encourage able to find the last bullet, take care of Insight, but things will stay neutral. Nice little poke out right there from Kleenex over towards Motel side. Has now Toronto controlling some map. And it looks like Cloud9 are going to try to play together a little bit of a defense. So we'll see how Cloud9 are calming things out with the New York listening.
I'm just holding.
I'm running up, guys.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, done.
Nice, good
Player, one shot.
Getting on mid.
Get out left. All right, go first off, come on, bro.
Okay, I'm holding my market shot, okay? I'm in market, I'm playing point.
Kips is already
He's on tank, on tank.
White wall, Kips.
Build and top tank.
Market, white wall, one,
There's
Ruby,
2.
white wall.
One's on plane already, grabbing ball. He ran forward.
Yo, P1, Kips.
P1 inside that. One more, Kips. Ball one left now.
Okay, I heard you. Nice, P1 in top, P1 in top.
Yo, trench. He's grabbing ball.
Okay, I'm out right, guys. I have right. You guys can shift.
I read the ball.
Yo, Ruby weak, low red. Ruby weak. Joe.
I got one. Clean it.
Joe done.
Nice job, bro.
Mark, it's half HP mid cut.
He's gonna push that, bro. I'm going left, bro.
He's gonna flank us.
One's red.
He's top green, I think.
Inside red, one
top green, probably. Round flank for him.
One shot red.
Top green, wait, flash. Kleenex. Top green.
There's 2.
Bottom green, Kleenex, bro.
They're gonna be up. We have to use our nades. One's on top green.
Top green, Kleenex.
One top green.
I signed up.
Top green, Kleenex.
Nice,
Good shot.
Go over.
Four, guys.
Gotcha.
I'm ready, bro.
You can take a route.
Someone should come mid.
White wall already. I'm going left.
Two white ball. Kips, Joe, and inside.
Well, moment in there that we kind of heard from Cloud9, looked like they were trying to manifest something, but the immediate counterattack from Toronto, quick 4 dead, quick rebuttal, quick score, Toronto up 1-0.
Yeah, it's Kips every single time, man. That time he was able to execute a perfect pinch there for 3 in a row through green. And at least at the first score for the Koi boys. So now looking for score number 2. We have a battle for plane control. Nezra trying to fly on up, have a great bounce back in this respawn compared to map number 1. But we're still fighting, and finally we got 2 going our way.
Ocus just finessing with the tail of the plane.
Oh my goodness!
Kips, that is unbelievable. What a 2 that is from Kips. He will grab the EMP and track it back over towards where Joe and Kleenex are clearing space at mid. Although with the spawns for Cloud9, they will deal with it. Hold on a second, I was about to say, if Insight doesn't step up, there would have been maybe a chance to scoop and score, but not the case. Even exchange in the kill feed has us resetting the energy.
Yeah, now Insight just got to stall time. Wait for your teammates to get near you. Joe this seems able to take care of the player working on the pinch, so now you're waiting for Kips to execute the big-time play, but he is going to be sniffed out. Great read out of Encourage. Now all of your focus on towards Motel, where you have the numbers to stop this one.
Yeah, I sure do. Kleenex in some trouble, though, so Cloud9 has a chance, especially with Nezra finding 3. Kips in some trouble, able to find 1 trade. Can he do more than that?
Every time.
Nice shots onto Ocus, dude. He really is a walking double kill. Almost gets the 3rd onto Encourage, but it makes life so simple for Toronto coming off spawn to reduce the pressure. Reset for the EMP back over towards plane. Neither team really in a position to do much with that. Joe working on the route. Has a couple in front of him, and once more, it looks like Cloud9 are about to start building some momentum, but one player for Toronto just completely stops it in its tracks.
And I love how Joe plays that. He knows it's a 4v1 technically while all of his teammates drop, so let me find 2 to the map and then right back to help my teammates now get out of spawn. You maintain the map control with this guy popping plays like that. And now he's on 4 in a row looking for kill number 5, but everyone is taking him, except for Insight. He's still at 4 left.
Well, Joe able to slip back over through P5, but top green will shut that down. Kleenex. Whoa, he may get an opportunity to just get a free double, but Insight will have a chance to collect and see if he can get to overtime, but there's not a lot of help around him. Last 3 seconds. Kip's going to be the one to try to grab, and no, won't happen. Cloud9 able to put at least a paw on it for a moment, but we will still get the halftime with the EMP carrier falling.
Yeah, and Cloud9 played that half pretty well. Besides that one sequence where they go 4 dead, which only leads to the 1 score that Koi have on this map. Just the only thing sometimes that it comes down to is simply a trade. It was Kips making so many big multi-kills happen throughout the map. And in the one opportunity you get to potentially get a score, it's Joe DeCease finally striking for 3. So those are the moments that we have to take a breather and just guarantee those trades. Not dying in sick is the best thing you could do in Overload. At least going into the second half, only down 1, you'll take that if you're C9.
I agree. I absolutely agree with that. I mean, especially considering the fact that it looked like Toronto was about to put together one last score right before we got to that half. About a minute left, but once more, it's just someone steps up and stops the play. So Cloud9, can you find a way from this side of the map to get one through the hoop? Kips in some trouble here, crossed up, but inside Kleenex finding a couple of kills, and Kleenex somehow still alive. Thought he was going to be traded from behind, but Encourage can't finish his food, and instead runs into Joe DeCease, who's waiting for him. So Toronto have numbers and a little bit of map control as we get through the break-off moments of this second half.
C9 not playing from the back foot. Need to iron up and guarantee at least one gunfight to go their way to slow down this push. But it's Encourage who's able to find the first, and now the EMP carrier has to slow down. Kleenex is the last player alive, and I love this play. Back up, keep the EMP as safe as you can, and I'm also on 5.
Yeah, Kleenex, though, will be shut down. Nice shots from Encourage from the plane. Follow-up for the mid-map is great from Nezra. So now it really just comes down to what does Hyde want to do from this position through P5? And it may not matter because Kips, the walking double kill. Whoa! Almost able to get the snap. Follow-up is decent, but Insight cannot quite find the EMP carrier. So Cloud9 are able to score, get us tied at 1. But the immediate refocus back towards plane has us looking to Koi's direction as Joe's creating space towards blue, moving the spawns around. One more to find, and an immediate counter cap comes through for Toronto. Yeah, that's a perfect play there from Joe DeCease. He realizes, okay, 2 of my teammates die. I'm not going to allow myself to be in a play to stop it, so let me give up this cap, but let me maintain the map control so we can instantly have our response. Koi up by 1. Kleenex on 4 in a row. Camping the corner at the front side of blue, but he's sniffed out by Nezra. That's such a great heads-up play to now clear out some space so you spawn. Now you can approach forward. Yeah, Joe still looking to put pressure on the pinch. Ooh, maybe a little bit over-aggressive right there from Kips, but Inside able to pick things up after the slow start that he had in the first half. Now up to 11 and 15. Nice shots onto Encourage. Going to be caught in the reload here against Nezra. Follow-up from the pistol of Joe DeCease. Carrying the EMP will not work. And yeah, Toronto, 2 members still kind of playing forward, waiting to get their contact. First one good for Kips, but no second. But look at Toronto collapsing on this. They just need to find one more kill. Notice she'll be able to score here. Scoop and score situation sure looks that way. Insight will grab, go, put it through the threshold, and it's now a 3-1 tally.
Yeah, I just think if you're Okus in that situation, there's no need to retrieve the EMP because you're only going to put yourself in a more difficult situation, not having an M15 and only having a pistol. So Koi just kept you surrounded, forced you to basically panic in your spawn, and that now works out for a 2-score lead. It might make it more because that's already all 4 dead in the feed. C9 coming off the respawn. Koi starting to run away with this.
Yeah, they sure are. And you got now a trophy system to allow Kips to just get to work, but Okus is able to at least get the trade, keep his life. Kleenex off the regen, not done. EMP picked up over towards plane side, but no immediate availability of just rerunning this over to A. Help is on the way, though. I mean, Kips and Joe still playing forward, still finding kills, but the EMP not a part of this means that these kills for Joe may not necessarily be enough. Encourage from the window finds the EMP carrier. Joe DeCease working on it, just running circles around blue, but yeah, still Cloud9 are able to hold.
Yeah, I think Joe and Kleenex is just having a competition between each other, like who's going to find more kills on this map. Because they are so effective with this NPC. Kleenex finds another double. Now look at Joe. All right, let me hit this long route. C9 most likely are going to be watching this, so it's only an extra 5 seconds till I get it blue and probably pop 3.
Well, that's a good first from Joe. Trade is out, but Kips responds with one of his own. Nobody nearby off the spawn for Cloud9. Chips finding themselves another 2, and the score behind it now leads to a 5-1 tally. And Kips isn't done from this position. Oh my God. 4 in a row, looking for 5, but Encourage is able to shut that down. EMP spawning over towards the bottom of the map, and it feels like Toronto is just kind of running and trying to find as many kills as they can.
Bro, the C9 are coming off spawn and backpedaling right off of it because they know Koi are already in their face. It's like every time you kill one, here comes another 2. They are just not allowing C9 any breathing room. Kips gets another double.
Jeez, bro.
Score number 6 goes in. Reset through the middle of the map, and it's already mathematically done, but let's see how many kills we can still get.
I'm telling you, dude, Toronto, they may hold one of the top scoring averages in the league right now. I would have to wager it's probably at least top 3. And they may boost that stat line here. 6-1, 22 seconds on the clock. Kill feed is perfect for Toronto. Yeah, Kips is going to play for the kill instead of the EMP. Won't necessarily make much of a difference here, as you called. Toronto will absolutely destroy Cloud9, especially here in this second half.
Yeah, that's pretty simple to break down there, Al. You gotta get a kill if you are C9. Because if you're not getting kills, you're coming off the respawn with them in your face, and they're gonna be able to slay you again. It's just way too much there from Koi. One of the top teams that we have in Overload. Every single one of their SMG players drop 30+. Inside is more than happy to just get all the EMP scores, because those guys just slayed their way through every lane. That wasn't even close.
I mean, there's really not much else that he has. Like you said, there's not much else to do.
Yeah, he's chilling, bro.
Everyone's dead. I'll just grab the EMP, boys. Don't worry about it. So 2-1. After Cloud9 was able to take the round 11 Scar Search and Destroy, the stats line is going to tell pretty much the same story the scoreboard does. 30 non-traded of 38 for Kleenex. He's able to stop the carrier 3 different times as well. I mean, it's just across the board, top to bottom, everything looks, yeah, just about as clean as it gets for Toronto.
Yeah, nah, don't get any easier than that, bro. Everybody's up 20+ non-traded kills, all the SMGs above 4K damage. Yeah, I don't even think we have to talk anything else about this map. Yeah, Cloud9 just got their ass whooped.
Period. End of sentence. Oh, goodness. And it's just like, you look at Cloud9 and like their ability as a squad to take advantage of circumstances that they're able to create is pretty high. It's just, I feel like they're constantly playing behind the 8 ball. Like, it's just, they're constantly having to play defense, and they're constantly, you know, having to recover when they lose a bad 1v1 somewhere that is like all about map control. I'm not just talking about this matchup. Like, I'm thinking back to that Minnesota comeback. I'm thinking back to that overtime situation that they just completely choke. It's just, you know, it's just, I don't know. It just feels like when they're behind, they get sucked into quicksand. It's just no getting them out once they're behind.
Nah, it's tough, man. It's tough. And they don't really have, like, those game plans as a collective forward to, like, if we get put in this situation, how are we going to get out of it? Because even in times when they are going for it, when they should be playing the reset, they're not filling the proper gaps. There's so many times that they're trying to wrap back over towards Tank and just leaving the opposite side of blue open. And Jodeci's, Kips, and Kleenex kept on capitalizing on those moments. So another situation where C9 are just not fully in sync. The little things coming back to bite them. And now going into a Scar hard point where this is the best hard point for Koi. Good luck.
I mean, so let's just try to build a little bit of positivity here for Cloud9 New York. Any hope in your mind, Jay, when it comes down to the fact that, like, this was one of the maps they really rode hard in the Major 2 quals? Like, I mean, they played this map, what, like 7 times out of their, what, 11 games or so? Maybe more than that. So, like, they were involved with this map pretty much in almost every single series. You have to hope that the rehearsal, with now the benefit of their progression that we've seen in the last, especially this weekend, maybe there's something in the water here about them coming out and being able to take this map. Hopeful thinking, wishful thinking?
Well, yeah, maybe. You know, anything can happen. We've seen it for the last couple of weeks. here in the qualifiers. Teams who are on top losing to teams who down below. And if Encourage is able to put up numbers like that, he's going to give his team a pretty good shot. 31 kills, 1.24 KD with 3,600 minutes, and he was also getting it done on the objective. But I really don't think it's a lack sometimes of individual skill. I just think it's how they are looking at the game. Like on our first attempts for breaks, we can't go forward through the front. Someone needs to work on some of these routes. We need to be quick on making the very crucial decision. And that is the only thing realistically holding them back. It's just that experience and not making the right play at the right time.
I think there's also something in like knowing what happens after a route man either A, wins their battle and opens that route, or B, falls and it's like, okay, what do we need to do to pick that position up, or do we just give it up and try to hit with numbers somewhere else? Like utilizing the information that you're getting off that route man, I feel like is often where we see Cloud9 suffer. And I talked about, again, the note I wrote in my paper about like things to watch for and hard point for this team is literally value lives. Like how do we go about that route man turning into an impossible kill, turning into a guy that could be a playmaker or an X factor or change the way the spawns work? That's what you look for out of that guy. And that's what we're seeing out of the top hardpoint teams right now. And obviously we're not getting anything close to that from Cloud9 based on, well, their general record. They're like 1-21 now since this roster's been formed. So see if we can find some corrections and some adjustments as we jump into Scar hardpoint from map number 4, but it's Toronto in the hill early.
And Toronto have the good spawn as well, spawning over towards blue, so your job right now is to just trap C9 over towards that green side for as long as you possibly can. But kills starting to go down. Everyone whipping out an extra M15. You're playing Scar. This is the ideal way to play it. All 4 dead in the feed. C9 are in.
Okay. A little bit of a lockdown setup with all the rifles coming through. Cloud9 take the lead here through P1. Nice nade from Joe. Follow up at mid will work out for his second. And also maybe gotten a read on this play over the side through the mid cut. You know where the spawns are. Perfect rebuttal from Toronto. They've got time on the hill and they've got the rotation one for the moment over towards P2.
Yeah, and that's what you were talking about right there, Al. Just Cloud9 realistically not thinking about that next play. You get a 4 dead with only 25 seconds remaining. You need to put someone in a position over towards Motel so they can at least contest the rotation. But then you allow Koi to get that space for free. Thankfully, on your first break attempt, you set up pinches. You were winning the key gunfights, and Nezra is having a pop-off so far here in this hardpoint compared to map 1.
Agreed, and that's so key for Cloud9. We talked about him yesterday about how his eye test definitely passes with flying colors. Nice shots from Joe Deceives, has Hyde backing off. Pinch on the way from Kleenex. Unfortunately, his nade over the top actually lands onto Joe, so his pinch will find one. Takes a bit of a beat, backs up, waits for the next hit to develop. Now he's trying to play the cutoff. Not going to happen, though. Really good hold here from Cloud9 from the front. They stop the pinch, they win the gunfights, and now they're in the lead.
And now you're going to force the hand of Koi early off the rotation. It's going to be a 2v2 battle, but Okus does get caught in the middle of the map, so now it's all on Hyde. Just keep them in front of you. Do not allow them to push out towards Boat, and he guarantees 1 kill too, so Hyde playing a very valuable life, making big plays.
Shots come through for Insight. Nades now over towards that back alleyway. Encouraged. Well, he was more looking at who was in the hard point, gets taken care of quickly. Easy shots from Insight. Wow, nice shots on an Edger over the top. Okus trying to threaten. Insight low on health. Able to get the regen back up to full. Nedra on the corner, dealt with, as now Insight's on 3, looking for number 4, but can't quite lock down the shots. Encouraged for 2, pistol out, doesn't find the 3rd, but the hard point will still be heavily fought for in this last 25.
And C9 need to invest their nades, their stuns. There's no trophy system this early into the game, so that could potentially lead to the opening kill we're trying to find. At least for now, you're making this one scrappy. Not as clean as Koi wanted it to be with only 10 seconds remaining. We're going to start thinking about that rotation. But Encourage, you got to be careful with this route here because now your team is starting to fall. You're going to flip your team out.
Yep. You need to find these kills from the front, and it's not going to happen. Hardpoint about to open. Toronto is going to spawn in towards New. They're going to have all 4 players here. Kleenex will drop. He was the one trying to protect and block those spawns. Joe gets a double, but is that enough? Maybe, with Insight following behind that. Quick reinforcements for Toronto, but Cloud9 will get 3 players to still spawn behind the hard point. Nezra trying to help out, get a read, but all of his teammates are falling, and Toronto will get into the time at 4.
Yeah, and even though Encourage went on 6 in a row, that's a bad play to make in that situation. It's going to allow your team now to be outnumbered off of that final wave at the ending of the P3, and then Koi off of their first break attempt, because it was Mixie to start off this P4. They haven't looked away from it. They have yet to be broken, and now there's only 20 seconds left. C9, if you don't get this break, we got to rotate, and now you're down 50.
Yeah, not great news. And this is kind of another chapter in the same book right now for Cloud9. It's just, you're in these moments where you start to get some early success, but when we get into a rotation that is super important, talking about Money Hill rotations in particular, sometimes they just get caught making the wrong play, or the wrong piece of timing kind of curses them, and they have to play recovery. And like we talked about, when they're playing from behind the 8-ball, they have a hard time getting away from it. As you can see right here, Toronto getting top green control into the hard point, but Encourage and Oka is doing a nice job here in this 2v4. One more to grab. And yeah, NPC will work out for Encourage. Good hold here from Cloud9.
Yeah, that wasn't a 2v4 scenario to at least not allow Koi instantly into the time, but Kalinex is still here with the NPC, trying to cause some mayhem. Finds the first kill and also the second. So now the spawn is getting a little bit mixy, but 3 kills go in favor of C9. They're going to potentially walk away with this final 20 and just keep themselves into the game.
Yeah. And I feel like that has been another phrase that we say all the time with Cloud9 hardpoints. Keep themselves in the game. But how do you take control of a game? We haven't seen it much from Cloud9. Can they do it in this second set of hills? Just down under 20 points. Back to P1 we go. Kips will kick things off with the first blood. And also get a little bit of time. Joe trying to pick up for his trade, able to take down Nezra. Good information on Courage on top of that. Nice shots as Joe gets to 21 and 12, 4 in a row.
Oh yeah, Joe just had a big time moment. Like a C9, they had all the kills at the ending of that P5 HP. They were able to take a majority of the map control, but just couldn't trade Joe. And now he's on 5 in a row, just trapping C9 on the right side of the mini-map. They're trying to contest them, but every single time you're going 1 by 1, that's exactly how Joe wants you to play. He's on 6.
This is so much time for Toronto. Finally, Kips gets pushed out of the hard point, and Courage will find 3 somehow. He's having himself a whale of a map, 28 and 15. Inside still keeping the pressure onto the old time. And he'll fall. So now things may potentially, again, build up for Cloud9. Down only about 25 points. I mean, they're in a really good spot, but you have P2 that you need to lock down, take the lead, and take it with command.
Yeah,
you see that?
They have players here early, so C9 making the adjustments from the first rotation into the second. But now we need to value our life, Al. We need to stay alive as long as we possibly can to make this more difficult of a break attempt here from Koi. And it's Encourage again, lining up the kill feed. He finds a double, turns it into a one-on-one.
Well, Nedra will drop it. He was low. Here comes the quick reinforcements from Cloud9. They clear out the back box, and they find clearance on low.
Oh,
nice stuff coming through for Cloud9. Kleenex, the rest of Toronto, still trying to hit the old time with 27 seconds remaining. Kleenex will get you 1. Able to find high to the corner, plus a nade land. So now it's just down to the 1v1 over the top. Nezra, good damage, but Joe Deceives holds down the trigger, finds the kill. Encourage trying to hang on, neutralize the time. And wow, this is a war for this last 15 seconds.
Oh yeah, now you would take that if you are C9. You still know there's a lot of players at that old time, so let's beat him to the punch that new. The only player in the vicinity is going to be Joe Deceives, and he finds 1 kill. We quickly need to take care of him, and it's Encourage again. This is going to allow C9 to win the rotation, only down 20, and there's no streaks that can lead to an easy break.
Yeah, I mean, 33 and 19 at this part of the game is unbelievable from Encourage. He's also almost got a minute in the hard point, top overall objective time on his team. Joe working on some distraction plays around the back. Looks like Encourage will leave that for Hyde to deal with, but that timing will not work out at all. So Toronto will re-break. They've got the favorable side of the map as we look towards P4, and there's still 30 seconds to fight for here on 3.
Yeah, they can't keep letting Joe Deceives get away with plays like that, man. He's able to draw the attention, barely have to shoot his gun to just force C9 to focus on him. Which opens up the Koi to make this one scrappy as well. And now in the final 15 seconds, they are in control of the map. Get your trophies down. You know, all of C9 are going to be spawning towards the backside of green. So, Kips, how many more can you find? You get shut down on 3, but that alleviates the pressure at new. Koi win the roto.
Yeah, and you just cannot allow Koi to win these rotations to 4 over and over again like this. Pistol off for Insight, who's really stepped up after, again, another kind of a little bit of a slow start at the beginning of this map. But here comes a hit around the backside of Satellite. Hyde will find 1. That's going to be a split hit opportunity here at Cloud9. try to get a couple players through the middle of the map. They get the trade they need, should block the spawns here, but can they win the gunfights? Can they get into the hard point? Looks like so far the answer is yes, but Joe is still alive and he's gonna get a little bit of help, and that's all you need. Again, Jay, I'm telling you, 2 words: value lives. Toronto just stay alive for forever.
It's like they forget about players at certain points when he's not challenging gunfights. Joe to see staying alive through the back lines doesn't allow Cloud9, even with all the kills, to get those back spawns. Then wins 1 gunfight to still keep it in favor of Koi. It was just a 20-point game. It's now a 50-point game. And all of C9 spawning on the back of that old time. Not the ideal situation, but they slay their way through the map. And at least 2 players from Koi are spawning at O.
Yeah, they get an opportunity, but we have to find the efficiency and effectiveness. Yeah. And Kleenex just runs through mid-cut, takes care of the player on the hard point. The only bit of good news here from Cloud9 is they don't get completely spawn blocked. The problem is Kleenex is doing Kleenex things over the hill. Lots of damage in. Kips through mid-cut, shut down, and okay. Cloud9 are going to get some breathing room here. I love this position from Encourage, as he can, well, try to stop that cross. Doesn't work out, plus a nade lands in the hard point, so what should be time for Cloud9 all of a sudden turns into just game clock time.
Yeah, but they still have the spawn, so they should be able to flood their way right back on in. Only a 30-point game. Boy, though, every single time they need to find a break, it's always led by the opening kill. They are making it scrappy every chance that they get, but it's Encourage who finds kill number 40, and it's only a 20-point difference, now going into our 3rd set.
Yeah, man, Encourage has been everything Cloud9 has needed and more. Insight, finding a couple caught on the reload, Okus Hyde, finding a set of eliminations that you thought might keep Toronto off the hard point with where they're positioned, but not clean enough angles to find the contestant. Now eventually Kips will drop. Joe also pushed out of mid-market, following up his Kleenex. And he's gonna get blindsided here. Yeah, really good stuff from Cloud9, and that will lead to an opportunity for them to possibly take the lead back.
Man, they are holding this, and now you see what Nezzer is doing, thinking about the big-time play. Let me take control of White Wall and try to flip these spawns on its head. They have an opportunity to take this lead. Joe to Seize gives you 2, but you got to get the final player on time, and there goes the 3-piece. Koi have an opportunity to take this final 15, but we are fighting for the map control still.
Yep, still are. Over towards 2 we go. Inside the first one there, Encourage. Top of the heady, fighting back evenly, but there are more Koi members here than Cloud9 players.
Oh my goodness.
So you've got to find a way to get the guns up if you're Cloud9. Nezzer will drop. 3-3. Over the top of this hard point. And how about it? Koi's going to find the numbers, try to work their way through, contest time through, neutral time through, 201 to 202. And we're going to creep underneath the 60-second mark on the game clock here, Jay.
Yeah, this is scary, man. This is going to go down to the wire. Cloud9 are shooting right now. They push them back, and now if you are Koi, you don't really have time to work on some of these mid routes. You need to find the opening, in this Kips that gets the first Kleenex finds kill number 2. And you can no longer win here, but C9 are just continuously fighting.
Off the respawn, trying to make the way over towards red steps. Toronto's in for the time being. Joe off the regen, playing the corner. Hyde trying to slide in. Not going to work out. Too many team shots are involved. Kips gets one more. Now over the top for the trade. And finally, it's Kips for 3. Nedra doing a nice job, but not nice enough. Great route here from Encourage. Stopping the rotation for Toronto to get over towards P3. You have to value your life,
Come on.
And Encourage will drop 2 straight kills for Toronto. It's an immediate cause and effect, and here comes the mad dash over to 3.
And you're pinched from mid-cut, too. It's a 4v2 angle. The 2 players who are coming on spawn over towards green. Can you get yourself in a position to try to keep your teammates alive? And that is not going to be the case. Encourage doesn't value his life being early off the roto. And now that leads to all 4 dead. Winning conditions here for Koi.
Sure are. 38 seconds at the hard point, 42 seconds on the game clock. Cloud9 flooding through mid-cut, and Joe has it locked down. Nezra gives you 1. Trade from Hyde. He would have to do it all himself, and he very well may. Insight gets a little spun around right now. He doesn't know exactly where the spawns are going to come from, so 2:34 is where it stops for Toronto. 20 seconds left. Cloud9, they're not in the time, so they're not going to be able to win the game here.
Oh my
and all of a sudden, the game clock becomes a bit of a problem now.
Is anyone on C9 running any trophy systems? Because there's so many big-time frag kills that have led to great breaks from Koi. And now with the kills going in sync, you are understanding where the pressure's coming in. There's only 28 seconds left. The game's not going to end to the game clock. Koi need 10.
Cloud9 have to dash. They have to find the way to break right on through the front. Hyde's still alive. That's not a bad position to try to grab. Encourage from the staircase, but no. All four will drop. Toronto will survive through a little bit of a nail biter, but man, Jay, I'm going to lose my mind. It's like Encourage gives you one. He's in a perfect spot. What else do you want?
That's all you got to do, man, is just fire your life. Force Koi to work 2 times harder to take you down, but when you gift wrapped it for them by over-peaking, all that hard work you did to be early off the road, that was for absolutely no reason. To lose this game by 17 points when he made that play. And don't forget about the one at mid-cut when he flips his team out 4P4. That's another typical performance out of Cloud9. We just got to keep on working, keep on minimizing these